Talk show. Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 40, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We're talking about episode 403, The Economist, or, if you're British, The Economist. Yeah, that doesn't really work, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they say.
I don't know what they say. They probably don't say that because that sounds silly.
Economist?
Economist?
Are you an economist?
Economist? So, interesting episode.
Yeah, sure was. It was, I don't know. Not what I was expecting, as usual, for this season.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was one of the strangest Lost episodes ever.
Yeah.
I feel like at this point they can just do whatever they want. I just don't, I'm just gonna sit back and see what they give me now, because they're going in a direction that I could not have predicted. Saeed's flash forward was really interesting and crazy, and no one could have predicted that. Just the fact of Saeed being in the front, in the forefront again, was shocking enough.
Yeah.
I didn't expect the Saeed episode anytime soon.
No, people who listen to this will remember my prediction that he was going to die because they had run out of stuff to do with him.
Yeah.
And they brought him into the plot for real.
Yeah.
And also
he's seriously not dying anytime soon.
Yeah, they bought him a ticket to live for a while longer. And same for Ben.
Yeah, no, they put Saeed and Ben in the future, so they're not dying anytime soon.
Yeah, which I was sure Ben was going to live. I'm not surprised at all that he's going to live, but I really didn't expect Saeed, and yeah.
So you got that, and then the on-island stuff, the splitting into factions of the Losties. I think it's pretty crazy. We've seen them disagree, but it used to be cave or beach. That was their big disagreement in the old days. But now it's sort of getting serious, and guns are pointing at each other, and people are not trusting other people, and subterfuge ensues. And it's crazy, and it's weird, and it's almost like another show,
I think most often in the past, it was like one or two people had a disagreement, and the rest of the people just kind of stood around and let it play out. Like now they're more seriously split up. I mean, we have Jack pretty much, shooting Locke in the face earlier, and like Saeed is able to kind of play both sides pretty well because he's I don't know, he knows what he's doing, but but many of the other people are kind of stuck in a weird situation. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's another thing that's weird is Saeed is sort of playing both sides, and it's seemingly for his own game. And it seems like this selfish side of Saeed came out in this episode, because he all of a sudden he's like, okay, can that helicopter fly? Okay, great, you're taking me off this island, It was very much like all of a sudden he realizes that he needs to get things going and handle things his way, because letting Jack do things won't get you very far apparently.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Took charge, and
and that's what was great. It was like old Saeed was back, and back with the vengeance, and and he was in charge and everything, every step of the way. He had a plan, and he was working it, and it was great. It was fun to see.
It was.
I think they're trying to bring old Locke back. I don't know if they're succeeding,
we'll see about that.
But they're definitely old Saeed is back, and I think that was pretty much cemented when Jack tells Frank that Saeed was a torturer, bringing his past back,
Yeah, right. Bringing up that little thing again.
Okay, well, I guess let's dive into the recap.
Before we start, maybe a word or two about the title.
Yes, sure.
It's the kind of, in this case, it's a title that, I mean, they say it in the episode, but but we don't really know. It kind of seems like a Not in Portland title to me.
Mhm.
It's sort of a red herring.
Yeah.
Because the big line in the episode, a line that I really liked, that man you work for is not an economist.
Mhm.
I don't know that was sort of one of the big things in this episode. Whoever this economist isn't really an economist.
Yeah.
So that makes it a kind of a strange title, being called The Economist. I guess it would be more like if Not in Portland, were called like In Portland or something. I don't know.
Yeah, in Portland, and they're like, this is not in Portland.
Yeah, because that's pretty much what they say at the end,
Yeah.
That, wherever you're going, it's not in Portland, and that's, So yeah, they could, and then I guess they want to change this to be more like that. They could call it Not an Economist.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The guy could be an economist, but he could be something else too. Whoever this mystery man is. And I think that the fact that his cover, it seems to be that he's an economist. What does that really mean?
Yeah.
I guess he, studies economics, or he's a financial analyst, or he's, something in that range of things. But presumably we find out that what's the blonde's name?
Elsa,
yeah. I mean, presumably she knows he's not an economist,
Apparently, yeah.
So, him saying he's not, she kind of already knows, so.
Mhm.
Maybe. We'll see.
I mean, it seems like it, based on what happens after he says that line.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, one of the things about Lost that gets me is that we keep getting these episodes play out in a self-contained way, but they always have these bits that, like, I don't know, it's a weird thing to get used to. Like, if you watch a movie, it's usually a self-contained thing, and like whatever mysteries they introduce, like will be solved pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
Relatively within a couple hours. And it's just weird to like always have these little things that they throw in there, where the story, like, it comes to an end, but they still leave all this stuff hanging, and who knows how long before we, get to wrap it up. And I don't know, it's just kind of weird to me. It's there's I don't know, it's starting to feel weird to me to, like, have a whole episode about Saeed killing people for Ben for some reason that we don't know, and
to protect his friends.
Yeah, well, yeah, but but what? So what do they do? You know what I mean? It's still unclear. How that protects his friends. Who are these people? Who is this guy? There's so much about it that if he's one of those Oceanic Six, I mean, I don't know.
Well, I just quickly want to say, I think the economist is Annie.
Oh God. Everybody's Annie.
Everybody has to be Annie.
She's the like person du jour for everybody to be.
Yeah.
In the old days, I remember everybody was Hanzo, or everybody was like one of the DeGroots or something, like when the first orientation film came out, or they were Marvin Candle or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that. And then, Annie's like a pretty recent like character that we don't know what happened to her, and yeah, there's the Danielle is Annie theory, and I've even seen Kate as Annie, which makes no sense to me at all. But
yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Because I mean, I don't think she's old enough to be Annie.
She's not old enough to be
really,
Annie.
To me, just the biggest problem with that theory, besides the many others. So yeah, anyway, I guess she's gonna pop up at some point. Although I'm not so sure Hanzo or any of those other people will.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It's just they introduce mystery characters and you got to figure out And I love the idea that mystery character economist is mystery character Annie.
Yeah.
Why not? Just throw them together.
Just put them together.
Maybe they're Hanzo too. Why not?
Mhm. Some people think the economist has really been somehow.
Oh yeah. I've seen that. Yeah.
Which I was talking to a friend of mine and I was telling her that and then I'm like, everyone thinks everyone's been, Son's baby has been, Aaron's been, and it gets a little crazy.
It does, and it's so weird, knowing the history. A couple of people brought this up. Knowing that when they introduced, Michael Emerson playing Henry Gale, they didn't necessarily intend for him to go on to become what he did.
Mm-hmm.
And now with all they've done with him, it's hard
They're
to
doing
imagine.
too much to me, man. They're just, I know they like him, but Jesus, he's the show now.
Yeah.
I was actually last night, I was watching some of season 2, and I was actually watching the Henry Gale stuff and Lockdown and all that, and that scene when Ben/Henry attacked Ana Lucia, and then she wants to kill him, and I'm like, if you guys kill him right now, you guys will so drastically alter the future,
Yeah.
Just shoot him right now. Let's see what happens,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I all the episodes need to be rewritten drastically.
Yeah, and I love that line that you love. That's just great. Oh, I'm done lying.
Oh yeah,
I love that. And God can't see this island. All that stuff is just so ridiculous.
Lying. He said that in season 2, guys.
Yeah. Oh, I'm done lying.
I'm done lying.
Yeah, that's a lie, Ben.
It's such a lie.
Yeah, and it's weird to how much influence he's had over what's going on.
Yeah.
And I wanted to think that, his influence would be, just really about what's going on in the present on the island, but now that he's in the future and he's, orchestrating things there, I'm just like, God, we're not going to be through with Ben. It wasn't like before, like with the hatch or something, some hurdle we get over and we find out about it and we're done.
Yeah.
It's not that anymore. It's like he's it,
Yeah, we're stuck with him.
We're stuck with him. He's not going anywhere. They don't want him to go anywhere. And it's weird. It's weird. How Saeed's working with him now.
Yeah. Something's going to happen between now where Ben is tied up in the pool hall and in the future where Ben's back in the real world and getting Saeed to kill people for some obscure reason that involves protecting the other survivors, I guess.
Mm-hmm. It's. I think there's some safe theories about who he's killing and why. Obviously, sort of probably connected to Abaddon and what's going on with those people.
Yeah.
So
right.
We'll talk about that, but
Yeah, but I try to imagine the show. If they got a different actor for Henry Gale, they didn't like as much.
Mm-hmm.
And what it would have looked like. And it just I don't know. I can't imagine it anymore. He's like you can't extract him from the show very well anymore. It seemed like in the first 2 episodes, it seemed like Ben was kind of marginalized and he was just stuck saying petty stuff on the sidelines.
Mm-hmm.
And then the boat people are looking for him and now we have this and it's just he's like the focal point of things. And I don't know.
He is.
That's I I am not surprised because, like I've said many times, I know the writers just love writing for him, and I don't think they're anxious to get him marginalized on the show, and so I'm not surprised they did that. But it's still, I don't know, it's still odd to me considering his sort of not that planned origin.
Yeah, and it's weird, especially since he's kind of the main villain, but he's got so much screen time that it's just like it's weird. It's weird to see the main villain, and I guess from their perspective, he really might not be a villain. You know, they keep. You know, I don't know what the party line is now, but before it used to be, oh, once you find out about the others, you're going to sympathize with them and blah blah blah. You know,
which I still
they think what they're doing is good, whatever.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but I still don't buy into that. And like no matter what Ben does, even if it's good in a, you know, in its effects, he still comes across as a sinister mastermind like guy. I don't think he can be anything else. Like he's just stuck like being that guy.
Yeah.
Who's like, you know, doing something that seems like it just has to be evil, just the way he talks. You know, you just don't buy him as a good guy. It's just really hard to. And even if he's protecting, you know, the other people somehow, like you feel like
he's not protecting them because that's a good thing to do is protect those. You know, he's doing it for some other reason.
Yeah, exactly. You feel like he's got some other motive that isn't altruistic, and he just has to. It's just, you know, his character. The other frustrating thing to me about his character is that he just lies like all the time, and so you can he says things. And a lot of the things he says sound like revelations, and you know you just can't trust him because he just lies all the time. And like it's just frustrating to me because I want to believe him, but I never can.
Yeah, he makes the boy who cried wolf look like a saint, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's so that's yeah. That's what he does. He's anyway. So yeah, that's. That's that.
All right. Well.
So anyway, shall we talk about the episode proper?
Yes.
Is there anything else? No. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Here we go. So at the start of the episode, we're pretty much back to where we left off with Jack, Kate, and Sawyer and Saeed and the helicopter and the other people. They just gone over to Juliet and asked about Ben. That was where we left off last episode, and we sort of pick up there, but from Saeed's perspective, he's kneeling by the helicopter. He's got his eyes closed. Then he opens his eyes, looks over at Naomi's dead body. Jack and Juliet pass by. Jack asked Juliet, did Ben ever mention knowing anyone off the island? And then Miles follows and then asks again if she knows where Ben is. Jack asks why he wants Ben, and he says, the people who hired me told me his name's Benjamin Linus. I don't know anything else. They gave me the picture. That's all they told me. Blah, 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 blah. While the conversation continues on, Saeed goes over and to Naomi's body and closes her eyes. Then he removes a bracelet from her wrist, and we see the little inscription. It says, "In, I'll always be with you, RG." And then we go back to Jack and Miles and Kate. Miles wants to go get Charlotte from Locke. And then Saeed interrupts and asks if the helicopter will fly. Saeed wants to be taken to the ship and basically offers to bring Charlotte back in exchange for passage on the helicopter, and Frank agrees. So that's the first scene.
All right. So a few things to talk about here.
Okay.
The first is Saeed is kneeling, in the direction of Naomi, because when he gets up, he walks directly to her.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like he's praying, and I don't know if it's just idle prayer or if he's trying to contact Naomi or what that's really supposed to be. He seems to, for some reason, have some interest in her in this episode.
Yeah.
Later he wants, her body to be returned and all that. So I'm not sure what that's about. That was really interesting.
I'm not
didn't
either.
see that
yeah,
coming.
it's not clear, but you're right. It becomes a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a thing with the bracelet too. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, and so they bring up the thing with the bracelet, who RG is, I don't know are there any theories about who that is that you've heard?
Not that I've heard.
Any initials that fit?
No, I have not read any theories about that. I know there are some, but I haven't read them. Offhand, I can't think of any RGs.
Well, luckily, Lostpedia has a few.
All right, go Lostpedia, go. Lostpedia, we have theories when you don't.
Exactly. The first one that they have is Regina, maybe suggesting that Naomi was a lesbian.
I see. Okay.
And it's, they said it's unlikely that Regina's Naomi's sister because according to Miles, she doesn't have one. And we know that sister thing was a code.
Right.
Although he could have been lying, but that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, God. Yeah.
There's Mrs. Gardner. She's a G. That doesn't make any sense.
I doubt it, but okay.
Yeah. It could be Elsa, maybe, since Elsa was wearing a similar bracelet. Maybe Elsa wasn't her real name.
Mm-hmm.
Another idea, RG Republican Guard.
Oh, that's adorable.
I always love you, the Iraqi Republican Guard.
Republican Guard. It has a sensitive side.
Yeah, the sensitive side of the Republican Guard. Now in 14-karat gold jewelry. It could be that it's just this says it could just be an identification bracelet. RG is really no one. Maybe individuals at a certain rank wear those things. We kind of saw Elsa wear. They didn't really make it, hit it home that was the same bracelet, but it definitely looks similar.
It looked similar, yeah. Yeah, I feel like if they wanted to make it, more explicit, they would have shown the inscription or something like that.
Yeah, or he would have taken it off, or and what I thought was, because since he just sort of casually looked at it, he didn't really seem to be surprised to see it on her. I thought maybe he gave it to her at some point, But that's what I originally thought. But I guess we're supposed to think she just has one also. But because we didn't see him give it to her.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
So
it's weird though. Like you wouldn't expect them to look at her bracelet. Just in a normal scene like that, they're not like just inspecting their jewelry.
Mhm.
It made it seem like there was something to it, but you're right. They didn't get specific enough that we could really tell what the connection is.
Yeah, which makes me think they're gonna, they're just maybe just setting it up, and later it'll be a thing. We'll see in the next episode or two, I guess.
Yeah.
The good one is another G name. It's probably not him, but
I doubt it. But yeah, okay, that's true. Forgot about Goodwin. Poor Goodwin.
Let's see. Here's some other complicated theory that RG doesn't signify a first and last name, but it could just signify two different names, since she was just in on there.
Well, it does say "I'll always be with you," so it sounds singular to me.
I'll always be with you, me and this other person.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of good theories. I'm gonna guess we don't know who that is.
Yeah, it sounds plausible.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't know. I mean, it's someone that knows Naomi. I mean, how many people, you know, I don't know. How many people do we actually know who know Naomi? Like, I feel like not that many.
Yeah, and it's, to me, something's weird about that line, I'll always be with you. I feel like it's almost literal somehow, some maybe spiritual way, you know. So I feel like there's something more to that inscription than just some sentimental idea.
Yeah. Much like the "Tell my sister I love her" thing. Where I thought it was sentimental, and it was, I have the same instinct about this. I tend to think it's just sentimental, but yeah, maybe not.
Yeah. So that's one thing.
I feel like they're doing something with it.
They are definitely doing something with it. And it could just be that they're saying that Naomi and Elsa are connected. You know, that just could be a clue that they're connected in the same organization.
Okay. Yeah, it could be. It could be. That would make sense, sort of.
Yeah. So, what else in here? I think there's something else I wanted to bring up. So I guess let's talk about the revelation that at the very least Miles doesn't really know what's going on.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna bring
because you know we talked about how much they knew. You know, when that scene. You know, when last episode with Charlotte and Charlotte was hanging around with Ben, and Ben knew who she was, and did she know who he was? You know, we assumed she would have to know.
Yeah.
But maybe not, because basically Miles says he was paid a lot of money to find this guy. He was given a name and a picture, and that's it. And you know, you and I were talking, brought up the idea of earlier. You know, why are these people here? And I think they're there for different reasons. I think Miles is there for the money. I think his ability to talk to spirits is going to come in handy, but I think that's his main motivation for being there. And I think Charlotte and Dan, yeah, I think they're there for scientific purposes.
Apparently, yeah.
You know.
Agree. And Frank, well, you know, he's a drunk.
Frank is a drunk. He thought he was going to Tahiti, and then he sobered up and realized where he was. But yeah, so let me look at this transcript here. There was something I wanted to.
That's what this episode made it seem like, definitely. At the end, you know, Charlotte's like, I got work to do here, and you know, Dan stays behind too, and Miles, I mean, he says explicitly, yeah, I'm here because they paid me. So
yeah, and I think that really connects to his backstory, you know, his flashback, which he was just all about the money.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, and the rest of them, their flashbacks weren't like that. Like, you know, Charlotte, for example, was paying money to get access to something that wasn't apparently profitable. Yeah,
she was doing whatever she, you know, had to do for the science of it, for the research, and Dan had that weird emotional response to the plane. I don't know what that was about.
I still, no idea. It was very strange. Seems like, I don't know, it seems like he should be like, you know, oh, you guys are alive. Like, I don't know. I was crying about it, and now you're alive. I don't know. I don't know what I want him to do with that, but it just seems odd.
Well, presumably he's already had time to react to that once they made contact on with the freighter.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it didn't.
Yeah.
Didn't actually.
The question is, was he told, like Naomi was told, you know, by Abaddon, there are no survivors, that kind of thing, you know? And what did they know going into it? That's what we need to see is their recruitment flashback.
Yeah.
To see what they were told about it and how much they knew, and you know, I'm assuming they weren't told much. You know, I'm assuming it was almost like what Alpert did with Juliet. You know, hey, here's a really interesting project you can be a part of, and made it look really interesting. Blah blah blah, but didn't really tell them a lot of details.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think that's probably it's frustrating to me because I want them to know more than they do, but but yeah, that sounds about right. I feel like someone on the boat like knows more about what's going on, but
yeah, maybe Minkowski.
maybe yeah, he's
whatever's going on with him.
Something's up with him. We haven't heard from him since the last episode, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his deal is and what they think his deal is.
Yeah. Hey, I hate to interrupt, but I gotta click over.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
so,
shit. I didn't prepare
bam.
anything. Of course, this isn't. This isn't a cell phone drop. It's just a a unplanned interruption. So let's see here. What can I talk about? I can't remember if we already talked about this, but whatever. I'll talk about it anyway. They've recently announced that the strike is over. The WGA strike's over, and now we're going to get. They're all going back to work, and they're going to get the production going again. And I guess we're going to get 5 more episodes. So that'll be a total of 13 for season 3. And so I guess it sounds to me like they're going to try to compress the story into those 5. So
What?
Yeah. So you back?
I'm back.
Okay. Woo. So yeah. Anyway, I was
back to the podcast.
I was just going on about the new plan.
Cool. What were we talking about? Charlotte or something with people?
Something about the boat.
Oh, Minkowski?
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, we'll talk more about that later when it comes up. Yeah,
when we get to that scene. It's I don't know. Well, I'll say what I have to say when we get there. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I just, it always happens, like, with Lost. It's another one of these things that, like, I have a hard time, like, getting used to, but it seems like everyone they encounter, you want them to just be chock full of information, and they always turn out to know like just a little bit to interest you, but not too much to where like the show's over because they know so much.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. I guess I'll try to remember to save it about Minkowski. Yeah, okay. We'll talk about Minkowski later.
Is that?
Yeah, I just had an idea, but I'll save it.
You'll remember?
Yeah, I'll remember.
Okay.
It's not anything crazy.
Okay. Okay, anything else about this scene?
Oh, here's actually something. Yeah, okay, this is what I was looking for in the transcript. Miles does say, you're supposed to be dead.
Yeah, he does, yeah. That's in the background, like really muted. They're focusing on Saeed, and there's a bunch of dialogue going on, pretty low in the mix.
It was a very interesting way. I wonder why they did that. Because they could have focused on the Jack Miles conversation and maybe showed Saeed in the background or something.
Yeah.
But it was interesting that they, when we're getting some sort of answers, they put it in the background.
Yeah, it was strange. I didn't know what they said until I read the transcript. I mean, I heard some of it, but at a certain point, it gets pretty low.
Yeah, this is the part that I didn't hear, was that you're supposed to be dead, but am I asking a million questions? No, we both have the same problem, this Locke guy.
Yeah. So I guess the revelation there is that he at least by what he's saying thinks that they're supposed to be dead. So, which I mean, the world is supposed to think that. But Naomi clearly had her suspicions. Who knows if they knew to have them or not. I get the impression he's not lying, but who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's lying either.
He seems fairly straightforward to me.
Yeah, he's a straightforward guy.
So even though, like, yeah, he'll cheat you out of some money or whatever, but
yeah. But you didn't know it was there anyway, so.
Exactly. yeah. I don't know, but he does. He gets a little weird later in the episode.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but.
So here's another thing I want to talk about is Saeed's wanting to go to the ship. You know, I think it sort of makes sense, but also it seems to be really, really dangerous because he doesn't know if he can trust these people at all. And now he's, you know, going to go, you know, at first kind of by himself, and now I guess Desmond's going to go with him.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, to go to the enemy's, you know, lair, you know, is very dangerous, you know, and for all he knows, it's just going to be a trap and he can just be killed. And that's the last we ever see of Saeed, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess somebody's got to do it, you know.
Yeah. And I do feel like he's well equipped to do it. And if we hadn't seen the flash forward, I would think there's a possibility he's going to die.
Mhm.
Although now I'm quite comfortable that he'll be fine.
I think he's going to make it.
Yeah.
They might you know, they might blow dry his hair and make it, you know, nice and wavy, but
yeah.
that's about all they're going to do.
Give him a nice, give him a good do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's setting up the situation that I envisioned, which was him finding out something big and then being killed, so the other characters don't find it out immediately. That was what I envisioned, and like it could easily happen, but it won't.
No.
Because he's gonna be fine. Desmond, on the other hand, well, I don't know. I guess he could be in trouble.
You know, I don't really see a big future for Desmond on the show. I really just don't know what else they're going to do with him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the whole Penny thing kind of outstanding.
Yeah.
But besides that, like, he's at this point useless, you know. Even in this episode, he didn't do anything.
No.
I'm going to ask you one more time. Like, I hate that. I never want to see a scene start with, I'm going to do that. I'm going to ask you one more time. You know, it's just like.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's. I rarely hear that in normal conversation.
Yeah.
That's definitely a scripted thing.
Mhm.
They love that because it didn't start here, folks. This isn't the first time he's asked.
Exactly. Yeah, and they can act all, you know, upset and you know.
Yeah. Like Desmond, like later on in that scene, like he seemed way too like angry to me.
Yeah.
I didn't really understand like where his anger was coming from. It just I don't know.
The other problem was, you know, well, I guess we'll get to it, but you know, when Juliet is going to go get Desmond, like, you know, we the audience knows that he doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
You know, it's just really they just go get him because they want him on the helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know anything because, you know, in another a different circumstance, we would think, oh, maybe he does know something, you know, about why they're here or how he's connected. But we already know he knows nothing. So it's like, okay, Desmond's here, so what? You know, we're not going to get anything from him.
The only thing I thought was potentially valuable is some new exposition about why Naomi had the picture.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which we sort of got, but I mean, nothing. It was just like, oh, who knows?
Yeah, it was like, I don't know why she has that.
These guys.
Yeah.
It's just upper management. They don't tell me anything.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's when they initially got him, I thought, you know, it might not be a waste of time. I mean, last episode I thought Desmond was conspicuously absent. I thought they needed to address that issue, but you know what? I mean, looking at the show, I mean, you know, there's still like some lingering things, you know. Why didn't they take Jack and Kate and Sawyer when they had a chance in Hunting Party? You know, and many more, but that's just one that pops into my mind. I remember they said, oh, they're going to explain that in the first 6 episodes, and I don't know. That never came to be, and I'm not sure it ever will.
They weren't on Jacob's list.
Oh, okay. Of course.
That's all I got.
How could I forget?
That's all I got.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the next scene.
Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at something here. Sorry, I shouldn't be reading while I'm doing the podcast. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, no.
Here we go. Never mind. So, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we go to our flash forward. It's a Saeed flash forward. And Saeed's playing golf. And a man, Mr. Avellino, drives up and talks to Saeed for a bit. He makes a bet with Saeed about which club is right for the whatever situation that they're in or that Saeed is in. So they're going to, I guess, hit the ball in turn with the 2 different kinds of clubs and see which one works better, and, you know, whoever works better wins, blah, blah, blah. So Saeed mentions that he got a settlement because he was in a plane crash, and finally says he's Saeed Jarrah, one of the Oceanic 6.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, exactly. And then when Saeed says this, Mr. Avellino looks a bit nervous. Then he takes his shot. His club works better. He wins the bet, but he tries to kind of leave abruptly and not he doesn't bother trying to collect any payment because he won. He seems pretty anxious to leave. Saeed insists on paying Mr. Avellino, and then he pulls out a gun and shoots him.
Mm-hmm.
And he walks away, and the sprinklers come on.
Yeah, which was like, that was weird. I'm like, if you're paying all this money to golf at this exclusive golf course, you don't want to get wet with the sprinklers. Like,
No.
What technician screwed up on that one?
Yeah.
You know, I'd be really upset.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. No, come on. This is exclusive.
Yeah.
I don't want to get wet.
And I didn't get that. I mean, obviously they're trying to, you know, it's supposed to be it's the ending shot, and it's supposed to be something, but you know, it's just weird for Saeed to sort of be in this position of power this whole scene, you know, as we realize that he knows who this guy is, and he's obviously there to kill him. And to walk away like wet, you know, and like, you know, and he's going to be, you know, the grass will get like muddy, and then he'll put his footprints there, and like, you know, the police will have the footprints of the killer, you know. It's just like, why cut the sprinklers on? You know, or put the sprinklers, like, you know, or have Saeed walk past the sprinklers and have them cut on, you know, and maybe get Avellino wet or something, or something, you know, but not like get the cool guy wet. That was just so weird. Yeah, that was very strange.
Nothing hurts your dignity like
walking away like a sad wet puppy.
Yeah, exactly.
and then I thought he was going to, you know, hop into the golf cart and drive away, but no, he's got to lug his clubs away too. And it's just like, that's a weird scene. That's a weird ending. But okay, let's talk about this. First, I want to say, I think Mr. Avellino is a very good golfer because not only did he win the bet, but he managed to get very close, even considering how nervous he was. I expected him to miss after being that nervous, but he still managed to get closer. So, you know, 10 points on the golf game.
He should have considered.
I think he probably has a pretty good handicap.
Yeah.
So this is the first guy, I guess, that we've seen Saeed kill. And presumably he killed this guy because he's on said list.
Right.
Which I got to tell you, I'm getting tired of lists floating around. There's Jacob's List.
I'm gonna go on record and say I think there have been a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 lists. So.
4. Okay, there's Jacob's List. There's the list that Michael had, with Jack, Kate, and Sawyer. There's this list of the names of people that Saeed needs to kill.
Mm-hmm.
And what other 2 do you have?
The other lists I'm thinking of are the one with the one with Michael was the one with Jack and Sawyer. Okay,
yeah.
Anyway, I thought those were 2 for some reason. I forgot they're the same. So 4. The other one I'm thinking of is basically Goodwin's list. The one that the others were carrying when they came in and tried to that was as far as I remember, that was the first we ever heard of a list.
Yeah, and I feel like that is part of Jacob's List. I feel like Jacob's List is a long list of all the good people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I put that as I kind of clumped those together.
I guess I'm saying that because in season 3, episode 1, A Tale of Two Cities, Ben tells Ethan and Goodwin to make lists.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, that's right.
So I was assuming that and Ethan didn't make his list, and that was whatever. That part of the plot that really got messed up. But anyway, so I had the impression like they had to make. It seemed to me like they had to make a list of who was there, and then they would give them another list of the people to take.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't necessarily think they were making lists. I mean, he just said make lists. He didn't really say of what.
Yeah.
I guess I assumed that the list of who to take wasn't the same as the list they made, but it was like, it was from that. Like that's how they knew who were there.
Mhm.
I guess. Although I'm not even sure I believe that anymore. I don't.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, it's like if you make a list of who's there and then give it to Ben or whatever, and then and then he's just gonna go research those people and figure out who to take from that. And then how does that impact Jacob's list? It's the whole list thing. It's just so cumbersome.
It is. It's very. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with that. And the whole thing with the others and good people and all those issues seem to be tied up together. And I mean they're still talking about lists, but it seems like that thing has kind of fallen by the wayside a bit. I didn't really in season 3 I never got the sense that others really cared about that issue anymore.
Yeah.
It was more about, well, they got Jack because they need, Ben needed surgery, and then they were going to kidnap the pregnant women because of the fertility issues. But it didn't seem to be about whether they're good people or not.
Well, yeah, because I think they took all the good people.
Yeah.
Already,
Right.
They had already taken them.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I does that mean like no one was good? On the other side. I mean, they
they took a few in the beginning.
Well,
but after
the fuselage side, I mean, they didn't take anyone except Claire, which was apparently just for the fertility.
What do you mean? I thought they took some people in the very beginning.
No, not on the fuselage side.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was only the tail section that they took people from?
Yeah. The tail section
really?
got raided day after day. But, the fuselage side didn't.
Huh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess none of them were good.
Which I mean, I find that hard to believe. Like, all the good people were in the tail section. I mean, that's just, I don't know. It's very odd. I guess they took Walt. I forgot about that. But again, with Walt, it doesn't seem like it was about his goodness so much as about his abilities.
Yeah.
So that seems like that's a separate issue too. Like they're interested in fertility, special powers, and goodness, and those seem to be the 3 reasons that they take people. And in the case of Fuselage, it seems like it was never the goodness.
They were none of them were good. They were all bad.
I guess so. And I
don't know.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it just won't really fit together. I don't know. I mean, the asymmetry seems weird. I think the fuselage is supposed to be farther away from the barracks, and it was like easier for them to take people from the tail section, but I don't know. They took Cindy under weird circumstances too, like invisibly. That still bothers me. Because when they were supernatural, crazy things, like it seemed okay, but now I really don't know how they pulled that off. Like they got the whispers going, they got her to just like disappear, and no one ever knew they were there. I don't know. They, the way they stormed in to like take the pregnant women was not. It wasn't stealthy. And they came in with
it's
guns
weird.
And, and when they took the boat, it was that way too. But other times it seems like, I don't know. I'm spinning my wheels here. I don't really know what to do with all this extraneous information, but having a list just kind of brings it all up again.
It does. It does. They should call it a roster or something. They should change what it is. I don't know.
Because otherwise, if they could stop talking about lists, I'll let it drop, and just accept the weirdness of whatever happened. But if they're gonna insist on bringing it up again, I gotta look back at all the other list, occurrences.
Yeah. Well, and I think the common denominator in I think all of those lists, is Ben. And maybe he's just a list fanatic, and he's always he's just list. You know what I mean?
That's his real problem. He's a listophile.
Exactly.
I imagine remember the theory about Jacob being an acronym and Jacob being like a computer that one of the rooms. I imagine, Goodwin bringing back his list and then him going to Jacob room and putting it in Jacob, and then Jacob computing for a while and then spitting out a list of, people to take. That's the picture I have in my head of what happened, between Goodwin making a list of who was there and then them having a list of who to take.
Yeah, it's weird.
He just, I don't know, he just creates but clearly he's not a computer. At least apparently, clearly, if he's a computer, he's a weird computer. I don't know. I don't want to know what that's about.
Surely he's a Macintosh.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh.
It's too sophisticated to be a PC.
Surely.
Well, that just means in 2 months a better Jacob will come out, and everyone will be pissed because they got the first one.
Yeah. And you'll have to buy the whole new Jacob. It won't be compatible with the old Jacob, and it'll have all kinds of features that you just can't live without.
Yeah, it'll be the features you wanted on the first one, and they just didn't put them on there.
Yeah.
So, back to Avellino.
It's got a bit far afield here.
What's interesting to me about this episode is how, and I think this scene is a good example of the sort of rhythm of information is a little askew. In this scene, Avellino starts this scene seeming like the aggressor. He comes on and he comes to Saeed. Saeed doesn't come to him. And and one of the first things Avellino says is, I haven't seen anyone on this golf course all day. You're the first person I've seen, which is, sort of ominous, basically saying there are no witnesses. There's no one else around here. You know, so it's interesting how he comes off sort of as the aggressor. You think, okay, what's this guy up to? And then once he realizes that that Saeed is one of the Oceanic Six, then he gets nervous. You would assume by how the scene started that he already knew who Saeed was. You know, because he was friendly and he wanted to wager, and he's like, I think I can, you know, shoot better than you, and you know, it's playing out a sort of conventional way that we've seen before. And then, you know, then the twist comes with, you know, Saeed's revelation that he's one of the Oceanic Six, which, if he is a celebrity, you know, he should sort of, you know, you would think he might, you know, and that's one of the other sort of outstanding mysteries is how prevalent are these Oceanic Six, you know, like, sure, people have heard about the story, but do they know, does the average person know what each of the six look like? Do they know their names? You know, that kind of thing. We really aren't sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, Jack mentioned signing autographs, but, like, if Saeed's really that famous, it doesn't seem like he could pull off being a killer that easily.
Mm-hmm. And it could be different people are famous to various degrees, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
And maybe Hurley stands out more. You know what I mean? Maybe and it could be, you know, Jack was saying signing autographs. You know, Jack is a doctor, and maybe he got more publicity because, you know, of whatever. You know, he was a fairly prominent surgeon.
Yeah.
So you know, there's little details there we still need to get. But so anyway, so then, you know, then he says, you know, I'm one of the Oceanic Six, and you would expect Avelino already know that, but he doesn't seem to know that. But once he hears that, he gets kind of scared.
Yeah.
Which presumably he realizes, okay, well, that means that, you know, if he's one of the Oceanic Six, then that means he's, you know, obviously Avelino is sort of frightened for a reason, and presumably, you know, like Ben says later, that, you know, they know that they're after them now. So maybe Avelino figured that out, like, okay, well, this guy's obviously here to kill me. I'm going to leave. You know?
Yeah.
So it was an interesting scene because it seems like, you know, Saeed, you know, it switches when Saeed is the one who knows the information and is there to kill him, you know.
Right.
So that was kind of weird. And there's some other scenes like that in this episode where you think it's going one way and then it goes another way.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
I didn't think the scene was going anywhere.
Really?
Yeah. I'm used to the old days when flashbacks would have scenes that just sat there and didn't do anything. I thought, like, once he said I'm one of the Oceanic Six, I thought that was the big thing. I thought that was this scene was their way of telling us that Saeed is one of the Oceanic Six, and that's one of its purposes, clearly. But I thought that was it. I thought, okay, they'll have their bed and good day, sir. And I don't know. I really didn't think. The last thing I expected was to pull out a gun, and it seemed fake. Like every time stuff like this happens on Lost, like I don't know. I expect. It reminds me of Expose. Like, I expect them to pull back and reveal that it's a movie set, you know? Like, it just seems so weird for him to just shoot the guy like that. Like, it just seems out of place on Lost. Like,
yeah, that's the thing. It does seem out of place. It feels like a different show, and you would expect that there would be a better place to kill Avelino than on the golf course.
Yeah.
But maybe Saeed knows he was going to be there then. And it's just weird, you know, because what if Avelino didn't stop there? You know, like it was a very strange circumstance. But it's weird to have.
He didn't have a tracking device to know where he was and know where to be to run into.
Yeah.
Him. Yeah. So. Yeah, it depends too much on coincidence, but like in stuff like this, they do that a lot.
They do it a lot, which sucks.
But that's just But there's just something. I mean, even the later scene, like all these scenes, like they just I don't know, they just seem surreal. Like I have a hard time accepting them as events of the show.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't necessarily feel that way about Jack's thing, but Hurley's I did. You know, with the car chase. You know, it had that feeling too. Where it was just like it was too. I don't know. the way it was shot was too like action movie like.
Yeah, definitely.
And it just felt like they were gonna pull back again, and oh, he's doing movies too. Like, I don't know. I just thought they were all gonna make movies when they came back. It just doesn't seem. They just don't seem to be shooting them realistically. I mean, I guess that's just the way they're choosing to do it, but they're shooting the scenes like in this. I don't know. It's a weird style.
Mhm.
Weird style. But yeah, that's I don't know. It really surprised me. I didn't see that coming at all. And I didn't know why he was nervous. I was like, what's your problem? He survived a plane crash. You have to be scared.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. And I think what's even stranger is that the fact that I don't know, just saying, okay, I'm one of the Oceanic Six, and that immediately connects him to whatever, bin or whatever organization that Avelino, whatever.
Yeah.
It's hard to phrase, but you know what I mean? Like, he knows that, okay, if this guy's part of the Oceanic Six, then I should be afraid.
Mhm.
But why,
Yeah.
If it was Hurley, would he have been afraid?
Right.
Is it because he's Saeed and Oceanic Six, or is it because he's just Oceanic Six?
Right. I assumed it was because he was Saeed.
And I assume it was because it was Oceanic Six.
Yeah.
Because I figured Avelino knows that if this guy's Oceanic Six, then he knows who I am, because this isn't a coincidence.
Mhm.
Because I don't think he knows. Who's that people are that Saeed is the one who's killing his comrades. If Saeed is killed before, this could be his first one.
I feel like, and that's what I don't understand. I feel like they should, if this guy is part of, some organization that means the Oceanic Six harm, like they should know who they are. I feel like he should recognize Saeed on sight.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like, this guy should know who. Yeah, if he's responsible for, covering up the plane crash, the fake wreckage or whatever else, or getting a team there or whatever he's, connected to the island by, then he should know Saeed is. And that's the thing. He didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
Which is strange.
It is very strange.
So maybe these guys that he's killing, I mean, obviously the economist seems to be more important than Avelino.
Yeah.
But maybe Avelino just isn't as high up as as the economist or something, and he doesn't know all the details. But I mean, once he heard that, he did know what was going on. So it's strange.
Yeah.
It's strange.
He knew what it meant, and that's why I wanted it to be like if he knew who all the people were, I feel like he would know that he didn't have anything to fear from Hurley or Jack.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like maybe they know Saeed's doing stuff, and that's why I wanted it to be like he was specifically worried about Saeed. But he didn't recognize him. I mean, if he's really
you know what I'm thinking? Maybe this is a writing thing where they didn't want this scene to mirror what happens with Saeed and Elsa, where Saeed comes to her and pretends and sort of tricks her, but she really knows, so they tried to reverse it where Avelino comes to him and Avelino doesn't know. Maybe they just didn't want it to feel like the same thing.
Oh.
Because if we would have saw basically a condensed version of Saeed and Elsa's story in this scene, we would have saw it coming when Saeed was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the weirdness is just they were trying to rearrange the elements, and it just comes off strange.
Yeah. Okay. I'll buy that. That's a frustrating thing. I wish they would label these things. I wish we could know, this is just an annoying writing technicality, and this is a real plot element.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be nice if they could let us in on which is because sometimes the way they want to write things forces them to do certain things that kind of don't stand up to logic, but They just need it for the story to work.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Here's, I think, a very simple thing that could have made this scene work. And this is what I expected Saeed to say. When he introduces himself, I'm Saeed Jarrah, one of the Oceanic Six, I was so sure he was going to say, but you already know that, Mr. Avellino.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought he was going to pull out the gun and, kill him, That's what was missing, was just an acknowledgement that they both know who each other is.
Yeah.
Because it's fine if Avellino thinks that Saeed doesn't know who he is, because then Avellino seems, he's coming to the situation thinking he's got the control, but Saeed really is on the same page.
Yeah.
But they make it where Avellino doesn't know, which is just weird. They should have just had Saeed say, "You already know, but you already know that, don't you, Mr. Avellino?"
Yeah.
And then that's when you get your big moment.
Yeah, that would do it.
See, that's why I need to be on this show. They need to hire me now.
It seems so simple, and a lot of times, I don't know, I get the impression they don't think these things through enough.
I agree.
I
guess they were working against the strike.
It's just, yeah. It just seems like they get their story and they go to write it, and it's just, I don't know, they don't have enough time to just kind of consider, the motivations and knowledge and what makes sense,
Yeah.
Because that seems like a pretty easy fix. I mean, I guess, it does make it more like the Elsa thing, but I don't see that as such a big problem. I mean, who knows? Who knows what people are thinking? But it would be nice, because I do think some things can be explained like that. The monsoon, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, I mean, they officially retconned it, and so that's, to me, that's their way of saying, well, we needed it at the time, but we didn't actually want a monsoon.
Yeah, exactly.
And great, but I wish they could do that. Whenever they do that, I wish they could let us know somehow that that's what they did.
Yeah.
Not 3 years later. Oh yeah, by the way, that was bullshit.
Yeah.
It's just not, I don't know. As far as figuring out what's going on and knowing what to talk about and what to actually pay attention to, it would help a lot. But we're not going to get that, unfortunately. So anyway. Okay, so is that it? Next scene?
Yep, next scene.
All right, next scene. We're still in the flash forward. Saeed walks into a sort of restaurant, cafe kind of place. I guess he's in Germany. He walks up to a woman and asks in German if a seat is taken, and then I don't know. They talk, blah blah blah. He asks for directions to Potsdamer Platz. I don't know what that is.
You don't know what that is?
No.
Come on.
No,
it's the biggest. Yeah, I don't know.
There was a bunch of lines in this episode I didn't understand. I looked at the transcript and then I'm like, oh, well, that's why I didn't understand it. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Well, Potsdamer Platz, if I remember correctly, is an important public square and traffic intersection in the center of Berlin, Germany, lying about 1 kilometer south of Brandenburg Gate and Reichstag, and close to the southeast corner of Tiergarten Park. Of course, Justin, obviously.
Is that what you...
That's what I remember from my my Potsdamer Platz class.
I see, yeah.
Yeah, back in college.
I thought you dropped that class.
I did, and this is what they said the first day, and then I was done, and then that's all I know.
Okay.
So.
Wow. Well, you got what you needed, so I guess that was worth it. Did you get your tuition back at least?
Huh?
Did you get your tuition back at least?
Partial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Hey, at least you got something. See, all these years later, it pays off. See, kids,
it does pay off.
Go to school. That's
kids. School rules.
So anyway, okay, well that clears that up. I put it in quotes because it was just gibberish to me.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway.
Yeah, it's like when they did. I remember that thing with Aaron. I think his shirt or something said some beach, Bondi Beach or something, which is a popular beach in Australia. It's just they throw in little local things to make it seem relevant.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so she gives them directions, and then they introduce themselves to each other. She says, my employer is an economist. He works in emerging markets. Actually, I don't really understand what he does, which doesn't matter since all I do is shop for him. She holds up a pager, says, if this goes off, I'm at his side instantly, which is wonderful since he's only in Berlin once or twice a year. And then she says, do I know you from somewhere? And then they make a date for later.
I love how, this is almost like the previous scene at the end when, Saeed's walking away and the sprinklers come on, like almost always when a scene like this where two people meet and they're coy and they're flirting and then then the woman gives the number or something, she always has to leave. She was there first and enjoying her luxuriously long afternoon coffee, and which I don't think she was done with, but now that she's made her date, for the scene to work, she has to leave. They can't just sit there and continue to talk. She's got to get up and walk out, and somehow that puts her in control, or that cements the scene or something. It's really weird.
It would be like, okay, right, well, you got to come here and we'll go out.
Yeah,
okay.
If you can find. Yeah, it's like if you can find it.
Yeah.
All right, now.
So anyway, how about that Potsdamer plot? That's,
exactly.
Place, huh? Yeah, it does it's like exit stage right. It really just puts the period on the scene. But it is weird. That happens a lot though.
It's a lot. It's a convention. I figure she's just gonna walk outside and be like, "Damn, I wasn't finished with my coffee."
One of my favorites, one of my favorite versions of that is in Twin Peaks. There's three characters. They go into the diner. One of them orders a cherry Coke, and they bring her a cherry Coke. It's a big glass of cherry Coke, and they talk for about a minute and a half and leave. She didn't touch it. It just sits there.
Yeah.
They just walk right out because they're, the stuff they needed to do was done, and they just gotta leave. They can't just sit there and start sipping Coke.
Sipping on the Coke.
It just doesn't work dramatically. But I'm always like, why did you order a Coke and leave a minute later?
Yeah, that's just wasteful.
Yeah, exactly. It bugs me on that level. It's just come on. So I'm sure it's a good cherry Coke. Have it. Get it to go at least.
Yeah, put it in a plastic cup.
But yeah, they always do that. Okay, so anything about this scene?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
First, it's very, they're working with the shorter season, so they don't have time for a lot of lollygagging. But she sets up the whole thing with the economist right off the bat.
Yeah.
I work for him. I don't know what he does. He does, he kind of does this, and and if he calls me, they set up the pager thing.
Yeah.
No, don't even, just don't even skip. Just skip straight to it. And I guess at this point, looking back, I guess we would have to assume that she knows who he is at this point. What do you think?
I guess. If she doesn't know, she soon finds out.
Because it could be that the pager thing is completely not true. It's just something they set up so that he would be, to test his interest in, what's going on.
Yeah.
So, which is interesting.
This is another thing that, it seems coincidental on both parts. And, I guess it isn't. It isn't on Saeed's part, apparently. Is it on her part? Did she know Saeed was coming? I don't know. I really don't know. Or did she just play, Saeed showing up, then she is going to do something. Just got lucky or whatever. At some
point, she's got to know what's going on, and it could be, later when he wants to bring the pager, or at some point she's got to have her suspicions.
Yeah.
And I want to say this later, but he could have done a better job with his cover story. I think I was a little disappointed at a couple things he did. with this whole thing. But yeah, I don't really know. I mean, I feel like if she doesn't know who he is at this point, then it's bad on her part to talk about the pager. If she's not just a shopper for this economist, which she doesn't seem to be.
Mm-hmm.
If she is really involved in something more than that, and she knows that her boss. See, that's the thing. It could be that her boss, that she thinks her boss is an economist and she works for him, or it could be she knows her boss is not an economist.
Mm-hmm.
It could be either or. Obviously, she is somewhat. She's kind of dangerous because she shoots Saeed, so she's probably not just a shopper,
right?
Personal shopper or whatever. But so it's weird. But I feel like unless she's trying to bait him with the pager thing, it's bad to tell him about it. If she thinks someone's out there trying to hurt her boss or has any idea of that,
I see.
If it's important to keep his secrecy or whatever, then it doesn't make any sense for her to do that. If she was just naive and she's just a shopper, then it comes, because basically I think it's one of those things we've talked about before, which we need to give this a name, where the first time you need it to be this way and it works, and the second time you need it to change, but don't think about the first time,
right?
Because it works in the beginning that you think she's just this regular German girl who's this shopper and has a boss, and she's just being friendly and she's telling about her job,
Yeah.
But when you look back, it doesn't make sense that she would do that if she knows who Saeed is, unless that's all just bait.
Right. Yeah. Which it could be.
It could be. It could be bait. But they go back and forth so many times. You don't really know who knows what, and she seems to want to know if he likes her for real, and the whole love thing. And it's just like, is she just trying to play him like he's trying to play her, or is she serious, or like
Yeah.
You never know, and we probably will never know.
Yeah.
She's dead.
I think anytime there's a story where characters are doing things for secret motives that they're not telling each other, and eventually there's a reveal that someone is blah blah blah, and that's contrary to what they were presenting. It's always tricky, I think, from a storytelling perspective, because I think in the beginning your goal is you don't want people to think, you want people to think they're not that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you want to hit them with the reveal, and it has, the most impact when you don't see it coming.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have that goal initially, but then when you watch it again, the fact that you really want them, you want to make it appear that they're not that, make some of those earlier scenes always seem kind of odd. Like, if they're really going to be this later, then, why are they doing all this stuff earlier? I feel like this kind of story, like, just makes that happen.
Yeah.
Just by its very nature of wanting to deceive you.
And that's the problem is, if you write these scenes from just trying to deceive the audience, you get that. If you write these scenes with the character's motivation in mind, if you put, if you think about it, like say Elsa knows who Saeed is from the very beginning, I think you can write this scene where she's, and like we said, it works if she does know who he is and she's baiting him, that works because it's from her motive, those things are directly from a motivation of trying to, not only is the audience being deceived, but she's trying to deceive Saeed, so that works because it's coming from her character motivation. But oftentimes, it's just trying to deceive the audience, and it doesn't, it doesn't really add up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's when they take the shortcuts.
Right. And I guess, yeah. I feel like there's that tension in Jack's Flash Forward and other things like that, like The Sixth Sense or something, the Dave episode, like they want to put stuff in there that will make sense later, but it's a fine line between doing that and giving it away, or just being deceptive where it doesn't even make sense later. I feel like that's always like a balancing thing they have to try to do. But yeah, they could have. I mean, they could have done this. They could have done it differently. I guess we may never really know what her deal is.
Yeah.
Like what she knows, what she's doing in this whole thing, what are her real motivations, are people telling her what to do,
Yeah, and it seems like Saeed really gets caught up in this relationship, and it's like, and I think it parallels with, and we're going to be seeing a lot of this parallel stuff with, with present timeline and future timeline stuff. But like, it parallels that, he got tricked, with the Hurley shuffle.
The Hurley shuffle.
He got duped by the Hurley shuffle, and he, sort of got duped by this woman too, who he was trying to dupe, and it's like, come on, Saeed, what are you doing, man? But I think he's got a thing for blondes, and
yeah,
he just can't help himself.
He does, unless they're Nadia. Which, like, another thing that's unaddressed in this flash forward, I think somewhat conspicuously, it's much like, in Hurley's.
Oh, Nadia's unaddressed?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Much like in Hurley's flash forward, they don't talk about his family. They don't bring in elements. I guess he had the car, but they don't really, bring in stuff from his other flashbacks, to see, like, what the progression is from his flashbacks to the flash forward. It sort of seems to take place, like, outside the flashbacks, like.
Yeah, it seems like that kind of stuff has kind of already been resolved by the time we see them in the future.
Yeah.
Like he's already dealt with his family, or Saeed has already looked for Nadia, because now, he's got money now, and we know that with enough time and money, you can find anyone.
Things we've learned from Penny Whitmore.
Yeah. Lessons from Penny Whitmore.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, I can accept that, but it just, when we're seeing a glimpse of their future, like, when there's unresolved things in the present, I don't know. It seems odd to, like, jump to a future where they're already resolved.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely, yeah. I mean, obviously those questions come up. But it seems like they're trying, for the story, they're just trying to do that. Because it'd be weird to have, what's going on the island in the present, and then, like, Hurley's dealing with his family, or Saeed's looking for Nadia.
Yeah.
I
agree. I mean, I agree. It would get them entangled and stuff. That would kind of get them a feel from what they really want to do.
I think maybe we're gonna see those things later. Maybe at a certain point. I don't know what they're gonna do, but it could be where the present timeline of the show is the current future, and then they do flashbacks, which then they flash back to Saeed looking for Nadia or something. You know what I mean?
Okay. I see. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's gonna be weird. That's gonna be really weird. If that's what Lost turns into. But yeah, they could do that. They could switch time frames, make the future the present, and then do flashbacks to the
like I said, this episode to me proved that they can do whatever they want. Having Saeed be a killer for hire, by Ben, no one could have predicted.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. When we were speculating about season 4, that's one of the things that I don't think ever would have come up.
Hurley siding with like Locke over Kate and Saeed and and that's another thing too. I want that gets into we were just talking about the sort of subterfuge of trying to trick the audience. The whole thing with Hurley and they set up with the audience this sort of disagreement between Hurley and Locke, and then Hurley reiterates that to them, which we believe, but it's not actually true because he's working for Locke, you know.
Right. Yeah.
So it's really weird.
That's
it's really
another
strange.
one of those things where they cut out of a scene at just the right time so that later the deception will work on us.
Mhm.
They can't like have him say, no, I trust you. You want me to set a trap for them? Like, you know, if we go on there too long, like that scene won't work anymore.
Yeah.
And it's deliberately manipulative, but whatever. It was okay. I bought that scene.
Yeah, no, it was fine.
But yeah, I think if anyone had come up, you know, and one of the podcasts did before the season said, yeah, Saeed's going to be killing people under Ben's employ in his flash forward, like that would have sounded completely insane to me.
Yeah.
I would have been like, no, come on.
Mm-hmm. And then Walt's going to dance with a polar bear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's just too crazy. Like they're not doing stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
And you know what I'm starting to get very tired of, because we've seen this a couple times already, is this like this, you know, this with Ben saying, you know, these people and you want to protect your friends, don't you? And it's just like, you know, referencing these events that we haven't seen.
Right.
These huge momentous things that's getting people, like Hurley saying, you know, I regret going with Locke, and Jack, you know, we should have never left, and like these huge things that they're you know, that they're alluding to that we don't know about, you know. I'm getting tired of that.
Yeah.
You know, of this, you know, do you want to protect your friends, don't you? It's like, geez.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was trying to say earlier about like the way the show's going. It's so weird to have all these things like in the background, and I feel like once we know what those events are, these flash forwards are going to seem strangely compartmentalized.
Mhm.
Like insulated from everything but the specific thing they're about, you know.
Yeah.
Like, but all this other shit was going on too, like, you know, like, because I think they can't do too much. I mean, I feel like there's too much there, like, if they deal with it all, you know. So they've kind of had Jack and Hurley and Saeed's flash forwards they've all been kind of different. They've all been, you know, they've all had a different feeling to them.
Mhm.
You know, they all seem to deal with a different side of being back in the real world. And I do feel like once we know, like, I feel like we're going to go back and be like, man, what's up with all this? Like, I think it'll seem weird. It'll seem like they're just deliberately not saying all kinds of things.
Yeah.
You know, because yeah, I mean, all they can do at this point is just allude to stuff, because they really just can't give it all away right now. That's the big mystery of this season, really.
Yeah.
But I agree. It does get cumbersome after a while. I mean, I've been fed up with Ben, like, trying to be enigmatic since, like, season 2 at least.
Yeah.
I mean, he just does that. He lies and tries to be enigmatic, and usually they go together.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's,
Tells
you know,
enigmatic lies.
I can't wait to see what makes Saeed trust Ben.
Me either.
You know, that's like, you know, I mean, that's, you know, you can see other people being, captivated by Ben's, you know, whatever, but Saeed, you know, of all people, you know.
He definitely has charisma, but yeah, Saeed, like, I mean, there's even a line in this episode where he's like, the day I trust Ben, I'll sold my soul.
The day I would have sold my soul, you know, which I almost agree. I feel like, you know, Saeed isn't necessarily, I mean, he's killing these people, and he might think he has good motives, but there's no real justification, you know, for like this mass murder spree he's going on, you know. But Saeed's always been a bad person, I guess. He's a torturer. Yeah. He's never really been a saint, as much as we like him.
Yeah. And I'm willing to buy tentatively that the people he's killing are bad, and that and that him killing them is having some kind of good effect.
Yeah, but that's still not a justification for killing people.
Definitely not. Definitely.
So, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's convinced and Ben's convinced that what they're doing is good.
Yeah, I think it'll be maybe a little worse than Kate killing her dad.
Mhm.
We're like, yeah, you shouldn't have done that, but as far as murders go, it's not the worst.
Yeah.
So that's sort of what I foresee. I don't see it being so bad that Saeed's completely unredeemable or whatever. I don't think it'll be that bad, but yeah, it is weird to me that I'm just shooting people. I'm not necessarily used to that.
Yeah.
I mean, no, he's a torturer, and I know he keeps doing it and saying he'll never do it again, and I don't know, maybe he means it this time, but I don't know. He always, when he goes into exile, I always got the impression he was trying to be good, and
yeah, I think he did. He was trying to be good at a few points, but now I think Saeed's done. He's just like, whatever I got to do to get what he wants done is what he's gonna do.
Mhm.
It just seemed like he woke up this episode.
Yeah, it did.
He's just like, hey, I'm going to do stuff now.
Wow, God, I feel like I've just been, comatose for, a season. Yeah, no, it was, I didn't expect him to get this episode. It really surprised me.
Nope.
The pattern, no Jack or Kate or, the first 3 episodes, I don't know. Hurley and Saeed, I don't know.
Mhm.
I wouldn't have called that. That was really, I don't know, strange to me. Anyway, so are you? Is there anything else about this?
No, I guess we're done.
Elsa's scene? No, we've gone far away. Okay, so.
Are you going to the little next scene?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's short, so it's pretty much just followed to that. Saeed leaves the little restaurant and then he makes a call on a cell phone, and he tells a man, presumably Ben, that I made contact, and then he hangs up and throws the phone in the trash.
Yeah, and now that I realize that he left right after that, why didn't they just have Saeed leave? Why did she leave?
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I realized that too when I was reading that. I'm like, okay, so she left and then he left immediately.
Yeah.
But I guess yeah.
I mean, because he was looking for that, the
Potsdamer plot.
Yeah, Potsdamer plots. So it would have made sense for him to leave. Thank you kindly for the help, and then
Thank you for helping me.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, so the guy he calls is most likely Ben with a disguised voice.
Yeah, it sounds like him to me when I watch it again. Him doing his deep voice with no
no nasal.
What's the word? With none of his usual, what's the word for what people do? Mannerisms, I guess. He has a certain way of talking that he does almost all the time, except when he's trying to sound like a different person.
Yeah.
Which he doesn't do in this scene. In this scene, he's very just, oh, good, yeah, just, no, none of his usual nonsense.
You know what I'm getting worried about is they're seemingly getting away from the mysteries of the island.
Yeah.
They're focusing on all this other stuff and protecting the people that are there or whatever, but Saeed's working for Ben, but has he asked Ben, what Smokey is, or or what, what's the Sporto statue, or has he gotten any answers about any of the crazy stuff? You know?
Now Hurley's last word tied into the secrets of the island, I think, and Jack's indirectly, the idea of the island wants them back.
Mm-hmm.
So it does get in there, but I agree. They are getting a bit afield, and I think it's season 4. I mean, they're not gonna tell the secrets of the island this season. So
but they need to they need to get close to figuring I mean, they're kind of talking about it. They're definitely not dropping it, but
yeah.
But the big mystery is obviously, the Oceanic Six and what's going on with these people and
I think that's the thing for this season, and the weird thing to realize, because it reminds me of Dexter. Like this seems like it could be the last season. The weird thing is it's not. Like this storyline has to come to some kind of conclusion, and they have to do 2 more seasons after this of other shit. And presumably the island mysteries will be resolved somewhere in there. I mean, I'm sure we'll pick up a few along the way, but as far as like what the smoke monster is, I mean, I think that's a season 6 topic as far as getting a real answer to that. Jacob too might be also. I mean, I think they'll still be there, but I don't think we'll know everything there is to know until late in the game.
Well, yeah, definitely. But we need. I feel like we need to be getting some progress because they're not gonna just say what's the smoke monster and get an answer.
Yeah. No, you're right. It'll have to develop somehow. It'll have to grow out of the story somehow. I don't know how that's gonna work, but I mean, I guess they want to go back to the island. Maybe there'll be some story where they all go back to the island, and somehow that sets the stage for the island mysteries.
Like, oh yeah, now that we're back, what's all the crazy shit here?
Yeah. Being away for a while made me realize that we didn't ask any questions about everything going on here.
Yeah.
Like, we need to go read some manuals or something.
All right, next scene.
Okay, right. Next scene, we're back on the island. Saeed shows the picture of Desmond and Penny to Jack and Juliet. Saeed suggests talking to Desmond, and then Jack sends Juliet off to find Desmond.
Oh,
Bye,
Kate.
Juliet. I love when they come back and they're just like laughing it up. I thought that was really weird. Do you even know
I think it was supposed to be the happiness that there's a helicopter there.
Oh.
That's what that was about,
I thought
because
they were just like bonding, like Juliet and Desmond, the friendship that changed the world.
No, it was supposed to be like, here's this, because obviously she said, what was going on, that there's a helicopter, and he probably was like, I'll believe it when I see it, sister,
Okay.
So I think that's what that was supposed to be about. Yeah.
Look at me and tell me again that there's a helicopter out there.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like, here's our potential salvation and blah, 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 and that's what that was supposed to be about.
Okay. All right. I don't know. That's just yucking it up. Anyway, okay. That's not this scene. Juliet leaves. Jack wants to go with Saeed to get Charlotte. Saeed would prefer if Jack didn't come because he doesn't want violence. He mentions the point at which Jack shot Locke or was going to shoot Locke. Miles wants to come along as well, and Saeed agrees and says we'll leave in 10 minutes. Okay, anything about that? Should I just...
Well, it was interesting, another one of those scenes when Jack picks Juliet over Kate, asking Juliet to go instead of Kate, and I think this was probably one of the second best line we've gotten for Jack, when Kate comes up and says,
oh yeah,
now you know what it feels like to be. Yeah. He says, now you know what it feels like to be me. And he says, well, what does that mean? I should wait 20 minutes and go anyway, and she's like, touche, which was a good use of touche. And
truly a good use of touche.
Yeah.
That line was a little self-reflexive for my taste, but pretty good.
I thought it worked, especially since she had just recently fouled things up. What did she do recently?
Well,
in the first episode, she. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, she she followed Naomi and.
Yeah, she followed Naomi. Yeah. So I thought it was it was fairly appropriate to say, because she always does that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. It's just I don't know. It kind of there's this line in season 3 where Sawyer says something like. what are you guys doing? Arguing about who your favorite other is? Like, and I don't know. I always thought that was a little too, like, it was just a little too it was a little too self-referential.
Like, yeah, like when Hurley says, "Oh, great, they sent me another Sawyer."
Yeah.
It's just like, okay. It was good, but
I don't think Miles is anything like Sawyer.
Yeah.
Personally.
Well, it's just a nickname thing. He called him Tubby. That's really what,
Yeah, I guess so. But personality-wise, I really don't think he's that much like Sawyer.
Yeah, but, that was it. It's just that's all he's talking about is that line because he calls him Tubby and he's being aggressive.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe we're supposed to actually think that.
No.
Like I don't know. I don't really buy that. But yeah, there's something I don't know. When I feel like the characters like have been watching the show, it just sort of.
Yeah, it comes off like Comedy Hour. Like here's her next up Hurley, next up Jack, and they say these little comical lines.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like a Saturday Night Live version of Lost, where they, one of the people actually hosts the show, and I don't know. It's a little bit cutesy, but whatever. I did like it on some level.
Well, it's like when in Jack's first great line was Kate wanted Jack to go check on Sawyer, and he said, all I'm going to get for my troubles is, a snappy one-liner, and if I'm real lucky, a new nickname. It's like, I like that. I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It goes over. They go overboard.
Back then, it was good. I liked it. That was the early days, and I don't know. I bought that one for some reason. That worked for me. So anything else about this scene? The Jack and Kate scene is actually like 2 scenes later.
What Jack and Kate scene?
That we were just talking about. Like,
is it?
I'm gonna talk about that scene here in a bit. Yeah, this scene ends with Saeed saying, "We live in 10 minutes." There's no Jack and Kate dialogue in this scene.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? I thought it was, so this is the scene where he sends Juliet.
Yeah.
And then, okay. Oh, that's right. Then they cut to Locke and his whole thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then we come back and get that scene.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that I think at this point, Saeed already has his plan in motion that he's going to trade Miles for Charlotte. When Miles comes and says, "You're not leaving without me," he's like, "Of course not," and now we know why, because he needs him. And that's what's cool is from the very beginning, Saeed has his plan and he's in control, and Miles tries to, take control and say, "I'm coming," and Saeed's like, "Yeah, I know you are. I'm letting you,"
Yeah. He doesn't let him take the dominant position. Yeah, you're gonna come because I'm letting you come.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not coming because you're insisting on coming. Oh, Saeed.
All right, so the next scene is the Locke blunder.
Yeah, so we go over to Locke's group. Sawyer wants the name of the man on the boat from Ben. Locke says he won't say the name because it's the only thing keeping him alive. And
and Ben is like, "That's what's keeping me alive? All right then, I won't say the name."
Yeah.
I hate lines like that when like people presuppose like things like that, like,
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, and when I watch it again, I'm thinking like, you can't kill Ben. I'm sorry. No matter what, even if he yells the name right now, you're not going to kill him.
Yeah, you're not going to kill him.
And I mean, I don't really, I don't really buy that. But that is what they want to think. I mean, at the end of the last episode, like, he was about to shoot Ben, and then Ben reveals that he has a man on the boat.
Because why do they care that much who's on the boat? Like that line, like, that's the only thing keeping him alive. Like, why is that keeping him alive? How does that really affect them, who his spy is on the boat? You know, that's not the key to their salvation. You know, then that's not going to help protect them from who's on the boat, really. You know.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, I
just a
think they
crappy
want to
line.
know stuff about the boat, about the people on the boat.
Yeah, I'm sure they do, but that's not the same thing as saying who's your man on the boat.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think they want the information of the man on the boat.
Why?
Well, I mean, they've sort of set themselves against the people on the boat, and I think, you know, the more information they have about them, the better equipped they'll be to sort of defend themselves.
True, but like I said, I mean, I don't think knowing the key information of knowing who his spy is not the same as getting the information about who's on the boat and what they're doing. Ben could, you know, but my problem is he's saying Ben's still alive because he knows because the information of who's the man on the boat, you know, which is to me not that important for this group of people, who the spy is, you know. Maybe of course, you know, what the spy knows or what Ben knows, but who the actual, you know, so what if they said it's Michael or they said it's Annie or they said it's whoever?
Yeah.
How is that going to really affect them?
It makes it seem like if they told the name, like they would instantly know everything.
Yeah, like something would happen. Like nothing would change if they knew who the person was.
Yeah, no, that's true. I agree. What they should care about is the information more than the name.
Yeah.
But what he says is that it's all about the name.
Mhm.
Because Ben should know stuff about the people on the boat, and that should be the thing they're more interested in.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. I get it. I agree.
Yeah.
But you know, Locke is
Locke is stupid. And then you know, that's his thing. He's trying to be in control in this scene. You know, well, he's not going to tell you because of this, and you know, I'm asserting my knowledge of this, and therefore I'm in control. And then you know, Sawyer's like, well, why don't we just, you know, torture him and shoot a couple toes? And he's like, well, then we have to carry him, and that, you know, and then it makes it seem like that's a valid response, but it's like, well, why not shoot a finger?
Mm-hmm.
You know, why not, you know, shoot an arm?
Yeah.
You know, the fact that you don't want to carry him is not the reason we shouldn't torture him for information.
Your only options are shoot his toes off or nothing.
Yeah, which is just stupid.
That's all you got. Yeah, no, I agree. It's a snappy comeback, but it's just like, you know, it's like that. There's why we shouldn't do that thing, but it doesn't quite negate the spirit of the idea.
Yeah, exactly. Well, why don't we try something else to get the same effect?
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, which they certainly could do. There's plenty of places they could shoot him where he could still walk.
Mhm. I mean, and it's Ben. You know, they could do whatever they want to Ben, and Ben's not going to say anything he doesn't want to say.
No,
you know?
I agree. That's
but it's just I just don't like, you know, bad logic.
Mhm. But you know, yeah, Locke and Bad Logic are they're really good together.
They've been friends for a long time.
Yeah, without Bad Logic, Locke really, I don't know what he is. He needs it to get by.
Yeah.
It's.
I think Locke without Bad Logic is Saeed.
Yeah, I agree. That's totally.
He's pretty much Saeed.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. It's what makes him do what he does.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, which I don't think he's made any huge blunders this season comparable to last season or season 2.
Yeah, not yet.
But yeah. But
well, according to Hurley, he's gonna make one.
Yeah, apparently.
You know,
so. But you know, compared to season 1, where he seemed like the guru guy who just you know, and they had that scene with the rain where they made it seem like he was like on the right path again, and now they have this scene which I'm about to describe, which makes it seem like he's doing something wrong to me.
Mhm.
You know, like he's, you know, he goes there expecting. Okay, let me describe this scene.
All right.
So this is after that whole debate we just talked about Ben and his toes. They come upon the little what's it called? The line in the ground.
The ash.
Is it ash? Okay, yeah. They come upon the little ash thing that circles Jacob's cabin, but Jacob's cabin is not there. Locke decides to just, proceed to the barracks. Just never mind that going to see Jacob thing. And then they discuss what to do about Charlotte, and about the possibility of someone coming from Jack's side of things to get her. Hurley wants to let Charlotte go, and Locke doesn't. And he sort of questions Hurley's loyalty on this point as the scene ends.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the scene. Okay, so Jacob's cabin's gone, and so that's what I wanted to say. I don't know what that means. If that means, in Hurley's episode when he saw the cabin, like the cabin really has moved, like it just popped over somewhere else. It just moves wherever it wants. Like sometimes it's there, and sometimes it's other places. It makes me wonder what the circle's about, if it really has any significance, and it makes me wonder why it's not there. Is it off doing something, or is it specifically not showing?
It's out running errands. Jacob's house is busy running errands. It's at the bank right now, and it's going to go to the grocery store.
Oh, that's sad. So it's just going to be back in like 20 minutes. And
Locke missed it. You just missed it, Locke.
And Locke just like completely loses all of his faith in Jacob and gives up on everything and just goes. And he's just like, well, I was just at the store.
Yeah. There's a lot of explanations, I think, or a lot of theories, I should say, about what's going on here. I mean, I think it could be something as simple as it's not visible because there's all those other people around, and maybe it won't make itself visible to just anybody. I seem to think that they're trying to tell us that it has moved, and what does that mean in terms of the ash? We thought the ash may have kept it in that spot or something, but maybe that's not what it did, or it got disrupted, or its power has been reduced, or whatever else could be the point. But I think that it's moved somehow for some reason, and I don't know what to go from there, but I think it's moved.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's moved too, but do you think it's as I said, do you think it's doing something? Like it's gone for some reason?
Yeah, I do. I think it probably knows that I think Jacob knows that those people, that the new people are on the island, and it's trying to do something. It's in action mode. And it doesn't seem like Ben was very surprised that it wasn't there.
Yeah, okay.
And I think it seemed like, Jacob was trying to reach out to Hurley or whatever that was going on there. So I think it's trying to do something.
He's looking for someone to tell him what to do next.
Mm-hmm. Which was an interesting revelation because, we didn't know how much Walt told him, and I guess that's all he told him was, was what, I guess?
Kill Naomi.
Kill Naomi and what?
And who knows what else.
Yeah.
He specifically said that Walt told him to do that. I guess part of the message was that the boat people are not there to rescue them. And maybe he just inferred that we need to go somewhere for protection, and or maybe he specifically told him to do that. But it does seem like he doesn't know where to go from here.
Mhm.
He's like, okay, I got some people, I got a secure place to go to. What am I supposed to do after that? I guess that's what he was looking for.
Yeah.
But I was wondering if Jacob. If Locke's like messed up again and Jacob isn't showing himself to Locke, for that reason.
Yeah, well, I just can't imagine that, even if Locke was on the right path, and I don't really know if he's. I feel like it's too quick for him to have gone off it again, since he just got back on it.
Really quick, yeah.
But I feel like even all things being equal, it shouldn't have been there with all those people. Like. It just would have been weird to me, I think, to have the cabin there, and because Sawyer would have wanted to go inside, and like they would have to deal with that, and it just would have been weird, I think, to have the cabin there with all those people.
It would have. We talked about that. I didn't know what they were going to do with that. But I still wonder if it has some kind of significance. If Jacob's gone because he's doing something that's not about Locke, and that he just happens to not be there, or if he's specifically not there because he doesn't want the other people to see him or whatever, or both. Who knows?
I think it has to do. I don't think it has specifically to do with Locke.
Okay.
I don't. I don't think Jacob. I don't really feel like Jacob is connected to Locke yet. He asked for help, and that's really the only sort of outreach we've seen. I don't really think Locke has made the connection to Jacob yet. So I don't think Jacob's actions are really, predicated on what Locke is doing right now.
Mhm.
I think Jacob is, if these people are really, really bad, as Ben says they are, then I think he's trying to do what he can to stop them, or to whatever he's doing is involved with these people now landing on the island.
Do you think that Walt had something to do with Jacob?
I don't know. Walt is an outlier, because he, if Walt had gained his power on the island, I would say maybe. But Walt had power off the island before this even started, and it's just I just don't even know what's going on with him.
Well,
anyway.
and I mean specifically Walt, who appeared in the season 3 finale to Locke.
Oh, okay. Like, if that was that really Walt, or was it Jacob?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Collaboration between the two.
I don't know. That's the kind of question where I would have to decide what Christian Shepherd is.
Oh.
Yeah. You'd have to, because is that Jacob solely? Is it part Jacob, part Christian?
God, that whole thing.
I don't know.
Okay.
Are they able to manifest because Jacob is on the who knows what's going on?
Yeah.
So.
I want to think that Jacob has something to do with that, mainly just because when Ben shoots Locke and he falls in there, he tells Ben that Jacob said help me, and then Ben says, well, you better hope he helps you, and walks off, and the next time we see him, Walt shows up and he's like, yeah, you can walk and you got work to do, and it makes it seem like that's Jacob.
It does seem like it's Jacob, and it seems like Jacob would have picked someone that Walt would listen to, I'm sorry, Locke would listen to.
I.e. Walt, yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of the whole apparition thing, I watched part of Dave last night, and Dave seemed to be in Hurley's head. But given what happened with Echo and Yimmy, when Echo's death, it seems like Dave could have been the same apparition.
Yeah.
The same sort of person to sort of make him, get over his whatever, and, Hurley's version of confessing, basically.
Yeah.
Which is weird, which is really strange.
It seemed like Dave was trying to get him to kill himself.
That's what it seemed like. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would and that's the thing, was Dave really just in Hurley's head? And
that's
and
the problem. It sure seems like it. I mean, that was the point of the flashback.
Yeah.
And
because this is what would be really weird if the show is saying, okay, there are apparitions on the island. Sometimes it's from dead people, whatever. But Dave Dave was in Hurley's head, and Walt is, really real when he appears, and it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it seems like they should all be one thing, or they're three different things.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that is a problem. I tend to want to think that Dave was, imagining a smoke monster like getting into that like just seems, but yeah, it could be. It could I certainly think he could do that. He has the ability to do that.
Who, Jacob?
Well, whoever's appearing as apparitions
has the ability to do what?
To show up to Hurley as Dave.
Oh, okay.
The only thing that was weird about Dave is like he was in a crowd early on. Like, I don't know, he didn't seem like the other ones where they kind of just show up when the person's alone.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know. He seemed more like he was in his head to me.
Yeah.
And I want to write that off completely, but it does seem really, it seems really sloppy to have, well, he's this, Walt was that, and these other people are this, you gotta explain them all like individually.
Yeah, that's really crappy.
And Christian Shepherd is actually this, but Yemi was this other thing, and that doesn't seem good. It seems really just all over the place. But I guess that's pretty much what I believe for now, until further notice.
Yeah.
That they're all like different things.
I mean, I think what I would want to believe in terms of what's going on with the apparitions and and Dave at all is I feel like what Dave was doing to Hurley is just too similar to what Yimi was doing to Echo, and I feel like he wasn't trying to make Hurley kill himself so much as he was trying to make Hurley get over his mental problems. Because basically Hurley's decision to not kill himself, and with Libby's help, basically is, I think, tantamount to Echo confessing. Mm-hmm. And so if Echo would have confessed, presumably he wouldn't have died. He didn't confess, so he did die. If Hurley would have believed Dave, he would have killed himself. And he didn't believe Dave, so he didn't die. And I feel like those things are related. That the person has a problem, and this apparition tries to get them to get over it, and one of the consequences is their death, basically. So I think that's how I want to put Dave. I feel like Dave can be put into the Yimi category if you look at it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right.
That was the test. The test was to see, are you going to give in to your pre-existing mental condition that you have this imaginary person in your head.
Mhm.
And I think and I agree that Dave did seem to be more in Hurley's head, and I think it could just be they just presented it that way so that it would line up with the flashback.
Yeah.
And it would work. It works well in that episode like that,
Mhm.
And that's the thing, like, they were like talking, and Dave was, he had like a personality,
Yeah.
Yimi didn't really have Yimi's personality.
Yeah, Yimi did not like hang around and just like chit chat for a while.
Yeah, they were like, he's like, oh, dude, my shoe, and like, they were just like, yeah.
Exactly.
It was a different thing, but I feel like they need to be the same.
All Yimi did was just like say ominous stuff, and he was nothing like real Yimi.
Mhm.
Of course, Dave was apparently imaginary to begin with, so it's a weird situation.
And that's the thing, like, even Christian seems to have, well, the first Christian we saw in like season 1 was like Yimi.
Yeah.
The Christian in the Mobisode had more of a personality.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with that.
I don't either. Early on, it was scary. I think it's scarier with the season 1 version.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But when he's just acting like Christian, I don't know, he doesn't seem ominous anymore.
Mhm.
You know, same thing for Yimmy. If Yimmy had acted like real Yimmy, he wouldn't have been scary. Like,
hey, here's an idea. Maybe there's something with this, this good and bad thing and the bad twin thing. Maybe some of the apparitions. Maybe there's like a good version and a bad version, in some loose way.
a good version.
Like,
God damn it.
Like, I'm looking at the ominous Christian versus the non-ominous Christian.
Mm-hmm.
One that's just like going around doing nothing really, and then one that's trying to help Jack with whatever work he's got to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think about Ben's mom. And maybe so it makes me think that maybe some of these apparitions are the real people, are the real deceased people. And some of them are just representations of those people, but, they're really Jacob or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's hard to figure out who's what, but they have different motivations and different personalities. They're not all the same, and and that's what's strange.
Yeah, I think Ben's mom kind of seemed more like the scary version. She had a little bit of a personality, but
I feel like she lands on the good side though, because she tried to, she felt like, to me she came across as what his mom would really do, was protect her son.
Yeah.
I mean, the circumstances were kind of scary.
Yeah.
But she didn't really come off as scary.
Yeah, I think her just kind of appearing in the window, and her just like sitting there and talking to him at the fence, and then just like marching off into the forest, like it was kind of creepy. But she did help him, and she made him like not run into the fence.
I mean, it's gonna be creepy, if she is a ghost.
Yeah, but I guess like I feel like Dave, he did try to sell himself as creepy at first, at least. But like once he's sitting down with Hurley and they're just talking, like there's just nothing creepy about it anymore. It's it just seems like Hurley's old friend showed up, and they're just like fucking around. And I just can't imagine Yimmy doing that.
No.
Just sitting with Echo and talking about old times.
But maybe it's predicated on what the person needed, maybe that's part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe so. I could buy that. So shall we go to the next scene?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Back to Jack and Kate. They're talking about a helicopter. This is the scene we talked about earlier. With the wait 20 minutes and go anyway line. Jack wants Kate to go with Saeed, and he also says that Sawyer won't let Locke kill Kate like he did Naomi. I wouldn't really be worried about that anyway, but
yeah, that was a crazy. I mean, just the fact that they brought that up, I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
That her life could be in danger.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it could be, indirectly. I mean, they could be involved in some kind of confrontation, but I don't see Locke just like killing Kate, deliberately.
Mhm.
I could see it happening as part of an altercation that is impersonal, but I don't see him just like bam, just shoot. I don't feel like he's got that kind of problem with Kate.
Yeah.
Or that he's at that point where he's just going to shoot people that he knows.
Well, Jack's at that point.
Jack is totally at that point. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe we're supposed to believe Locke is too, but
yeah. Well, at this point, I think it's safe to say he's unpredictable. So I mean, it's valid to be worried about that. You know.
Every time they show that if you want to live, you got to come with me.
I hate that. Oh, man.
He flubs that line, and it bothers me every time. He says, like, if you want to live, like, he doesn't say it clearly.
Yeah, I heard that again when I watched it, and I thought, that's exactly what I thought, too. Like, if he would have known that they're going to use that so much in these recaps, he probably would have wanted to say it better, you know, and, like, and just, like, and even the, it just doesn't have as much impact, even, like, the phrasing, you know.
Yeah.
I forgot what exactly he says, but it's not phrased with the most impact.
No. It makes me think of that line that they used a lot, even like way out of context, where from season 1, where he's like, "They attacked us, they kidnapped us, they murdered us. We're not alone on this island. We all know it." You know, like that whole speech, like, you know, that was good for previously on Lost because it has a lot of, like, you know, he delivers the lines with good emphasis.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like it matters. Of course, in the context of the show, he's lying in that scene, and they use that scene in previously on Lost like he's not lying. You know, they use it like that was a real scene where he was actually talking about, you know, the others, you know, like for real, and not just throwing them off Walt's trail. But like, but you know, but it worked. Like he delivered it the right way so that it played well, you know, as a snippet. You know, and I think this line, like, should have been that way, but but yeah, he just, if you want to live, you got to come with me. Like, he's just not, like, he just doesn't seem to believe it. Like, I wouldn't, if he said that, like, that's not inspiring me to go with him.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know. He's not, he doesn't seem like convinced enough to me. He seems just sort of like, I don't know, like he's not sure of himself.
'Cause it's Locke.
Yeah. I guess he never is. Okay, so so Kate goes over to join the Charlotte rescue party. Meanwhile, we stay back with Frank and Jack. Frank asks Saeed where Frank asks Jack where Saeed is from, and then and so Jack tells him that he's from Iraq and that he's a torturer. And that's the end of that scene. In the next scene, Saeed, Kate, and Miles, the rescue party, are walking through the jungle. Saeed asks Miles about Naomi, noting that Miles doesn't seem affected by her death. Miles says he didn't know her and that he met her on the boat. Saeed suggests that Miles doesn't really care about Charlotte either. Miles confirms that that's true. Miles asks how Locke split up the family, as he put it. Saeed says that it was because they disagreed about what the boat people were there to do, rescue them or kill them. Miles asks Saeed, which side are you on? Saeed says, I'll let you know when I decide. So there's that.
All right.
Okay. Anything? Is that move on?
Yeah. I just want Miles or some of these guys to say we're not here to kill you. I mean, you know, we seem to know that that's true. We know they're there for Ben. I just want them to say it, especially at this point when it comes back up. You know, there's fundamental debate as to whether you people were coming to rescue us or kill us. You know, and Miles could just easily say, neither really.
Yeah.
But they seem to want to keep it going as to whether or not they're in danger or not.
Yeah.
Which I don't think they are. I mean, I think if they stayed out of the way, they just want Ben, and it's like they seem to want to make it like, oh no, are they going to try to kill are they there to kill the Losties? But because Ben's infamous line, when they come, everything living on this island will die, or whatever he said, But I'm just tired of them playing around with that whole thing. Like, we get it, it was fine before they came, but now that they're there and we know they just want Ben, at least that's part of the reason that they're there. I just wish they would get over this whole thing, you know. And even like Locke's group, I think someone needs to tell them what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got Claire and Hurley and all these other sort of innocent people who are following Locke because they fear these people on the freighter who are from the freighter. If they saw these people, you know, they wouldn't be too afraid anymore, you know.
Yeah.
You know, Miles didn't have a gun, you know, like, you know, and then, you know, what's Dan going to do, you know, and Charlotte and Dan seem, you know, Charlotte, Dan, and Frank are fairly innocuous.
Yeah.
You know, Miles is probably the only one you got to worry about because he's sort of impulsive and whatever, but I don't think they have a lot to be afraid of right now, and I wish someone would tell them that.
Miles has been the only one that took it to a, you know, a threatening level.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of them do seem pretty mild, but I feel like the idea is like these people, I don't know, there's other people on the boat. We still don't know really the whole story, and like I feel like something might flow from this that could be a threat. But these people specifically, like, no way.
But yeah, there could be a threat, but I think it's safe to say they're not there to kill them.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't know why Miles is unwilling to say that.
Yeah.
He wants
unless
to, like,
he just, you know, it seems like but you know, it kind of fits with his character. Like it seems like he just wants to be an ass about it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But obviously the show wants us to still feel like that these people could be a threat.
Yeah.
You know.
Which, like, yeah, based on their backstories, like I don't buy that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't buy that they're there just to kill everybody. I mean that just seems obviously not true.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they will kill people if they need to, or you know, if they're in a certain situation, like they're not unwilling to kill people, but I definitely don't get a sense that's their primary mission or even something they want to do.
And you know, I feel like the fact that these are the four who got on the island, like, you know, and Naomi was the one with all the tactical skills, that I don't feel like there should be that many people on the freighter who are any sort of physical threat either.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, what's Regina gonna do?
Oh.
Is Regina gonna? What's she gonna?
You're not afraid of Regina?
I'm not really afraid of Regina right now. What is she gonna do? Not put Minkowski on the phone? You know.
Oh.
That's all she's got.
He's busy.
He's busy. So anyway.
Secret weapon. When you really need Minkowski, she won't get it for you.
No. We're going to die if we don't get Minkowski on the phone. Damn you, Regina!
He's in a meeting.
He said hold all his calls.
No, I agree. But I still feel like there are other people on the boat. It seems like from Naomi's flashback that like that's all there were, but Minkowski and Regina and like I feel like there are more people. I don't know.
I really don't think there's a lot more people on the boat.
The boat's got to be big enough for a helicopter to land on it. I feel like I'm just gonna guess right now. I feel like there's at least like. And I have a bad record with this because
How many others did you think there were?
There were like at least twice as many others as there were Losties, and I was off on that. But anyway, I'm gonna throw my hat in this thing again and say I think there are like 20 people on the boat.
20 people? No way.
Yeah.
No way.
I
agree. I mean, I feel like you know, just logistically, you know, you need a certain size crew to operate a sea vessel. But I don't think the freighter's that big. I mean, obviously they need to be able to land the helicopter, and they had 2 helicopters.
Yeah.
So it's got to be a certain size. But I just don't see any. I mean, there might be maybe 20 people counting like red shirt crew or something like that. But people who will be important, who will get a name, who will get real screen time. Yeah. I really don't think there may be 1 or 2 more people that we'll see when we get to the when we get to the freighter, but I don't think any of those people will really mean any harm to the Losties either.
Yeah.
You know, unless Abaddon's on there or whatever, whatever he wants, but
yeah.
And I don't really see him as the kind of guy who goes on the missions.
No, I don't either. Yeah, he's a stay-at-home and let other people do the work guy.
Yeah, he's busy organizing his office.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a mess in there.
It really is. He's needed to clean that up for years.
Yeah, he's got to, move that box to the other side of the room and
what's in that box anyway?
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, no, his office is oh man, it's I don't know, great office.
Good space.
That office. Get enough of that office. But yeah, you wanna call. So you think possible red shirts? I agree. They can't all be characters. I mean, that's too many characters.
Yeah.
But I do feel like there are people there. A decent number.
I say we get no more than 3 more semi-important characters when we get there. No more than 3. And I'm gonna guess 2 actually.
I think you're right about characters. Yeah. But the same thing with the others. I mean, their numbers are much greater than the number of characters.
Mhm.
And the Losties too, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2 or 3. That sounds about right. I mean, how many can they have?
Yeah.
I assume we'll meet Minkowski again, and maybe Regina. She's, I don't know.
The whole thing with Minkowski is weird. I mean,
really weird.
Do you want to talk about that now or later?
I think we should talk about it when we get to it.
All right.
You have a theory, right?
Well, I just have stuff I want to talk about.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we can, if you want, we can talk about it now. I just,
We can wait. I don't care.
Okay. Okay.
Let's ask the audience.
Yeah. What's your vote? Just say now if you want it now. Say later if you want it later. Okay, here we go.
All right, let's do it later.
Okay, great. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
But I said no, you didn't.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Where are we? What were we talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah, so we got the next scene is a flash forward. Saeed shows up at Elsa's apartment wearing a lovely, dress-up thing.
Tuxedo,
yeah. Apparently to go to the opera. Elsa doesn't want to bring her beeper with her, so Saeed offers to carry it in case the Economist calls. Elsa mentions that her boss is very old-fashioned. I felt the need to bring that up. It's like, well, whatever. Let me finish the scene. Elsa wonders why Saeed is still there. He was only supposed to be there for 1 week. Saeed says, the job I'm doing is harder than I thought, or something like that. And then she says, I hoped it was because of me.
Mhm.
And that's that scene.
So her boss being old-fashioned.
Yeah.
Like, first of all, how old-fashioned are you really if you're using a beeper?
That's what I was gonna say. It's great that you could be old-fashioned and use a beeper. That would be laughable. Before when beepers first came out, that it wasn't old-fashioned to use them.
I was trying to find an analogy for that, but I can't think of an analogy that works. But it's just weird to say, I'm old-fashioned and but I'm using this this thing that's not that old-fashioned.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a problem with anyone who doesn't want to use new technology. They're going to use something. I mean, if you're just against technology in general, I think you get into a problem of where do you cut it off?
Mm-hmm.
Where is it this is the good technology and this stuff's the bad stuff, after this date or whatever. It's just it's always kind of arbitrary, I think. Why not a cell phone? Why not an old cell phone if you don't like the new ones?
Yeah.
I mean, what's the big deal?
Because if he didn't want to use a beeper, he'd have to call her, which is using telephones. And if he didn't want to use a telephone, he'd have to telegraph or write a letter or something that's just not convenient to what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
And so a beeper is really the least you can do because she needs to be available whenever he calls, and she can be anywhere. So that's the least technology she can use. But it's just a cell phone is not that different, it's just one little half step above, and And what's the big deal?
Yeah.
I mean, if he's any sort of modern business professional, I would imagine he has a cell phone.
Yeah.
You know?
I would think so, yeah. And if you accept, I mean, it's signals going through the air. I mean, if you accept radio or whatever signals, like, I mean, having a cell phone, I don't feel like you should have an objection to that. You know, I don't see anything. If you accept a telephone and you accept like stuff going through the air, like, I mean, that seems like enough to me.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and so, but anyway, they're just trying to tell us that their boss is old-fashioned, and you know, which makes us think of Ben, I guess.
Yeah,
or
maybe
you know,
of Jacob.
Yeah, Ben or Jacob or something.
And the other thing it made me think of, not for any actual reason, was Widmore.
Mhm.
Like, I don't necessarily think he's anti-technology or something, but he does seem sort of old-fashioned in some way.
Yeah.
Having a fond, you know, he had that like old whiskey, and he had that story about the guy who, you know, made it originally or whatever. He struck me as, you know, had a ship in a bottle. He struck me as kind of an old-fashioned kind of guy.
Yeah, and I can see that, and I can see that. So maybe, you know, and I feel like he's the best candidate for the Economist.
Yeah, that's the best I got, and I mean, it's, you know, he never came out and said that he was old-fashioned, but because I don't think Jacob is the Economist. That's
no, and
weird.
we did get the name Widmore mentioned in this episode.
That's true.
With, you know, with a reaction.
With a reaction, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. So that's I think that's a possibility, but.
A long time coming, I think, is this Widmore connection.
A very long time coming, indeed. Yeah. Ever since that pregnancy test. And how could that possibly be? Who would? What sort of man was? God. Anyway, okay, so that's that scene.
Wait.
Oh.
So the other thing I want to talk about is my disappointment of Saeed in this scene.
Yeah.
You know, first of all, he says, you know, she asked about his boss, and he says, well, everyone has a boss. You know, which to me is strange because before he told Avelino, you know, he didn't do anything. He just works with the settlement. She knows that Saeed is one of the Oceanic Six, and I don't understand why he doesn't just tell her first and foremost that that he's got money, he's independently wealthy, and he does it. And I don't know why he's using this work as a cover.
Does
and then
she
that
know
leads.
That?
Yeah, she knows that because she says, you know, before she says, you know, I feel like I know you from somewhere, and he says, you know, well later, you know, if you let me take you out to dinner or something, I'll tell you where you know me from, and then I think the next scene with them, I think he explicitly says something about being with the Oceanic Six. I'm pretty sure that she finds that out.
This is the next scene, isn't it?
No, the next one, the one after this.
Oh, the one after this. Okay.
I think the one in the bed, I believe.
Oh, the bed
is the one. Yeah, I think. Am I making that up?
I didn't remember him like ever mentioning the Oceanic thing to her. When he says that, like it seems like that's what he's getting at. But I don't think they show him saying Oceanic Six to her.
Let me see. I gotta find it.
Like, I think she does know who he is, but I think, you know, he's playing like she doesn't.
Uh-huh. Oh, but that's the thing. She says, I understand you don't want to talk about the crash, what happened to you, but what about life now? What about you? That's what I mean. So he told her about the plane crash.
When was that?
Yeah, this is the scene in the bed.
Towards the end? Oh.
Yeah. This is in the beginning when.
Crash.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because that was the thing. It's a very subtle thing, but that's when I remembered. Oh yeah, he was going to tell her how he knew her, and maybe it's a deleted scene or something where we actually see them say that.
Yeah, she does say that. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
I went right over. I was thinking about other stuff. Yeah. Okay.
And which now makes me think, if Avellino got apprehensive when he said, when Saeed told him about being Oceanic 6, wouldn't Saeed be nervous that Elsa would get apprehensive if she, presumably knew anything about what was going on? So he must have just really not known that she knew anything. If he was, which is weird, because she could have just even casually mentioned, I mean, I guess she wouldn't do this, presumably, but she could have said something to her boss about, oh, I'm having dinner with this guy of Oceanic 6, and then her boss could freak out, and say something. So it would, to me, it's weird that Saeed would even tell her. Which is why I think he's sort of screwing up, But my point was, he says before that he doesn't do anything. He's independently wealthy, and now he's telling her he's got a boss, and I like that line of everyone has a boss, which isn't always true, but I like that idea.
Sure.
And of course he's alluding to Ben, But then I was disappointed that, and she was disappointed too when she was like, oh, I was hoping you would have said you were in town for me. And it's like, if he's trying to pull off this cover of being in a relationship with her to get information about the condiments, why not do that? Why not say that? Why not say, well, oh, you caught me. I'm really, my job ended a week ago. I'm here because, I want to see where this is going. I just don't get why he didn't say that. And then when she says, oh, I hope it was me, I expected him to come back and, sort of, cover his ground and be like, oh, well, yes, that too, or something, But he just plays it off like he doesn't want them to get very serious. Because, she tries to kiss him or something, and he's like, we're going to be late, and it's just really weird that it seems like he's doing one thing. He's trying to convince, have this ruse of this romance, which she kind of seems to want, which I don't know if she's 100% faking or not, but he has these opportunities to really nail it home, to use my phrase, and he doesn't. So I was disappointed with Saeed with this scene.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of conflicting stuff going on here.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So that's what I want to say about that scene.
Yeah. I don't have anything good to add to that. He really did just like fuck it up.
He did.
It would have been easy to just say that, and it makes it seem like he's trying to like, treat it as like, oh, well, I'm just,
Because it's weird, because like, he's like, and later, he's in the bed. He doesn't want to get out of bed, with her, and like. And it's just really, there's like, they're going back and forth, and it's like, if you really, and then she has that whole scene where she's reacting to finding it, we'll talk about later, but it's like, if you really want to make the next scene work, it would have been great to make it really seem like he was, really in love with her and really trying to be involved with her. But he's just like, no, I'm in town for business, and let's go to the opera.
Yeah, that's weird.
And wasn't it like 5 dates or something, Like, I think he said, if you can't wear your tuxedo by the 5th date, what's the point? So it's like, this is their 5th date,
Uh-huh, yeah. Oh, Saeed. You can do better.
He can do better. And in an episode that's really so much about him, and him doing really well in most of the things, I really wish they would have tweak these scenes a little better.
Yeah, that's strange. It's strange. I mean, what they get out of it. I don't know. They get that weird thing. They get that weird moment. I don't know.
It seems like they're trying to set their. See, this is the problem. I think is I think they hedge their bets and they lose too much. Like, I think they're just trying to set up the idea of he has a boss, and that's important. But I feel like emotionally for this scene, Saeed needs to be focusing his interest on her and not having the scene focus on the boss thing.
Yeah.
Which is just fine, that's great, we'll figure that out later. You know, that's to me is not as important as him keeping up this ruse.
Yeah. Yeah, which he does a bad job of, and like this kind of scene happens a lot. Like you said, you were supposed to blah blah blah. Why are you blah blah blah? And then you know when they do a bad job, they usually give an excuse like Saeed, oh it's you know it's harder than I thought, and you know it's just taking a long time. So it always comes across like they're bullshitting. Like, and I didn't buy it when he said it.
Yeah. Now I guess we could look at this as him like literally talking about, you know, him trying to get information from her, you know, that is taking longer than he thought it would. But here's the thing. If her boss only comes into town once or twice a year, like he got really lucky that the boss came into town during their little love fest, because, you know, the odds are he could have been on this mission for months. You know, and that's what I didn't like. And, you know, you said that earlier, how a lot of these things are just a product of coincidence. You know, the thing with Avellino and this, and even like Hurley, I think, you know, when they would do the Hurley shuffle, like, you know, what if they didn't come, you know, for Locke and Charlotte then? You know, what if they waited the next day? How long would Hurley have been in that closet?
Yeah, totally.
You know?
Yeah, that was a bad plan.
Yeah, and it's like they didn't know when. Yeah, they didn't know when they were coming. They assumed they would come after them, but they didn't know when.
They're in the closet for like weeks and weeks.
Yeah.
Wow, I wish they would come. I don't want to be here anymore. Like, no, Hugo, you have to stay there.
Yeah.
The trap won't work unless you're in the closet. That's the key to everything. Yeah, no, I agree. That's traps like that, man, they're tricky. Like, try just in your real life. All of our listeners, I ask you, try to pull off one of these traps. See how well it works. Because, like, I've done, like, a simple version of this before where I wanted to sort of hide or whatever, like, or people have done it to me. And, like, it's occasionally, it works. But a lot of times the person doesn't go to the right place, and it just doesn't, like, it just falls flat.
Yeah,
you can't predict what people are going to do.
And you're spending the whole time wondering, okay, are they going to come or not? And if I get out of the closet now, they might walk into the room. Why would I get out of the closet? So, no, I'll wait another second. I'll wait another minute. No, wait. And then it's just like, you just don't know how long to wait because you don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
But that happens a lot. I mean, that's just like, as far as plots go, like, that comes up a lot.
And here's something timeline-wise, you know, how long did it take Saeed and them to get to the barracks?
Not long at all. It was a short stroll.
Because Locke and them, you know, I mean, I just can't. It seems like they got there really quick. Yeah, really quick.
They did. I actually thought originally that they beat them there when it was deserted. You know, I thought, you know, because Locke went to Jacob's place, and I didn't necessarily think Jacob's place was that close, and I thought maybe they just got there first. That was my first thought when it was empty.
Yeah, and Locke makes a reference that you know the barracks were on the way, you know, or I should say Jacob's cabin was on the way to the barracks, you know, and you know you could say he's got more people in his party and he's got Claire and so they can't move that fast, but they did Saeed and the gang got there really quickly.
They did. They got there and back and it was just boom, 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 no problem. Even Juliet and Desmond, Juliet went to the beach and brought Desmond back fairly quick. Yeah. I guess they didn't want to deal with the journeys too much, and they just kind of let them happen off screen and not deal with the timeline too much.
Yeah, which I appreciate.
Yeah, I did too. Wouldn't necessarily
I don't want to deal with it.
But it makes it seem like it's pretty easy. Like they can just, like it's a video game or something. They just go to a map and click on the place they want to go on the island, and they just there. like instantly, or like you see a little version of himself just scurrying across, like
Yeah.
you know, it's strange. I feel like they could just go wherever they want. You know, if it's just about like getting there, like they don't want to do anything with the journey.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Shall we do the next scene? Okay, so the next scene, we're on the island at the helicopter. Dan starts setting up some equipment while Jack and Frank talk about him a bit. That's what I wrote. Sorry. Dan wants to use the phone to call Regina. Frank instructs Dan to keep it to the science stuff, and then says, if Minkowski gets on there, you hang up right away. Dan agrees, and he gets Regina on the phone. Should we talk about Minkowski before? I mean, there's two topics here.
You can finish setting up the scene, I guess.
Okay, so Dan agrees. He gets Regina on the phone. He messes with his like equipment stuff. I don't know what he's got there, but it's this thing, this like tripod, and there's stuff sitting on top of it. And whatever. Jack comes over to watch. Dan says, "Fire to payload," and then Regina counts down, announcing a certain number of kilometers to beacon. As the thing gets closer and closer, she counts all the way down to 0, and the payload never appears. And that's pretty much the end of the scene.
The little beacon that he has is actually a Swan Nighthawk wireless outdoor camera. You can buy that.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's like it's just something that they bought to look cool and interesting.
You're familiar with this?
No, not intrinsically, but it's on Lostpedia.
Oh, it's on Lostpedia. Okay, I was like, you didn't recognize that thing?
No. I would love to be able to take credit for that, but Lostpedia.
I was like, I had no idea you were so familiar with camera equipment.
With wireless outdoor camera equipment.
Yeah. Okay, so you're just saying it's techie looking stuff that isn't.
It's just techie looking stuff,
Yeah.
and you can tell, like, if you really look at what he does with it, he just kind of like touches some parts and he'll rotate this thing. Like, he doesn't really do anything with it. There's no wires to hook up to anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's all very, he does a good job of like, trying to like, oh, is it on? Is it okay? Is it, and he gets his little pieces and he like,
Yeah.
a lot of fluff, but
a lot of fluff indeed.
Yeah.
I guess this has a follow-up where the issue of the payload becomes the primary focus.
The return of the payload.
Yeah. Payload 2.
Payload 2, the
Payload's
revenge.
back.
Payload's back with a vengeance. Okay, so Minkowski. Okay, so this is the second clue that we've gotten that something is amiss aboard the freighter.
Yeah.
The first one was, with when Miles called Regina and wanted to talk to Minkowski, and he was busy and he couldn't come to the phone, blah blah blah. And now Frank tells Dan, if Minkowski gets on the line, hang up.
Yeah.
Which is to say, there's some definitely these guys are sort of in their own little faction now too, which is interesting.
Apparently, yeah.
Which we didn't get that sense at first.
Not at all.
So
because
I think
Dan talked to Minkowski in the second episode.
Mm-hmm.
He goes off and talks to him, and like I didn't get the impression that that he didn't want to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
He went right to it, and I don't know. I got the impression that Miles was worried that Minkowski wasn't there.
Yeah.
Like, that was not necessarily good. Like he wanted to talk to him.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what to do with this information. I feel like, to me, it seems like the writers are trying to take Minkowski out of the loop. like they don't want us to see what's going on with him or something, or they don't want that character on anymore or something. Like to me, it's weird because they set him up to seem like he's kind of in charge, but it doesn't seem like he's really in charge anymore. Or I don't know. I don't really know what's going on.
And
maybe
why is Frank worried about talking to Minkowski? I mean, Dan is just gonna he's just gonna do this payload thing. I mean, what are they worried about? What is he worried about? I guess.
Yeah, I feel like maybe there's been a change of plans, and what these four guys want to do is different than what Minkowski wants to do, and potentially Regina. And maybe, where this switch happened, I don't know, because like you said, Dan just talked to Minkowski recently. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. I really,
It's really strange. I mean, I expected the Bow people to be a unified front, not like, well, there was her and she did this, and these people are all like, they all have their own story, and some of them don't like others, to some extent, and they don't trust, this guy doesn't trust Minkowski, and I don't know, I'm surprised, like, there's such,
Here's a theory that I don't think is true.
Okay.
I don't think it quite works, but what if Minkowski is the man on the boat, and Ben's the man on the boat, and these guys are suspicious of Minkowski now? Like, they don't necessarily know anything concrete, but they want to keep Minkowski out of the loop as much as possible. That's something I could see going on. Like, maybe he's not the man, but it seems like they don't want Minkowski knowing what's going on.
Yeah.
To me, that's strange and crazy, but then the opposite side of that is Regina seems to be trying to keep him out of the loop or something. Like, I don't know. It was really weird. The whole he's busy, he can't come to, like, what?
Yeah, it was, that was a very weird scene. I don't know what to think of her. She's she doesn't really give much away. But it seems suspicious at the time. And the other thing I want to mention is that, at this point, I don't think Dan or Frank or Miles, I guess, know that there's a man on the boat. Maybe they do, but I don't think they do.
I think they could have. I think they could have their suspicions.
Yeah, they could.
Depending on what their backstory, what happened that we haven't seen yet.
Right. You're right. They could. But Charlotte heard Ben say it, out loud, and she's about to come back, and so at that point, they know. Yeah. That the guy they're looking for, has a man on the boat. Or at least the guy Miles is looking for. I don't know if the others care or not, but
Charlotte didn't seem like she cared. Like, it seems like if she was there to kill Ben, she would have found some way to shoot him or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's very. Yeah, she didn't seem.
And why send someone like Miles to get Ben? Like if you're Widmore or you're Abaddon or you're whoever is ultimately behind what's going on and wanting to get Ben. Why is Miles the person you want to depend on to get Ben?
Yeah, not really.
Especially if you know who Ben is. If you know what he's capable of, you don't send. No offense, Miles, but I don't think he is really equipped to take down Ben.
No, not at all.
Not
at all. Yeah, that's why this story is weird. I don't think any of these people are equipped. I mean, I think Miles is, he seems a little bit more. He's a little bit better off than the others, but not much. And they're all kind of a weird and wacky
ragtag group of. I just had a really bad idea. What if this whole "we're here to get Ben" is like a red herring?
Oh,
much like, I was coming for you,
no.
Or like, I'm here for Desmond, and like all that stuff. What if
could be.
There's some other reason, that's just a cover,
And if they pull that twice, like, oh God. We're here for Desmond. Okay.
Pull it once, shame on us. Pull it twice, shame on us.
Yeah. Oh, they better not do that. They really could, though. They really could. But I guess with the discovery about Ben in this episode and the 2 discoveries, I guess, I feel like Ben. I feel like it's not total red herring, but I don't know. Maybe they. I don't know. I don't feel like it's as much of a red herring, but it might be half a herring.
Half a herring?
Yeah.
A little red?
Just a little, yeah. Yeah, like not as important as it seems, but not like totally irrelevant.
Yeah.
Like he's in there somehow. But yeah, it's a definite possibility. With the way Lost likes to do things.
Yeah.
It fits right in with their general strategy of like throw 10,000 red herrings and then, deliver an answer ambiguously that no one will know what you meant until you do a DVD extra.
Exactly.
That's the Lost way. So, I would buy that they would do that.
I just wonder what Miles wants with Ben. I was just looking over the transcript again as to what he says, and they told me find him, and for what they're paying me, I didn't need to know anything else. It's like, find him and then what? Like, is it just to ask him a question, Is it to kill him? Is it to what, to take him back to the mainland, to the real world, or... It seems like his job is done once he finds him.
Yeah.
Like
he can just, I don't know. Okay, you're it, and he wins.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to verify that Ben is on the island. Maybe they don't know where Ben is. And they just want to see if he's on the island. It could be something as simple as that.
It could be, yeah.
And then, once they know he's there, then whatever else they want to do would happen.
Lost likes simple.
Lost does like simple.
That's another... Yeah, maybe that's it. Because he apparently does leave sometimes. So, it could be as simple as they just want to track him down. And know that he's on the island.
Yeah, I feel like that might be it. Because he doesn't seem to, from what Miles is saying, it doesn't seem like he has any other, directive. No,
not at all. It's just like, oh, there's Ben. Okay.
There's Ben,
My work here's done. Yeah, no, I wish we could, I don't know. I feel like you ought to know something more than that. There's just such a strange thing. Like, I'm this ghost talker, con artist guy. Like, if someone's just throwing money at you and you got to go get this guy or go find this guy, it's just, I feel like it's not going to seem normal to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, I just wonder how relevant is his ghost talking abilities.
Yeah.
To them choosing him.
Right.
I
originally thought very relevant, and now,
yeah,
I'm not so sure.
do they even know? I guess they do know because Naomi said, what did she say about him?
About who?
About Miles.
Yeah, she called him a something or other. I don't
something,
a ghost something.
Ghost whisperer.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Should I actually
All right.
look?
No, everybody knows.
I'm about to find it.
All right.
Just,
I do want to say Regina has an accent. She kind of sounds like Naomi.
Just for the record. Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's got a hint of a British accent.
Wow.
Yeah.
A Ghostbuster. That's what she says. Yeah.
A Ghostbuster?
That solves everything. Yeah. Ghostbuster. So, I didn't notice she had an accent.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
She's got an accent.
I didn't hear
I
it.
didn't notice it before. I really didn't notice it before, but I noticed it this time.
Okay. I'll have to. I gotta listen to that now. So I didn't notice it this time either. Uh, they are using kilometers, but that's scientific. So.
Yeah.
Uh, 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 all good scientists use the metric system.
I know. Well, all good science is based on the metric system.
Yeah. Okay, so anything else? Should I go to the next scene here?
I think that's it for this. We'll talk about the payload when it comes back.
Yeah, the payload is when it comes back.
What did okay, so yes, lets him use the phone and then the payload doesn't come and that's the end of the scene? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah. And he's just like, I don't know. He says some line. I didn't write it down. So the next scene, Saeed, Miles, and Kate approach the barracks, and no one appears to be there. Then they hear a sound coming from one of the houses, and they kind of storm in there, and they discover Hurley tied up in the closet. Oh no! I guess he must have decided to betray Locke after all.
Whoa! I guess he was just causing too much trouble for Locke, and they left him behind.
Yeah, they left him behind. Oh no!
Yeah.
Not again.
He was one of them, and now he left him behind. Because in this Tale of Two Cities, The Economist knows that the greatest hits are The Looking Glass. What? Okay.
Okay, got a little weird at the end, but nice try.
Yeah. Whatever came into my head, I was going to put in that sentence. So.
Fair enough. Yeah. I just realized how parallel that is to the Juliet thing.
Mhm.
They left me behind, and they did.
Oh.
Like that was a lie too, and I should have known it was a lie this time.
Yeah, but you know what? You don't expect it from Hurley,
Totally
and you know, the whole, we're going to be waiting to find out what Hurley meant about I'm sorry I went with Locke. So you think this has something to do with that, and that because like I said before, this scene, this setup is coming off of the dissension in between the ranks with before, so
where he's like, yeah, we should let him go, and I didn't sign up for this, and yeah, what did you sign up for?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're right. I don't think I would ever suspect Hurley of participating in a trap like this.
No, not against not against our own people.
Yeah.
And that's what's interesting is I feel like the show is sort of, and not really very strongly, but sort of trying to make us pick sides almost.
Yeah.
Because there's two factions now, and I don't, I mean, you've got all the sort of level-headed people on one side, and you've got like Locke and Claire and Hurley on the other.
Oh.
And it's like, well,
you're telling me that Locke and Claire and Hurley are not level-headed?
They're not like, and Sawyer's over there too, but he's just an anomaly.
Yeah, but, Sawyer's out of place. He don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, he's just there.
Yeah. I'm just along for the ride, boss.
I'm just surviving like I always do. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to have Hurley, trick Saeed and Kate, and it's you never thought it would come to this.
No, you really didn't. And yeah, it is. Go ahead.
It's making me think that who's ever in the coffin, like it almost could be more people now, because who knows.
Yeah.
Who's gonna betray who between now and then?
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. At the time, there was very few plausible possibilities, but the way things are going now, which I didn't foresee at the time, it does open up.
It seems like there's going to be a lot of regrets. There's people regretting things left and right in the future. Everyone has regrets in the future.
It's a veritable regretathon. These days. Yeah, no, you're right. And that'll play into that somehow. Yeah, what's in the coffin? All these things. Why does Hurley regret going with Locke? They're just God, they're just piling on.
Mhm.
It's yeah, it doesn't seem as clear to me that Michael's in the coffin anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, it still could be, but
I mean, the only extra information is the newspaper article, right?
Yeah.
The obituary, which says the person survived by a teenage son or something.
yeah.
I mean, that's supposed to be part of the show, right?
Supposedly. I don't trust the props too much.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is there.
Yeah. So I don't know, and it's obviously a guy.
Yeah, it is.
Unless that name is just a code name or something.
Yeah.
Unless it's a name that people from the island would know, or the Oceanic Six would know, or something like that. So maybe the obituary is fake.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past them.
I wouldn't either, with all the shit that's going on in those flash forwards.
Yeah.
A fake obituary is not the most preposterous thing.
No.
That could happen. And I don't trust the props department. I don't trust them to not fuck shit up.
After last episode with the picture frame incident, I don't know. I looked at that again on Lostpedia, and they have and it's not only did the picture frame change and the picture get bigger, but the joining pictures are different in different frames. And like one of the pictures on like the top left, like it doesn't even look like it's the same picture at all. And it's like, what the hell happened there?
Yeah.
I want Carlton and Damon to explain what happened with that, because I just if it's supposed to be like that and it's part of the show, then I don't know what they're doing.
Right.
Desmond
travels through time. Hello.
Yeah, it's so subtle. They're not
really
subtle about things that matter.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That's why I don't believe it's a big deal.
But it's so big that it shouldn't be a prop error. Like, it's too huge.
Yeah, I mean, they take the time to linger on it. If it seems like it seems like they didn't need to do that. Like, I don't know, that they could have easily not shown the thing if they noticed.
Yeah. And if they wanted that shot again, why not use the shot from before, or just not, or, I mean, to me, the only way that could be an error is if they really just no one realized that it didn't match up to the first one.
Yeah.
Which to me is just like, no one realized that?
But I wonder how that happened. Like, they had it set up, and then they tore it down, and they had to redo everything from scratch. Like, that's just really weird to me. It just makes them seem like horribly disorganized.
Yeah.
Like,
and there's
frames,
people,
we
and there's
right in the trash.
There's people on set. There's set photographers whose job it is, to like take pictures of the scenes and the shots and to line things up like that for continuity. So it's like, that kind of stuff is supposed to be caught. Yeah.
And it isn't. I mean, there are a lot. I mean, every movie I've ever seen has an entry on IMDb with continuity errors.
Well, but the thing is, it is caught, just not all of them. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But it's just like something this glaring.
Like,
it'd be different if the picture was crooked or something small. But like, for all the pictures to be in different frames and the main picture be bigger. That's just, I don't know what to do with that. Yeah. It's
not a small thing. Like, normally it's like clocks or the amount of liquid in a glass or
Yeah. They take a bite of a sandwich, and then the next shot, the sandwich hasn't been eaten yet, and weird things like that. But the stuff that's really hard to get. But when you're decorating a set, it's like you think you would know what you did.
That's the thing. Like, I can accept continuity errors because they obviously always happen, no matter what they try to do. They never seem to catch them all. But like, but they linger on the photos. I mean, it's by itself in shots. Like, it's not just in the background. Like it doesn't make sense to me that no one realized. And I really wonder why they had to set it up again and did they just, it was like, we need more shots of the pictures on the wall, and oh shit, we threw them all out. we'll have to try to like redo them, and we can't find frames like those. Oh well, just do as well as you can, and did something like that happen?
And that's the thing, like, even if they did that, they can't say, well, just do the best you can, no one will notice. This is lost. People will notice, especially if you linger on it.
Yeah. If they're gonna linger on it, then people are gonna notice, and I'm okay with it if they can tell us somehow that that's what that is, but if they're gonna linger on it, it makes me think it's important, or at least like somewhat important. So, I don't know. I don't know what to do about those pictures. Can't believe you were watching season 2.
Yeah.
Things. So, I haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, I was locked down and all that stuff, and it was in Dave and I saw Libby and Ana Lucia, and I'm like, oh guys, oh.
Yeah.
It was that was a weird time.
It was a weird time.
Rose and Bernard's episode.
Oh,
and
yeah. You and I both know it's not going to take that long.
I love that. You know what? And what was really cool about that was that they didn't overplay it. It wasn't one of those. I found the bottle with the messages, the bottle with the messages from the raft, the bottle with the message from the raft with the, they didn't. They just they both knew what was going on. Some subtle acting, and that was it. They didn't have to overdo it. Which is really good. These days, I feel like they overdo things sometimes.
They do. Yeah. They kind of overdid it with the explanation of the Naomi line, tell my sister I love her.
Yeah.
When he's like, don't you remember? It's a code. She doesn't have a sister. It really means I have a gun to my head and I'm in trouble. See, if I were Jack, I would say, tell my sister I love her. It's like, it's really like.
Yeah. The only thing that makes that work, and to me, is that he was sort of, anxious and exacerbated, and I feel like it kind of works in that he's kind of rambling. But just as the lines are, it's too much.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really like, okay, we understand. He even gives us an example. Like it's.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He takes it pretty far. Like.
No, Jack. You pretend to be Naomi, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Now you lay right there. Now I'll be.
We're gonna show you. Here's how it works. Oh God! Wow, that'd be amazing. Having Jack try to be Naomi and and I'm Kate, and now you get on the phone.
It's like, no, Jack, you're not doing it right. Okay, I'll be Naomi. Okay, you be Kate, Jack. Okay, and go.
Oh God, yeah, that would be, if there were 22 episodes this season, they could have that scene.
Yeah.
Have time for that bullshit. So okay. Anyway, anything else about this? Should I move on to the next scene here?
Please.
Okay. So, oh shit, I didn't even finish it. Sorry.
So no, don't move on.
I finished with Hurley tied up in the closet. Okay, so then we sort of cut to later. Hurley's sitting there and they're all gathered around in the house. Hurley says a bunch of stuff. I didn't even want to write it all down. He says Locke's crazy and blah 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 blah.
He says a lot of stuff that I feel like he really, some of the things I don't want to buy that he would have said, sort of in that instance of he's supposed to be, doing a ruse here, like saying that Walt told Locke blah blah blah, and some of the things he said, I'm like, you don't really need to say that to do what you're trying to do.
That's right. He brought up
it comes across well for the audience, because we really believe that he's being honest, because he is being honest, but so it's like it really works well for the audience. So when you look back at it, it's like, you said stuff you really didn't have to say.
Yeah, definitely. he really told him all kinds of stuff, and nobody was like, Walt told him to. I don't know. That would give me a little bit of pause.
Well, Saeed tried to ask.
Yeah. Oh, he did?
But yeah, Saeed said Walt, and Hurley was like, dude, don't ask.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see.
So Saeed did
there,
ask.
Dude. Don't go there.
Yeah, he's like, dude, don't ask. He's like, I was just like trying to argue with him, so he'd like, chill.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was when I was watching that. I just like I'm just writing down like Hurley's babbling. Like it just I don't know. It didn't seem like he's really saying anything. But yeah, you're right. He said too much. He didn't need to say all that stuff. And okay, well at least I noticed that he said Walt.
Yeah.
Because he really shouldn't be seeing Walt or getting instructions from him.
No.
Okay, so anyway, Miles asks Hurley, where are they? Hurley says he doesn't know, and then Hurley asks Miles if the boat people are there to rescue Charlotte and kill the rest of them, I guess.
And then he goes, nah, yeah, and it's just like,
yeah.
See, and I feel like I feel like the show wants us to be like, are they bad or not? But I feel like it's somewhat working because Miles is the kind of person who would, keep that whole thing going as long as possible. If it was Dan or Frank or Charlotte, they would have come out by now and said, no, this is what we're here for.
Yeah. They would have a hard time pulling off some of these lines. They don't seem like the type of people that would do it. But Miles' personality fits. It's kind of the Henry Gale thing all over again. Like, are they bad or are they not? It's not about whether they're others.
It's always that, man. Should we push the button or should we not push the button? Is it an experiment or, it's just like it's always something.
It is, yeah. I don't know. It's the same thing.
Should we call the people? Shouldn't we call the people?
And I guess we're supposed to debate that, but it just seems totally clear to me that they're not there to kill him. I mean, we don't know what they're all about, but like, they're not there to rescue them either. They're not like a rescue party, but like, I don't think they're there to kill him either. I mean, it's just I don't know. It seems like that's relatively settled. Like it's not such a pressing issue. Pressing issue. God, that's hard to say for some reason. I don't know. Not yet. And then Hurley says that Locke was going to go to Ben's house first. And Miles is interested in this because he's supposed to be looking for Ben, I guess. And that's the end of that scene.
And I do want to give a little kudos to what's his name? Who's the guy who plays Hurley?
Jorge Garcia.
Jorge Garcia. I wanted to say Hugo Reyes.
Yeah.
Which is not the actor's name.
Hugo Reyes playing the part of Hugo Hurley Reyes.
Yeah, what a coincidence. You're perfect for the part. The only time in this whole scene when you can tell that Hurley is lying is the very end when he talks about Ben's house. He gives this very coy look because he knows that he's setting his friends up for a trap. And I like that. I didn't catch it the first time I saw it, but if you look, you see he's like drinking the coffee or whatever, like really like tentatively, and like he gives this like sheepish look right when they talk about that part.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, it's really subtle. Yeah, he gets really like shy and like, because he knows this is the part where they're about to go get, trapped.
Yeah.
So I like that.
I was focused on too many other things, but yeah, that's it. It seemed like a bit of a non sequitur to me. It was just like, oh yeah, and something Ben's house. Like I don't know. It seemed to come out of nowhere. But yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm watching the scene here.
Yeah, at the very end, and they, and the last shot of that is, the last shot of that is him kind of looking like,
I saw it. Okay, I didn't notice that. I was paying too much attention to what they were saying, and I wasn't really looking at the look.
Yeah.
But, yeah, all right, good work.
Yeah, it's
Way to
good
go.
work. It's the kind of thing, before when Hurley had to lie in previous seasons and it just doesn't come off well, but he did a good job up until this point, and it's like, this is the part that's kind of hard to hide. Because like we said, most of the stuff he said was true. Locke did kind of go crazy. He did kidnap Charlotte. He did say Walt, blah, 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 so,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Hurley's normally an awful liar, so so compared to what he normally does, like he was great.
Yeah.
His normal thing is just Locke's not here now. He might be in that house over there.
Yeah.
It's yeah. All right. So let's see. The next scene is Jack. Back with Jack at the helicopter. He asked Frank about the Red Sox, if they really won, and Frank confirms it in an oblique way.
Of all the questions you want to ask Jack, you really want to know if the Red Sox, and I guess this is supposed to be about what he saw, what Ben showed him.
It's a follow-up to the Glass Ballerina.
Which is a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Yeah, but, it's just, you would expect something else, out of his mouth than that.
Yeah.
Does the world really think we're dead or, something else?
Yeah, I wouldn't be interested in that, but, hey, whatever. He really cares. Okay, so Dan, then suddenly, out of nowhere, Dan notices that that something's coming, and
is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. It's a payload.
It's a payload. So the payload arrives. Sort of crashed in the ground. He pulls something out of the tube thing. I guess it's a clock. And then he goes over to check it with another clock, and I guess the clock on the payload says 3:16. The correct clock says 2:45, and then he says 31 minutes. This is not good. And then Frank notes that Desmond and Juliet are back, and that's the end of that scene.
That's that. So I want to say, in the first part of this, the other scene with the first payload scene when with Regina and everything, when everyone's looking around to waiting for the thing to come, because no one knows what it's going to be, but Dan and potentially Frank. At first I'm thinking is Smokey going to come out? Is whatever they're doing going to attract Smokey? I didn't know what was going to happen. So when the rocket comes, I'm like, this is so stupid. What if the rocket would have hit the helicopter? And blew up the helicopter? That's such a dangerous thing to have, a rocket that's going, if people did their math correctly, something like 9,000 kilometers an hour or something. And you saw how close it was to hitting them. It was within 10 or 20 feet. It's just that was so weird to me, but. I want to say that, and I guess let's talk about this time differential.
Okay, let's talk about the time.
Yeah, I hope you're sitting down because this is going to be a long talk.
I'm sitting down. Yeah, I think I should lay down for this one.
Yeah, I know. I hope you got 2 weeks worth of rations with you, and notify your next of kin. They might not hear from you for a while. First of all, I guess let's get on the same page about what the clocks are actually doing.
All right.
Because I think that's a point of contention.
Sure.
Are they timers in that they're showing the elapsed time from when the experiment was started, respectively, from the base station and the payload, or are they clocks in that they're just showing the current time?
Oh, I didn't even think about that possibility. I assumed they were clocks showing the present time.
See, I feel
but your theory is better, and I'll tell you why.
Tell me why, because okay.
Let's just assume it's not true necessarily, but for the moment, let's assume that what happened was the rocket payload. That name just doesn't sound right to me.
Rocket payload sounds weird, but
yeah, the rocket payload gets.
It's like the rocket has a payload.
Yeah,
you know?
The payload rocket. That sounds a little better. That they shoot it off. Something's bothering me about this. They shoot it off of the boat.
They shoot off the rocket.
Yeah.
They shoot off their payload.
They shoot
that sounds weird.
They shoot their. Oh God.
They shoot their load.
This is really not.
Yeah, you don't want to say that.
I don't want to get tied up in this. But anyway.
Are the kids to bed? Did you put the kids to bed, folks? It's getting a little X-rated here.
It really is. Yeah. So anyway, they shoot it right, and.
How about launch?
All right. Sorry, God, I'm picking all the worst words here. Yeah. So they launched the rocket, and they launch it at the island, right? And my assumption here is that like somehow it like goes into the future. Okay, like it hits the island bubble or something, and somehow that sends it to the island in the future. Okay. That's okay.
Yeah, we'll go with that for right now.
That's what I want to assume.
Okay.
Now that may not be true, but if we assume that for a minute, here's the thing. Okay, if the clock on the thing were showing the present time, then if that occurred, then it should have been 31 minutes behind. It should have been earlier. It should have said 2:15 or 14, whatever. That's what it should have said if it went to the future. If it were a timer, on the other hand, they were counting upward, then it should be 30 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
So your theory works if it's a timer and it went to the future 31 minutes.
Yeah, I say the big picture that they want us to get, I think, is that the time that the island is moving slower. The time on the island is moving slower than the time in the real world, and I think that has, I think that can be is connected to the healing factors of the island, and also I think that says something about why Alfred looks so, relatively young from when we saw him a long time ago. I think that's what they're getting at. Now, you say the payload went to the future. I look at it more as and I guess the effect is the same, but that once the payload hits the sort of, threshold of the island, that basically it takes longer to get there. Once it hits that point, it takes longer to get there than it should, which is basically just to say that time on the island is moving slower.
I see.
Which I guess in effect makes it go. I don't want to say it went to the future, but I guess that's what happened. It just seems like it took longer to get there than it should have, which doesn't really mean it got sent to the future. But I feel like, but obviously when it got there was later. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's a possibility. As far as time going slower, I mean, my only worry is they're having real-time conversations on the phone. Oh,
of course. Hey, I know that.
Okay.
Tell that to the payload. Tell that to the timer. Don't tell me.
Tell that to
I know.
The payload.
Yeah.
That ain't my problem. You talk to the payload about that.
Yeah. I'm not the one who's 31 minutes, ahead.
That's just why I'm skeptical about time running slower.
Well, I think the difference. I think the issue is the time differential affects certain things, and I think it's not affecting this communication. But obviously it sort of affected this payload coming there, and I think this also has to do with the whole thing of how why it's hard to get to the island and all that stuff. But you think it sent it to the?
Yeah, that's my theory for now. That that it hits the island bubble and then just goes to the future.
So that means that the island is. Well, but why would it go to the future? Like, what does that mean in terms of the island?
I don't know. It's got some kind of time bubble thing going on.
So does that mean that when like, say for instance you were on a helicopter and you were coming to the island, when you hit that bubble, are you instantly sent to the future? See, I don't want to believe that anything that hits the bubble is sent to the future, and you can never sort of land on the island in the present. You know? That seems weird to me. I feel like what they're trying to say is that the time on the island is going slower than the real world. So once it hits that bubble, it's just basically, it hits that bubble, and instead of it getting there in 30 seconds, it got there however long later, relative to the outside world.
Okay.
Yeah, because it should be that if you are going, from point A to, if you're going from off the island to the island, you shouldn't notice any difference. I would believe you really shouldn't notice any difference.
I don't think you would.
Yeah, yeah.
What I imagine is, like, the story Naomi told was like, they were just flying, like, they were just given some coordinates. They didn't see anything, and, like, all of a sudden the island was there. Like, from the story she told, I could imagine that, yeah, maybe they did, like, pass through the bubble. 31 minutes isn't that long. Like, it's, it's kind of mild. It's much milder than I would expect it to be. And she wouldn't know that. I mean, if they just sort of pass through it, like, she wouldn't know just by looking. I mean, if she's, if she doesn't see the island until she passes through the thing, you don't know that 31 minutes have passed. Or not that they've passed, but you've passed them by, I guess. I don't really like that theory, but
I mean, I feel like the island appearing has to do with the fact of whatever the island is, why the island is obscured. I mean, I think the idea of things going to the future doesn't really correlate. I mean, to other things that are going on the island, like the fact, like Alpert, something like that. I think if they're trying to tell us that just in general the island is outside of the normal time and things are going slower, then I think that would make more sense for other things that's going on there.
Well, I thought Alpert was just about the island's healing properties. I didn't think it had anything to do with time going slower.
Well, but I feel like you can make a connection now that we know this.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. No, it works pretty well. I'm just worried. The real-time communication. It bothers me, and the fact that time doesn't seem to be running, differently. I mean, in most situations.
Yeah. I mean, but it could just be that who knows how this bubble works. They're using satellite communication, so actually maybe that's the thing. Maybe it just seems to be instantaneous communication, but it's really not. Because if you were talking to someone in the future, as long as the communication is sent, as long as everything is symmetrical, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, right?
If your communication can go back and forward in time, then that would work.
Yeah.
But that's crazy.
Well, add it to the list, my friend.
Crazy things don't happen on this show.
Oh, yeah.
No, I do think they want us to think time's running differently. It just doesn't. I don't know. I'm not convinced yet. It just doesn't. I don't get the sense that that's true. Like they get off the island, and I don't know. It just doesn't seem to me like they actually. Like there's actually a significant. Let's see, time runs slower. Which one's the right one? I guess time runs slower. So they see the rocket get there, and the island doesn't see it until later. Okay. So what does that mean? Like, as far as them being on the island, like if they're on the island for 2 months, like, what happens in the outside world?
I don't know. I don't really know. And it just obviously we need more information. This is just the beginning of this, and I just want to say that I'm so glad there's some scientist on the island who's actually doing, lost versions of scientific experiments.
Yeah.
To figure out what's going on. I think that's cool.
Yeah. We've talked about that before. Like, how are they going to learn some of this stuff? Like, within the Lost group, they don't have people that are really equipped to learn things like that.
Yeah.
And this is dropped from the sky. People who.
So there is a God, because
exactly.
From the sky came a scientist, a physicist.
I was just thinking, I want to know the secrets of the island, and the next day the island dropped scientists on me.
Oh man.
Yeah. But it is good. It is good to have people have access to equipment and technical knowledge and stuff that they can actually investigate these things that the regular survivors not only don't know how to do, but wouldn't even really care to do.
Mhm.
So I
definitely really wouldn't care to do. I can see Claire. The light sort of scatters a little bit strangely.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, Claire.
Yeah, if she said that, I would immediately miss it.
Okay, I feel like we need to talk about this more. I feel like we need to really pinpoint. I mean, are there any other ways of looking at this?
So wait, I'm trying. I have this right? It's time running slower is like, it's hard to think about, but the idea is they're talking to the person, and as they're talking, the signal like starts out being really close to the same time, and then pretty soon it's traveling back and forth between past and future at a more and more rapid rate.
I think this is the problem. I don't think it's necessarily a past and future thing so much as just a shift in the amount of time passing. Because I feel like it's not like if you went from outside of the island and to the island that like you went, I guess, 31 minutes into the future, and if somehow you could come back out of that unaffected, you would be 31 minutes ahead of when you left in the outside world. I don't think that's what's going on.
Really?
Yeah, no, I don't think that.
Well, how is that? I mean, how is that possible?
How's what possible?
I mean, how can it, if time moves slower? I mean, they can't be on the same time, but
because
time moves slower.
Because I think it's I think the real world and the island have a sort of relationship to where they're not, almost like different dimensions where it's like it's sort of a fixed relationship, and it's not like that the island is 31 minutes ahead of the real world. It's just moving slower within its own time frame. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
What I'm worried about is, like, if you crash on the island and you stay there for like a year or a month or whatever, and then you leave, are you telling me exactly that amount of time has passed in the real world? Because if you are, I don't see how you can say time's moving differently.
Yeah. I think that's it.
Because you can measure like a second. They have a way of doing that. Just independently of the way time's working in the solar system and all that.
Yeah.
It's the amount of time some molecule does something or whatever. You can count seconds on the island.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if you're telling me they're running at the same time, I don't see how it's running slower without there becoming a gap there where you go to the island and leave. There should be a difference in the time unless the times are running the same.
No. Here's what I think. If you measured a second in the real world, you get, I'm sorry, if you measured, whatever, an atom, blah blah blah, and you get your measurement of the second, and you say, okay, this is accurate, this is a second, time is going quote unquote normal, and then you go to the island, and you do the same thing, you're gonna get the same thing, because I think it's relative. It's not. I think it's relative to the location.
So physics are different on the island as well.
Yeah. Well, not that the physics are different. Well, I guess the physics are different. If time is moving slower, then yeah, the physics are different.
Okay.
But if you're on the island, you're not going to be able to tell that the physics are different, because your 1 second is going to be your 1 second.
So okay, so let's say the island makes you able to live longer, like the Richard Alpert thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your normal lifespan, you would die at 80 if you lived in the real world, right? And you go to the island, right? And you can live to be, I don't know what, 200 or something. Okay, 200 real seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Not island seconds. So you go to the island and you live that long.
Yeah, and when you come back to the real world, it'll be like you're 80.
Okay. So
yeah.
It'll be like. Then doesn't that mean time moves faster? If it felt, or no, that's right. It's slower.
Mhm.
Yeah. You fit.
You're living longer on the island, so time is moving slower.
Shouldn't that be faster though? I guess it's relative. Yeah, if I feel like I need a chart or something.
Yeah, I got a pen in my hand. I'm ready to do some diagrams.
Yeah. That's. I feel like that's.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
Because you really can. I mean, even if the way the standards people determine what a second is would give you a different answer on the island, you can still use the regular real world measurement of a second. Just because you can't determine it on the island with the normal method, you can still, from the outside world, take your measurement of a second and apply it there. You know what I mean?
Well, how, though? How would you do that?
Well, because you know what it is. Because you take your measurement in the outside world.
But see, I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem is, and I think that's what the timers are trying to illustrate, is the timers are counting seconds. Like the timer was counting the real world seconds, and the fact that the island is moving slower relative to the outside world, it was counting more because time is moving slower on the island. So I think they're trying. That's exactly what they're trying to show.
I mean, to me, that can only mean that the seconds are not the same anymore, and it's just affecting.
Well, relative to each other, they're not the same.
And it's just affecting the electronics. But nonetheless, okay, you can't bring your instruments in. You can set your instrument outside the island, and measure how long you're in there in those terms.
Let's go through the experiment that they did on the show and see if we can't figure out more about what happened, because
okay.
I think that would be prudent.
Okay.
So so we got Regina and we got Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then so Regina sends the payload. She's sending it to Dan, and Regina's clock is basically the clock on the base station, right? Or I should say, yeah, right? That's when now I'm getting confused. Well, Well, the payload clock is 3:16. The base station clock was 2:45.
Yeah.
So from the time that they sent it till it got there, the base station clock says it was 2 hours and 45 minutes, but the payload clock says it took 3 hours and 16 minutes.
Which, like, according to the conversation, it shouldn't have taken that long. I mean, that's a long time.
And see, that's part of the problem is, which makes me confused about what the clock is actually doing, because it seems like not only did it take longer to get there, but there's a time differential. You know, because like it was supposed to be there within like what 5 seconds, like however long she counted down. It was very quick.
Very quick.
And it didn't show up until hours later. And even when it did show up, there's a time differential.
Yeah.
So that to me seems weird too. So I don't know how to reconcile that.
Why do you think it's hours later? I mean, I'm assuming it was 31 minutes later.
Well, I'm saying if those are like timers, then it's saying that the experiment started at 2 hours and 45 minutes earlier and 3 hours and 16 minutes earlier, respectively. If it's a timer from when they started the experiment.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, got it. It's the experiment's begun. Go. Okay, get it. Yeah. And so that's why it would be hours later. So there's a big time gap, and the clocks are different. Oh, he dropped. Okay. Woo. So, oh dear. I was trying to think about something to do for this earlier, and I had to do the podcast, so I wasn't able to actually line anything up. But let me see here. If there's something I can.
All right.
Oh.
Sorry, guys. You know, I love TalkShoe. It's really, simplified the way we do podcasts, but the downside is, my phone will drop calls and we can't really edit like we used to.
Yeah. I mean, we could, but
we could.
It doesn't seem worth it.
No.
It's more trouble than it's worth. You guys are free to just skip on by.
Yeah.
They're not that long.
Okay. So where were we with this thing? It's hard. Okay. So that's the thing. Maybe we should figure out. Okay. So the clocks are either timers or they're showing the actual time, right? Like 2 p.m., 3 p.m. kind of time, right?
Yeah.
Those are the only two options, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
They really should be. They really should be. And I assumed they were clocks telling the time of day. But the timers works better with my go to the future theory.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If they are clocks, then the seconds should be the same. Like the second hand, I mean, one says 3 seconds, one says 23 seconds. Like, why would the seconds be different?
Yeah, well,
if they are...
that would be because it's actually 31 minutes and some number of seconds that you go to the future.
Huh?
It would be because it's not exactly 31 minutes that you go to the future. In my go to the future theory, at least.
No, but I'm saying if they're clocks, though. Not if they're timers.
It doesn't matter. It's either way.
Why doesn't it matter?
Because, well, I mean, the point is there's a certain number of seconds, gained there.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. I mean, that can be off, whether it's a clock or
a timer. But it seems like if it was,
because clocks and timers do the same thing. It's just that clocks are set to have a repeat cycle.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the same. It seems like. Okay. Anyway, so if they're clocks, then basically.
If they're clocks, my future theory is either messed up or they messed up by thinking that the clock should be ahead.
The problem is, okay, when they start, it should have arrived very, very quickly. And if they're clocks, then I guess it arrived 31 minutes late or something, or more. But wouldn't it be more than that, though?
Why would it be more than that?
Because I don't know why. It just seems like it seems like you have to add the time in which it should have gotten there with the time that it actually got there.
I'm assuming that that the time that I'm assuming that if it had got there at the time she said, the clocks would have said the same thing.
The clock would have been the same?
Yeah.
Okay. And so then it's so from when it's supposed to have been there to when it got there, that was supposed to be 31 minutes.
Yeah, that's my theory.
But if they're timers, then it would have been 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, if they're timers, then like they set a timer and the other people set a timer, and like it should have got there like quickly, but apparently like 2 hours later, it shows up with also a time differential, which is really weird.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. It's got like a compound problem.
Yeah. It showed up way late, and
a differential. Yeah, which is weird.
Yeah, which is a problem because like for me, for my future theory, it's the timer. The timer works with the future theory, but then the timer introduces the problem of like, well, I guess it was actually 2 hours and 45 minutes late, and there's a time issue.
Mhm.
Like, so maybe like it actually sends you. Oh God, I don't even know what to do with that. Okay. Future theory is about to collapse on itself.
Well, then that just means that it's 3 hours and 16 minutes in the future or something, or around about that. That it's more like 3 hours that it's different, right?
I guess so. But I'm troubled by the timer on the island saying 2 hours. You know,
God. Let's see. Okay, so if they were going to send this rocket x distance, right, and it was supposed to take how long did she say? Or she was just counting down, I guess.
I don't think she said, but yeah, I mean, a few seconds, apparently. I think they're clocks.
Do you think they're clocks?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they are clocks.
I think they're clocks, and I think they're clocks. It's 31 minutes off, and my future theory is probably wrong, or they messed up and should have had the clock be earlier.
So let's see. If they're clocks, then that means that the rocket took an extra 31 minutes to get there. The rocket thinks it's 3:16, but it's really 2:45, and which means that maybe that works though, because that means that the island time is slower. Because more time has passed for the rocket than on the island, which works, right?
Yeah. With the time is slower theory, it works. With my go to the future theory, it doesn't work.
Yeah, well, I don't buy that, so I'm okay with letting that go.
I don't want to let my go to the future theory die, but I just I just find it hard to accept the time running slower. Like, I just feel like there's too many problems with that. The go to the future theory doesn't have as many problems. I don't.
What are the problems with time running slower?
All the issues I brought up about how it can possibly be that it runs slower, but it runs at the same rate, and all that, you know.
Well, obviously it's relative.
Yeah, like I just don't understand how that's possible.
Well,
you know, I mean,
I think you could get past that if that's your only problem. I mean, there's tons of other impossible things going on.
Yeah. It just bothers me. I just feel like it's unsound.
Mhm.
You know, it could be the true theory, but I just don't.
Well, how would you expect it to work? Say you know, in an example of you have one dimension or whatever that's time is going a certain rate, and then another where time is going a slower rate. What would you expect it to be happening?
Their timeline should be off.
Meaning what?
Meaning, if you're on the island for, say, like, let's say every time 1 second passes on the island, 2 seconds pass in the real world.
Mhm.
Okay, so then, like, if you're on the island for
like 10 seconds, then when you get back, 20 seconds should have passed.
Should have passed. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
the
I don't
time,
think it's like
the time
that.
should be off. You know, you'll have been there for 10 seconds, and you'll leave, and it'll be you know, it'll be later than that.
Yeah,
it'll be like
and
travel to the future. Like,
that's exactly. I don't think the island is a time machine. That's the problem. It's not a time machine where if you go there, you can somehow get to the future when you leave. I think it's like I said, I think the bubble, whatever is causing this effect, is a direct relationship. So whichever way you go, it puts you back the way you're supposed to be, basically. You know what I mean? It's like a doorway, basically. So when you go to the island and you stay there, time is passing slower. But when you go back through that doorway, you're not going through relative to the island time. You're going through relative to the real world time because you're going back to the real world.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna go that 20 seconds later because the phenomenon, whatever's going on, you know, takes into account the difference. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, you did spend 10 seconds on the island, but that's 20 seconds in the real world. So when you go back to the real world, you know, the relationship is proportional.
But my point is, you can measure it objectively. You know, you imagine you're outside both places, and you can just count. You know, like, it just if time's running slower in one place, it just has to be a time machine.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like if you step back and you could measure the time on both, you would be able to see the time moving slower on the island. But if you were in the real world and you measured time, and you in the island time you measured time, you wouldn't notice a difference. That's just my guess. I
feel like what should happen if time's running slower, like, what should happen is they should go back and be like, you know, you guys have been gone for years or whatever. You know, I feel like that's what ought to happen.
But that's my point, is when they do go back, they go back relative to when they left. You know what I mean? Like, they go the same thing that sort of sends them back in time or whatever, sort of sends them back to the future. So they basically they get caught up. So it's not like they've been gone an extra, however much time.
So even though, in the real world it is that long later, when they leave, they go back to where they should be?
Yeah, because it's like if it's 20 seconds in the real world and 10 seconds in the island time, and if those things are directly, related, then it shouldn't matter. That if you do spend 10 seconds on the island, that's the same as spending 20 seconds in the real world. So, you know what I mean? So it's almost like it doesn't, you can cross that threshold, and it really doesn't. Does that make sense? Maybe that doesn't even make sense.
I
feel like it makes sense, but
I just my problem is I just want to like lay down what a second is, and you can measure time in both places.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if one of them is really time is really going slower, I mean, they have to get off at a certain point. And if the island's been around long enough, I mean, it should be way off. You know, like however long this has been going on. Like, you know.
Well, what if you look at it as
like the others, like some of the others should think like, you know, it's farther back in time than it is. They should be surprised that the plane came from 2004, for example.
But what if the threshold or whatever is it's just like a doorway to a different, like it's a doorway to a different time, and whenever you cross that, you know, when you go from the real world to the island, right, that's when time starts going slower. So say you left, I'm trying to think this out, and it's, you know, part of it is we're not getting all the details of what they're trying to go for.
That's true.
But if you leave the island, let's go back to the payload.
Okay.
Because I feel like this is the key to figuring it out.
Yeah.
Is what happened with the payload. Okay. So the payload leaves. Can we say it left at 2 o'clock or something? Because see, that's the problem. Is it gets there.
Yeah. See, I think it left at like.
Did it leave at 2:45?
No. It shouldn't have left at 2:45 because it was later. It should have left like 31 minutes before that, I guess.
31 minutes before 2:45.
Yeah.
So 2:14 or something.
Yeah.
Okay. So Regina launches the payload at 2:14.
Yeah.
Okay. Real world time.
Mm-hmm. I know, that's the other problem. I mean, if clocks are working differently on the island, then when you're talking about seconds, they're not lining up with what the clock is counting in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so you can't compare the measurements if they're just literally different, you know, lengths of time. You know, they're not you know, it's just like comparing centimeters to meters. Like they're not the same.
Yeah, but you can't compare them, though. They have a relationship.
But you can't use them as if they're interchangeable.
Well,
you can't talk about.
You'd have to convert them.
You
to
can't
whatever.
talk about seconds as if it means the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's the problem.
Well, but,
you're saying second for both, and if they're really different lengths of time, then you know they should have different names or something.
True. If it left at 2:14 and was supposed to get there, you know, under a minute. I mean, it was like 30
really
seconds
quick,
or something.
Yeah.
Then that still doesn't explain why 31 minutes later it shows up and has an extra 31-minute differential.
Oh.
So that shouldn't that doesn't seem to work.
Well, oh dear.
It should be that. Okay. At 2:45, the thing lands. It lands at 2:45, and they sent it X amount of time before, and it was supposed to take 30 seconds to get there. It's supposed to take 30 seconds to get there, and it didn't. And then X amount of time later, it shows up.
Yeah.
I'm really getting lost here.
Yeah, it's really confusing because so are we to assume their clocks are synchronized to begin with? You know, like the clock in the boat originally said the same thing as,
the payload clock and the base station clock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they both started off at 2:14 or whatever. Which I don't think they should. I mean, if time's running differently, I don't think their clocks should match up. But
I think at the very least, and see, I keep thinking they're timers.
Or timers. I mean, the what you've shown, which is what I tried to say earlier, but didn't think about it, is that whether they're clocks or timers, there seems to be extra time there, not just the 31 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, because clocks and timers are like I said, they're really not different. It's just that clocks will repeat themselves and not just count up forever.
But the difference is, if it's a timer, it's telling us how long it took to get there. If it's a clock, that doesn't tell us that. That's the difference between a clock and a timer.
Yeah, I mean, it would if we knew more. It has a capability.
It would if we knew what the time was, but that's the thing. I mean, if it is a timer, then it's saying it was 2 hours and 45 minutes since the experiment started. If it's a clock, we don't know how long it's been since the experiment started.
That's true. Yeah.
That's the difference, you know. I feel like we could figure this out.
Okay.
So, oh crap. Gotta get a piece of paper here.
Okay.
All right. Let's. Okay, we're gonna assume they're clocks, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we can. I mean, I think either one works. I mean, you know, the experiment started at some point, you know, and it took some amount of time for the thing to get there. I don't think it really matters what that number is for what we're talking about. I mean, it matters in the show, but I don't think for the issue we're talking about, I don't think it matters. It took some amount of time to get there, and then the clocks are off or the timers are off. I think that's all that really matters.
Okay, so the first point was when it was launched. The second point is when it should have arrived. The third point is when it did arrive.
Yeah.
Okay, and one said 2:45, and one said 3:16. Okay, now how long from when it should have arrived to when it did arrive? I mean, there's no way for us to really tell, right?
We don't know, but we can just say something. I like I said, I don't think it matters as far as getting to the bottom of like what's going on. Like just say it's some amount of time. Let's say
it's 45 minutes.
Okay. It'll be good. It's good to pick a number that doesn't muddle things.
Yeah. Let's say at 2:00 is when they launched it.
Okay.
Okay, and let's say it should have arrived at 2:01.
Okay.
All right. So it would have taken 1 minute to get there. We're generalizing, of course. So would have taken 1 minute to get there, but instead it took 45 minutes to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, on top of that,
furthermore, in addition,
in Dan's perspective, it took 45 minutes to get there. From the rocket's perspective, it took an hour and 16 minutes to get there.
Correct. So if you divide those two, you should be able to figure out how much slower the time's running.
Okay, and what would that be?
It should be like convert it to minutes and then divide.
So that's 76 minutes and.
Or maybe you should convert it to seconds.
45 minutes.
It's worth doing. Or we did a minute for the thing to arrive, right?
Yeah,
which is an overestimate, but it'll do. Yeah, so minutes should work. I
mean, I got 1.68.
Okay. So for every minute that passed on the island, 1.6 passed in the real world.
Okay.
If it's the time going slower thing, that should be the number.
Mhm.
That should be the number. But the odd thing is he focused on 31 minutes, not the ratio. If time's running slower, the ratio is important, not the actual amount, because if it's a ratio, the longer it is, the farther off they'll be. It's not like it's going to be a fixed 31 minutes off all the time.
Mhm.
It just happens to be because this particular length of time.
And see, that's the thing. In a strict time travel thing, then it can be a direct relationship. This island is 31 minutes, whatever.
That's essentially where my future theory comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking that it's a fixed period of 31 minutes that differentiates the two, and that's it.
And I think that's why I thought it was a timer, because I feel like if it's a timer, then it all it's saying is it took an extra 31 minutes to get there.
Yeah.
From when the experiment started.
Yeah. If it's a clock.
If it's a clock, it's.
If it's a clock, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
If it's a clock, the future theory.
Oh, you know
falls
what?
apart.
Another thing that makes me think it shouldn't be. Well, if this was a military operation, it should be military time, which it would be. You know, it would say 14 and 15.
Oh.
You know, if it was a real sort of scientific thing, I think.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have, you know, it doesn't make it clear if it's a clock or not.
Yeah.
But you know, he looks at his watch, you know, and it seems like he's correlating what his time on his watch says to the thing.
Yeah. Yeah. They can be timers or clocks. As far as I'm concerned, like it really doesn't matter in terms of what's going on.
Mhm. Well, but I feel like it changes how much time was. Okay. So let's just go back to this. So one was it took an hour and 16 minutes. Rocket took an hour and 16 minutes to get there. Which, what does that even mean? Like, it hits the threshold and then, like, instantly...
Yeah, somehow, yeah.
Like, adds...
Yeah, that's the key, I guess. Like, whatever the ratio is, like, you pass through the threshold and you go to where you ought to be.
And see, here's another thing that, you know, you were talking about, you know, the fact that they're talking to each other in real time. You know, Regina says, like, it should be there now, and it doesn't show up till later.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe that's evidence of the time differential, you know, like the shift, because for her calculations, it's already there.
Yeah.
You know, but for him, it hasn't shown up yet.
Mhm. But they're talking to each other.
Yeah, but that's the thing is I feel like whatever's going on, and I feel like that's what they're illustrating is that, you know, the effects are noticeable with some sort of physical, you know, crossing of the barrier. That like the satellite phone thing is somehow getting around that.
Yeah.
You know.
I guess I feel like a timer running slower, like his voice or her voice should sound weird or something, like, you know. Like.
But that's the thing, that it's the threshold itself. I think I agree, but if the threshold itself is compensating for that, see, I watched a lot of Star Trek, and they have these things where you know you can sort of be communicating with a different sort of, with the past or with whatever, because whatever is the threshold or whatever is causing it is sort of translating everything directly and proportionally.
Yeah, but on Star Trek, did they ever have times running differently?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay. The only stuff I saw was like time travel.
There was an episode of Voyager where there was this planet that was actually, like, there was some sort of field or something with this planet where the planet itself was moving faster than real time. And so I'll just tell this whole story for you fans of Voyager. So anyway, basically, like, the ship gets there, and it kind of gets stuck in this orbit, and so this whole entire like thousands of years pass for this civilization that's on the planet, and they see this sort of, like, it sort of starts with they see the star in the sky, you know, but it's actually Voyager, you know, and so throughout the ages, this huge thing, you know, and they develop telescopes, and they actually can see it's not a star, and so this whole thing drives them to sort of figure out what this is, and they eventually create space travel, blah, 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 and they break the threshold. And when they actually get to Voyager, everyone's frozen. Everyone's seemingly frozen. Everything's seemingly frozen because these people and their time is faster than normal time. And then when they sort of when the sort of effects wear off and the threshold is whatever, then they sort of catch up. But then by the time these people from the planet go back, time has passed, and everyone they've known and loved are already dead on their planet because time is moving a lot slower.
Yeah, there you go.
Outside of the planet.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say should happen on Lost.
Yeah, I agree. But what I'm saying on Lost, it seems to me to make it work, and that's what I agree. That's what it should be. But I feel like the threshold translates it directly instead of when you go back. Whatever time you've missed is what time you've missed. I feel like it's putting it directly back to where you would have been.
It converts however long it's been and puts you right in the real world where you should be if that time had passed.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's really crazy, but okay, it could be. I agree. But it's getting, the longer it goes, the more it has to fiddle, if there's a difference.
Why?
Well, if here's my assumption. My assumption is that there's a fixed ratio between time on the island and time in the real world. For example, 2 seconds in the real world equals 1 second on the island.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just draw a picture of what that means, as time goes on, they're more and more apart.
Mm-hmm.
Basically the island sort of moves into the future.
Yeah.
Seemingly.
Or shouldn't it be I guess
Yeah, because the
time on the island's moving slower.
Yeah, the island only needs 1 year for the real world to get 2.
Mm-hmm.
So and then 2 years becomes 4, and then 4 years becomes 8.
So
you're
saying that if you're on the island and you go back to the real world, you should be basically going to the future.
Yeah. You should be going to the future. Yeah. To the future as what you believe to be the future, because you don't know that time hasn't been running the same.
Yeah.
It'll feel like the future to you. I mean, in an objective sense, it's the same time, and times were just running differently. But to you, it'll feel like the future.
Yeah, it's that world's future.
And you see how they're growing apart. The longer it goes, the farther apart it has to go. Like if it's going to deposit you back, it has to do 2 years.
But that's the thing.
4 years.
I don't feel like they're trying to line it up. But I mean, I see what you're saying. And I feel like, like if you were on there for 10 years, then it would be, 20 years. It's got to send you back.
Well, 10 years.
Huh?
Right? Because if you've been on the island for 10 island years, maybe that's the confusion. If you're on the island for what feels like 10 years, then 20 years have passed in the real world.
Yeah.
So where it should send you is 10 years before that.
Oh, what? Oh, now
you see what I'm saying?
I thought I did.
Okay. So what you're saying is, it deposits you where you should be, right? So if it feels to you like 10 years have passed on the island, you're on the island and you have felt the passage of 10 years, right? Whereas in the real world, 20 years have passed. Okay, then if you leave the island, it should deposit you 10 years from the time that you went on the island, right? Which is actually 10 years before where the real world is at that moment. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, but then in effect, yeah. I mean, does that make sense though? Because then you've only really been gone 10 years. If it deposits you 10 years from when you left, you've only been gone 10 years. So it's weird. That's weird.
Well, it depends on what you mean by 10 years. You know, 10 years island time or 10 years real world time?
Well, I'm saying, from what I thought you said was, if you're on the island for what feels like 10 years.
10 island years.
Yeah, 10 island
years. It's
not
comparable to 10 years in the real world.
Well, what I'm saying is it feels like 10 years to you. 10 island years, but it feels like 10 years to you. But it's really been 20 years in the real world. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
But then if you leave the island and go to the real world, it deposits you not 20 years that it's been, but 10 years.
I mean,
right?
I'm going with your theory that's what it does. I think it should deposit you 20 years in the future.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
But that's the thing. If it deposits you 10 years, then it seems like you.
The real world, as it sits after that 10 island years, has gone by 20 years. Like if you showed up on the island in 2000, it feels to you like it ought to be 2010. However, in the real world, it's actually 2020. The island somehow sends you back to 2010.
My problem with that is, and to me that seems to work, but I'm just trying to see if that works with, the sort of longevity effects, like, because I guess that still works though, right? If you've been on there for 10 years, it's really been 20 years. Oh, okay, so it's really been 20 years. You think it's been 10?
Yeah, so
and
you should have only aged 10, but it's been
you've aged
20.
10.
Yeah.
But see, if you only age 10 and it sends you back 10, then you really haven't aged.
Then it hasn't helped much.
It didn't do anything.
It only helps, if it deposits you
in the future, in the 20 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you stay on the island, as far as I can tell, you'll never know. You'll never know that you're getting a benefit. If you just never leave. I mean, for all you can tell, you're just living a normal life. That's what it seems like. It seems like you only get the benefit if you go to the island and then come back out in the future. Basically gives you the ability to skip years without aging.
It should be that. See, that's the thing. I don't want it to be a time travel thing. I mean, obviously it has implications of a future time travel thing, but it should just be that time is moving slower, so that if you're on the island, you age slower.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's what it should be.
And if you leave, I don't know what happens. Just don't leave.
Just don't leave, please.
Just don't leave. We don't want to find out what happens. All right. So what do you think is going on? I don't even know anymore.
I think your theory's right. It bothers me, but I think it's right. I think time's moving differently, slower, I guess. Somehow that has aging effects. I think the technicalities might not work if you look at them too closely, but I think that's what's going on. I think you're right.
Okay. So that at the very least, it took an extra 31 minutes to get there, which means what? But that's the thing, maybe here's the problem. He does focus on the 31 minutes and not the differential, but maybe if it would have, if this rocket was going slower, it would have, taken longer in general, and it would have been a different differential. And it wouldn't have been 31 minutes. It would have been something else. It would have been 35 minutes or, you know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if it's really that the times have a ratio to each other, like I said, two seconds in the real world, 1 second on the island, if it's like that, then you should be interested in the ratio, not the length of time.
Well, I agree, but from this being the first experiment, I could see him just saying what the difference is and realizing that maybe he knows that it is about the ratio.
Yeah. What he should
but
do,
and he's not going to tell I mean, I wouldn't expect him to figure that out for the audience. Okay, 31 minutes, and so that means that blah 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 and blah blah blah, and the ratio is, you know, I wouldn't expect him to do that.
I don't expect him to do that either. But if he were a scientist and like he didn't know, you know, what was going on here, and he observed this, what he should do, you know, is have rockets fired at different speeds, and see, you know, if they all show up, you know, with the same sort of, you know, differential, you know, if they all show up 31 minutes off or whatever, then, you know, then that's a clue about something. And if they're all different times, you know, then maybe eventually you would notice that there's a fixed ratio that they're all, you know, following.
So does it mean that if it's a fixed ratio, does that mean that the island is essentially, you know, in the future by that fixed ratio? And if you know, if it's always 31 minutes, does that mean something different than if it changes?
Well,
sometimes it's 20 minutes, sometimes it's 35 minutes.
If it's always 31 minutes off, then it's not a ratio. It's you know, it's just 31 minutes.
Well, I was saying ratio of the, you know, from the island to the real world, like, you know, comparatively, but wrong word to use, I guess. But that the island is just 31 minutes ahead or something. Yeah. Or in the future, or
that's sort of my future theory.
But if it's a ratio, if it changes depending on how fast or whatever, then that means that time is moving slower, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, time's moving slower, and if you knew a little more about what they're looking at, you could actually figure out exactly what the ratio is. You know, like we did earlier. You know, we came up with it.
Yeah, I think it makes more sense that time is moving slower. I think it would be interesting if they were trying to tell us the island was sort of in the future, but 31 minutes is so ridiculously small that I don't know why it would matter that it's 31 minutes in the future.
Hey, I need to click over for a minute. You mind vamping for a minute? I'll be right back.
Sure, I'll vamp.
Why not? Okay.
All right. So this is Claude's first vamp, and what Claude is going to do is go over some of the unanswered questions for this episode. Okay,
Woo.
Are you back?
Sorry, I think it was a bullshit call.
I was just about to get into what I was doing, and you came back. So I was just going to go over some of the unanswered questions of this episode, but I won't do that now.
I
anyway.
had a feeling I was about to get like a sales pitch, so I just clicked off.
Nice.
Sorry. I didn't want to deal with getting trapped into like, well, have you ever thought about AOL? Like,
yeah, exactly. Well, did you know the new AOL has like, it's always a new AOL, and it always sucks.
I know. Oh, no matter how new it gets,
yeah,
it always sucks.
It always sucks.
It's always new, but it never helps. It's the great tragedy of AOL.
All right, so I guess we'll just leave it as they're obviously the big points to get here, whether it's a clock, whether it's a timer, whether it's the future, is that there's a 31-minute difference, and presumably they're trying to tell us that the time is moving slower on the island. Because I think that's that kind of stuff, you know, came up in season 1. You know, questions about that, and I think that ties into Albert, and that ties into
Middleos, which was lost time.
Yeah, exactly. So there's been a whole time thing before, so
and they were hinting about that way back, like at the beginning of season 3. They made it seem like they were going to do something with that in that season, which they really didn't. But yeah, maybe this is that. Maybe they're finally getting around to it.
Yeah.
You know, what's long been promised. I do think that's what they want it to be, and I also, you know, I want it to work, and that was my mistake. I mean, it may just not work. I mean, the people writing aren't necessarily gonna try to make it work exactly or know how to even. I mean, really, this situation, like, you know, I mean, it's already on pretty shaky ground.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it works as long as it's a ratio. You know, as long as it's just not a fixed 31 minutes, right?
Yeah, it does. It does. But if it's a fixed 31 minutes, then what that means is time runs the same. They're just like in the future.
Mhm.
You know, there's no real difference, which doesn't tie into the aging. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't really mean anything.
Or maybe it could mean that the threshold itself takes time to go through.
Yeah, but it apparently doesn't. You know, according to the ship's instruments, like it makes it appear that it doesn't, but in reality, it does take time. That's sort of my go to the future theory.
Because it basically can just be increasing the distance between the 2 points, like that threshold.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is weird.
Yeah. So it's just a case that their instruments are off, or
yeah, that's another thing. I would have loved if like the rocket had like a fuel gauge or something, and it could have seen like did it essentially go a further distance or not?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. It could be as simple as that. I mean, if you're in the real world, you would have to wonder about that.
Mhm.
You know, you wouldn't automatically think, well, time's running slower and blah blah blah. You know? You would probably want to rule out like measurement errors and stuff like that first. Mm-hmm. You know, did we miscalculate? Is this equipment working? You know, stuff like that. That's the first thing I would go to personally.
Yeah.
I'm no physicist, but it just seems like good science to me.
Yeah. All right. Well,
so
we're barely halfway through this episode.
That's a big issue. Yeah. Hopefully, I don't know. It's crazy stuff.
Crazy stuff.
So, okay. Next scene. Ready? Here we go.
All right.
Saeed, Miles, Hurley, Kate enter Ben's house. Kate checks the bedroom. Then she checks the bedroom closet. Ooh, what's in there? Nothing's in there. Saeed inspects the bookshelf and notices that it's covering a secret passageway. Ooh. Saeed enters the passageway. He turns on a light and sees clothes. And then,
oh no, it's a closet.
Yeah. He has a secret stash of business suits. That crazy man.
Ben wears clothes. I wouldn't have guessed.
Who knew? Yeah, his secrets don't end there. He opens up a drawer and finds money, not American money, and passports as well. And he opens up one of them and sees Ben's picture in there. Ooh.
And it doesn't have Ben's name.
No, I think it says, what does it say?
I don't know what it says, but it's not Ben's name.
It says, I remember I read what it's like Moriarty or something.
Oh, really?
Something like that.
Like from Sherlock Holmes?
Yeah.
Moriarty?
Yeah, Moriarty. God, I have a hard time saying that. It's Dean Moriarty.
Wow, that's interesting.
You can see it on Lostpedia up close. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. It doesn't say Ben's name, which I'm not surprised. He's I mean, I guess technically he should have U.S. citizenship, I think, but because that's where he was born.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think he wants to go all kinds of places and do all kinds of stuff. So so this is a big thing.
Yes, Dean Moriarty as a character in Jack Kerouac's book.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He also wrote a book called Dharma Burns.
Oh dear.
Yeah, which seems very relevant.
In name at least, yeah.
In name at least. That's it. That's the only relevance is that that's got the same name.
It says Dharma, yeah, okay. Right. So then we go back to Kate. She's in the bedroom, and Sawyer comes in and makes the little shh signal. Kate yells for Saeed, but Locke is behind him and holding him at gunpoint, and we discover that Hurley led them into a trap.
Hurley.
Wah, wah, wah.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah. So Ben is like, I always had the impression that Ben was an island guy. He was not going to leave the island. He wasn't willing to take women off the island to conceive babies just so they could live. I had the impression it was all about staying on the island. Like, he wanted to keep people there. He didn't want to leave. It was.
I've been on this island my whole life.
Yeah. Oh God. Even if he wasn't born there, that's where he wants to be all the time from now on. Like, I was totally convinced of that, and I'm really surprised to find this little room and get the idea that he kind of goes out in the real world and does stuff, like, maybe fairly frequently. I mean, he's got like all this crap in here. There was a photo from the last episode, with him apparently somewhere in the real world doing whatever.
Potentially at an airport.
Yeah, and then of course the flash forward where he's definitely, back in the real world doing something, like this. I don't know. This was really surprising to me. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what it means, but it just doesn't fit in with what I thought his character was about. Like, I'm surprised.
I agree, and I feel like the whole flash forward thing when he's doing whatever he's doing to sort of help Saeed or help himself, and he's like, don't you, want to protect your friends? And it seems like and obviously there's so much more going on, of course, but just that line of you want to, it makes it seem like Ben is doing this so Saeed can protect his friends, but it's like, what is Ben gaining from this? Does he have anyone on the island that he cares about? Does he care about the island at all anymore? Like, does it even matter? It just seems like, at this point he's just doing something else. Like, I don't know. And obviously a lot of the others are dead, but what happens to the rest we don't know yet. But I don't know. I agree. It's weird that. He did seem like he was all about the island, and now he's just like he's mucking around the world, like just doing all kinds of stuff, and I don't know what to do about that.
I don't either.
Remember that whole thing about like getting information from the outside world, and like like that whole thing, and maybe if they have a satellite they can, but now it's just like and how they got furniture and all this other stuff, and like.
Yeah.
And now it's just like, well, they can just do whatever they want. You know?
Pretty much.
And we saw Alfred in the real world. He got Juliet, and I guess we just have to assume there was missions or whatever that Ben went on that he, whatever he needed to do, and he just left when he wanted to.
Yeah. One of the depressing things for me in season 3 was when Juliet and Son go back to the medical station, and then they go into the secret room, very similar to this, and we see all the furniture in there, and it's like, that's where the furniture is. that was such an anticlimax to me. It was. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, after learning what we did about the others, like, I didn't buy any crazy explanation anymore. So it fit, but it's just like, oh yeah, and they just shoved it in this room. It didn't even look. It wasn't even orderly. It was just haphazard and like, I don't know. And also like the idea of them going back and there's a secret room. Like it just, I don't know. Because we've been to Ben's house before, and I don't know. Going back and finding a secret room is just, I don't know. It seems interesting, but there's something about it that bothers me.
Yeah, and every time someone finds a secret room, they find it so easily. It's just like, in any movie you see or something, someone, it's just like, hey, what book is this? And they pick up the book, and the bookcase turns around. Or, like, Saeed just kind of was drawn to that little bookcase and just kind of, like, moves it, and, oh, look, it's a thing,
Yeah.
They didn't even need to tell us this. They really did. I mean, why did they even show us this? That's my question.
I really don't know. I don't know. It's clear now that Ben's like, I don't know if he has like I don't know if he has a short attention span or he just like.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Like this year, he's all about helping the women and the fertility.
Yeah.
You know, the year before was all about something else, and
yeah, like he doesn't have a central mission. He just gets fixated on certain things, and it's just all about that while he's doing it. You know.
Yeah, unless these things are related, and we just haven't figured out how yet.
Yeah, that's true.
But you want to believe they are. You want to believe whatever he's doing in the future is related to everything he's sort of been wanting to do, but. And it could be that, that when, somehow the people coming to the island made him have to leave the island or something, and whatever he's doing in the future is he's trying to secure his ability to go back and be safe or something.
Mhm.
So.
It could be, yeah. And whatever he does in the real world might have something to do with the island, but it makes it seem like, I don't know, it makes it seem like he's into all kinds of stuff. Just like,
yeah.
Because this is before the flash forward, like, whatever, I don't buy that he built this just because of the boat people.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was doing stuff like he's been doing stuff since like, it must have been a while. I mean, this sort of organization doesn't just happen that quickly.
No, I mean, yeah, you don't have a room like that with all that stuff, suitcases and suits and passport and money ready to go if you just, if you're not actively going, quite a bit,
Yeah. Like, he should have had reasons to leave before all that, before there was this outside threat or whatever, So, I have no idea what he was up to.
Calls into question why he didn't just go see a doctor about his...
Totally. That was the thing. The explanation was always he just doesn't want to leave the island,
Mm-hmm.
And if he does, then yeah, why not?
Maybe he's like, I was just about to go find me a doctor when one fell out the sky.
Oh, God. I mean, that's just so silly. I mean, it was risky. I mean, even if he is a good doctor, the facilities weren't perfect. Like, it's not a top-notch. Like, he didn't get good assistance. He had to have fucking Juliet and Tom help him. Like, this is a complicated spinal procedure. Like, you don't need these people, like, being the assistants.
Now,
like, it's an unnecessary risk.
I still want to believe that it is difficult and complicated to leave the island. It's not something I need some milk. Let's go, leave the island.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's I agree. The thing with Juliet and Tom having to help, I mean, that's just because they weren't going to go get other people to come,
Yeah.
But and I'm sure he had faith in Jack, but who eventually cut his kidneys back. Remember that whole drama, man?
Oh yeah.
Wow, that was such an ordeal. And then he woke up. Oh man.
Yeah.
I remember calling that. I'm like, I just saw that coming.
Yeah. Yeah. And Juliet's like, don't listen to him, Tom. He'll never let a patient just die. Yeah, it was a whole drama, and like, ooh, Juliet, she's so devious. Like, the good old days.
The good old days when she brought sandwiches with toothpicks.
Yeah. Yeah, he woke up and it was just, and then he says something to Juliet, and everybody's like, ooh, what did he really say, and all that bullshit. It had a share of fun. But yeah, okay, anyway, let's go to the next scene. What do you think?
Yeah. Let's get this party moving.
Okay.
We're already at 4.5 hours.
All right. I mean, we don't have too much to go, right? So really just one big thing. So
I did want to mention I liked they didn't really I get the sense this is what happened. They didn't make it over, but I like that, Kate was sort of looking under the bed and then Sawyer comes in and she sees the boots, and I like to believe, she knew who it was when she pulled the gun on him. And because I feel like Kate would know Sawyer's boot. Kate would know Sawyer's boots.
I know those boots anyway.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like she would, and I feel like, I don't know. The way it comes off to me, I felt like she knew who it was, and she was kind of pulling the gun on him, not only because of the situation, but because, she was pissed that he left.
Yeah.
And he comes in with no gun, and he's just like, That was an interesting little scene there.
Yeah. I'm almost there. We have one other scene and then that. So.
We haven't gotten to there yet?
No. So
I thought
far,
we already got there.
Sawyer just went in there and then they cut away.
Oh, I keep forgetting about when they cut away. And I just assume it's all one big thing.
It plays like that because it's just like a pause to do other stuff and then they go right back to it. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, Danielle. The next scene is Danielle with Hurley also leading Saeed at gunpoint out of the house. Saeed asks about Locke. Hurley says that he's with Miles. Danielle takes him to the pool hall. We all remember where they held Case.
I just wonder who picked that sandwich up off the floor so many days ago.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. At the time it was all fun and they had their little fight and everybody enjoyed it. But then somebody's got to clean that sandwich up.
Someone's got to get it.
I don't think Kate cleaned it up.
I don't think she did either.
Yeah, that's weird. Nobody should have cleaned it up because they leave her in there and they all leave.
Mhm.
So it should actually still be there.
I would love it if it was still there.
That would be great.
That'd be awesome, but then you'd have so many fans what is that sandwich?
Yeah.
Why is there a sandwich on the floor?
What's up with the sandwich?
Oh, man. The sandwich is the key to everything.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all about the sandwich.
It was a sandwich, Jerry.
Sandwich. Give me a sandwich. She's got a sandwich. What is the deal with sandwiches? God, it's so bad. I can't do Seinfeld.
Who can? He's a piece of work. So it's the old pool hall.
I love Ben.
The good old days.
I lost $1.
Yeah. So Ben's also being held there. Ben says that he bet $1 that Saeed wouldn't fall for the trap.
I just love that's the first thing he says. I lost $1.
Yeah.
He's just like a retard. What are you talking about?
Oh.
I lost $1. Oh. Here's $1 for you, Timmy. Shut up.
Yeah, that's sad. It does seem like this. It reminds me of Walt's you owe me $40,000.
Yeah, exactly. You owe me $40,000.
I lost $1 on you. God. Yeah, okay. Well, whatever, Ben. And then so he bet that Saeed wouldn't fall for the trap and he also adds that it's no use having friends you can't trust.
Mm-hmm.
So Ben is sort of he's season 2 Ben now. He's just tied up and stuck in this room.
Yeah, he is back to season 2 Ben. They might as well call him Henry.
Yeah, it's so reminiscent. And having Saeed show up into the room, it just I don't know Saeed and Locke. It's just getting it's just weird to have him in that position. I mean, at a certain point, obviously he won't be in that position anymore, but it's weird to have him back, just kind of stuck.
Yeah, it's weird just that they're just they're just carrying him around, and it's obviously Locke wants to keep him around for answers that he'll never get, but I just don't understand why, I mean, obviously they can't do it, but I just want someone to be let's just put Ben out of his misery.
Yeah.
He's caused us enough trouble. Let's just get it over with.
Yeah. I mean, they've said that, but they never do it.
Yeah.
They always talk about it, but yeah, they're just not going to.
No, they can't.
They're stuck with him. Probably till almost the end of the show, at least. If he doesn't even live through the whole show, which I think is a possibility.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that scene. Okay, now we're back with Kate and Sawyer in the bedroom.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Ben's bedroom, I think. This is This is where they had the scene about the sub, and Alex was in the closet, and it's the whole thing. So, oh God, I lost my place. Anyway, okay, right. So Kate asks Sawyer why he's with Locke. Sawyer asks Kate why she went with Jack.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kate says because well, what I wrote down doesn't make sense. The point was she thinks he can get him off the island. And Sawyer says he don't want to leave. He also mentions.
Well, see, there's your problem. I don't want to leave.
Yeah, exactly. And he also mentions that Kate shouldn't want to go back either because she's a fugitive and she's just gonna get arrested and all that. Oh
Conference
dear.
is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
All right. I think that's close to when it did last time, actually. It was, I think it was like 4:41. I don't know.
They're stupid, man.
It's pretty bad.
That.
It's pretty bad. I wish you could turn off that feature.
Yeah.
It would be really helpful. So, anyway, yeah, he don't want to leave, and Kate shouldn't want to leave because the future thing, which is a valid point that's needed to address at some point. Because apparently she does leave. Kate says, how long do you think we can play house? And Sawyer says, why don't we find out? And that's the end of the scene.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess this is where Kate decides to, like, stay behind or whatever.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Saeed says she decided to stay, but I wasn't really sure if that was true or if he was just saying that. Because sort of technically, she's held captive. You know, I mean, it's by Sawyer, so, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe she really does decide to stay.
I'm assuming that for now, but yeah, it does seem suspicious. It seems suspicious because, like, he says it in this very, I don't know, like, oh, she just wanted to stay.
And at this point, you know, Saeed's doing whatever he needs to do to get what he wants to get done.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be like, oh, well, they wouldn't let her go or something, or, you know, anything like that.
Yeah. But I kind of do think she decides to stay. I don't know. That's my sense of things.
You think, but you don't think she would? I mean, I guess she can still decide to stay. But I think if this was real, which is always a bad place to talk about loss. If this was real, I feel like she would want to say something to Jack, you know, because she might, you know, depending on what happens, she might never see him again.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. If this was real, she really should do that. Yeah. I mean, even if she was held captive, like, it seems like she should have, like, given Saeed a message or something. You know, like, I don't know. It's if they're really leaving the island, like, yeah, I agree. Way to go, Kate. Okay, so we go back to the pool hall. Locke comes in to give Saeed, not Ben, some iced tea. Ben apologizes. No, I'm sorry. Locke apologizes. Ben is not going to apologize.
No.
Saeed asks about Miles and Kate. Locke says that Kate's with Sawyer and Miles is somewhere else, but he's fine. Locke just asked him some questions. Saeed proposes that Locke turn Charlotte over so that Saeed can get on the boat. Locke says that Ben has a man on the boat. Saeed asks Ben who the spy is. Ben says it's a secret. And then Saeed says, forgive me, but the day I start trusting him is the day I would have sold my soul. He then repeats his request to Locke. Locke says, why would I give Charlotte away for nothing? And Saeed says, oh, I think you misunderstood me. I never expected you to give her to me for nothing. And that's the end of the scene.
You know, I think they're trying to do something with the you know, the state of the Losties in the Flash in the future. this whole thing about he would have sold his soul, but the day he starts trusting him. We see Jack is in a bad place in the future. Hurley's not in a great place in the future.
Yeah.
We don't really know about Kate. She seems okay.
Relatively, yeah. I assume she'll get a little more development at some point.
Yeah. So it seems to be that's part of what they're doing is when these people get back to the real world, it's just not good for them as who they are. That they're sort of better off on the island, and that'll be interesting to see play out. This idea that that Saeed is working for Ben, which man. I hope when this happens we get a good understanding of how Ben convinces Saeed to work for him.
Yeah.
Because I think it's going to
take some work.
It's going to take some steel trap logic and reasoning to get Saeed on board.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about that because I think at the end it's relevant to the last scene. So.
I agree. So, next scene.
I'm trying to think. Is there anything else in this scene? Oh yeah, who? He asks who the guy on the boat is, and it's a secret.
Yeah. Whatever.
Shut up.
I know. Slap him for that one.
Yeah.
Not a punch. A good slap.
Which I guess is one of the first times Ben's ever told the truth. It is technically a secret.
Yeah.
Bravo, Ben. That must have hurt.
Yeah.
Probably pulled a muscle telling that truth.
Yeah. That's a tough. Yeah, I feel sorry for him.
Okay, I guess we can go to the next scene.
Okay, so we're back to the flash forward. Saeed and Elsa are lying in bed.
Oh.
Elsa mentions the job that Saeed doesn't talk about. And this is where that stuff about the crash that I didn't hear is. You don't have to talk about the crash, but I want to know about you, I guess. She wants to know more about Saeed, and Saeed agrees to talk, but the beeper goes off and interrupts them. Elsa says she has to leave.
What timing.
I know, right? The beepers of fate.
What are the odds?
So, just in time for us not to find out either. So Elsa has to leave. She starts to get dressed, and Saeed kind of looks at the pager. He thinks for a bit, and then he says, "Elsa, you have to leave Berlin." He says that people will be asking questions about what happened to her employer, and she can't be around to answer them. She realizes that this is about her boss, and she asks Saeed, "Who are you?" She asks Saeed if he's going to kill her boss. Saeed says his name's on a list, his employer's list. Elsa says, "You kill people because of a list, innocent people." Saeed says, "The man you're working for is not an economist."
He's a financial advisor, and it's a big difference, Elsa. A big difference.
That's all he's saying. It's just a technical point about terminology. No, look. If you're gonna say economist, get it right, lady.
Yeah.
This is.
He did, however, save me 20% of my taxes last year. Oh, yikes!
I really like that line. It's there's something really nice about it. It's such a nice, simple declarative sentence, and I know that what it means is probably eventually terribly disappointing, but I like it. I like its placement and how it's delivered, and I thought that was a great line. For the titular line, it's I don't know. Well done. So Elsa pauses, looks at herself in the mirror, and then suddenly shoots Saeed in the shoulder, I guess. Then she picks up a phone and talks to someone. She says in German, "You were supposed to page me at 10:30. No, I didn't kill him. He's not going to give up the name now. Why should I keep him alive? He had no idea. All right. I'll bring him to you. Leave the hotel. I'll meet you at the safe house." Meanwhile, Saeed eyes another gun that's in a jacket. I guess that's his. I don't know.
Yeah, it should be his.
Okay, so I was thinking like there just happened to be a jacket with a gun. That doesn't make sense. Saeed throws something at the mirror she's kind of using to look at him, and then grabs the gun from a jacket and shoots Elsa twice. He crawls over to her, and meanwhile she dies. He closes her eyes and then notices the bracelet she's wearing. It looks sort of like Naomi's bracelet from earlier. And so that's the end of this scene.
Yeah, I really thought he was gonna have an opportunity to say some parting words to her before she died.
Yeah.
This would look like they were, when he crawled over to her, but he just crawled just in time for her to die.
Yeah.
Which is very strange.
Yeah, she didn't have parting words either.
Yeah, I thought, something was called for here, because I thought she did a really good job. I liked this whole storyline. I thought the actress did well and liked the character.
Yeah.
And I wanted a little bit more in the end here, but I guess we're supposed to assume the person she talked to was her employer. It was either her employer or some person who was posing as the employer. Because this person, paged them and was at the hotel.
Right.
So
this scene makes it clear that like she knew something about Saeed. She was trying to get something out of him. It kind of turns around. What you think is going on. Of course, you don't even know that Saeed's doing that until this scene either. But you sort of find out both in rapid succession. That they're both kind of trying to get something out of the other person. So I don't. I guess she's talking to her employer. I don't know. I don't know if it matters. I guess it does. I didn't really think about it. Like if she was just lying about everything and he is there a lot, or I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Well, I think it means that. That's where they're going for. Oh, see, he paged 30 minutes early. And see, right when he paged was when Saeed said, "No more secrets. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you." See, so she's pissed that he paged early and she didn't get the information out before the ruse was up.
I see.
She ended up having to shoot him, and so that's part of the problem there. Okay, because I was wondering why she was like, he's not going to give up the name now, and I'm like, you're just starting to try to get it out of him, really. But now I see she thought he's not going to give it now that he knows what's going on.
Yeah.
And so apparently the employer, whoever's on the phone, wants her to bring Saeed to him, which is interesting.
Yeah.
And they're going to meet at the safe house. But so I guess maybe the next time we pick up the storyline, they're going to try to get him at the safe house or something, maybe? I don't know.
Get the employer? Yeah.
If they figure out where that is.
Right. Yeah. And I guess it could be, and I guess, yeah, okay. So I guess they already knew something, like, about Saeed, like he knows something, or he's somehow involved in, fighting against whatever they're trying to do. So they're both conducting similar activities. But I don't really know what to do with this. I mean,
is there any way? Because she seems to be generally upset that it was all that the meeting their meeting was not accidental, but I'm trying to. This whole relationship was weird because it seemed like they really fell for each other, but kind of, but not really, and different. Each one at a different time. And I'm wondering, is there any way that she knew about Saeed, but still, wasn't 100% just trying to trick him? You know what I mean? Like, I can't tell if that's possible or not.
Yeah.
Because she seems really upset about that whole thing.
Yeah, I know. It seems like they're playing it both ways. That they're they really are, like, invested in this relationship, but not really.
Yeah.
I guess they are. It seems like they are, but other scenes seem like they're not.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, love, how complicated are these?
Yeah, it's complicated. I guess that's it.
Well, sorry to see Elsa go. She was cool.
Yeah, no, she was all right. She was all right. I thought Saeed might die for a second. I thought they were.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I thought they were going to kill him in the flash forward. I thought, like, oh, okay, that'll be how he'll die. But
well, that's crazy.
I was wrong, of course. Yeah, I thought they were going to tell us when Saeed died. That was my first thought when she came out and shot him. Because I was expecting Saeed to die, and I just, once he was in a flash forward, I'm like, okay, well, he can't die now. But then I thought, oh, he'll just die in a flash forward. I don't know. I was wrong, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, and the bracelet thing, maybe she's connected to Naomi, something like that. I guess that seems like the best working theory about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a very good scene, but we'll move on, I guess. So in the next scene, we're back with Desmond and the rest of the people at the helicopter area. Desmond asked Frank why Naomi was carrying the picture, the Penny and Desmond picture. Frank says he doesn't know. She was upper management and all that nonsense. Desmond says, "Look at me and swear you've never heard of Penelope Widmore." At this point, Frank and Dan exchange a look. I
love Dan's look. He kind of looks and then looks off in a random direction, and it's like, yeah, you're really playing that off well, Dan.
Yeah, it doesn't. If that means nothing to them, they're not. It certainly doesn't seem like it.
Yeah.
If that's meaningless. I saw a bunch of people say they were reacting to Widmore.
That's what I feel like they're reacting to.
Yeah, I do too. It's like, it wasn't, when I watched it, it wasn't totally clear to me that it was Widmore and not Penelope Widmore.
To me, it seems like I would have assumed that, at least I did assume that he had already said her first name. And just by the fact that he said her full name, I felt like he was making explicitly clear who this person was.
Mm-hmm.
And they were trying to tell us before that they, this is the, second half of this conversation they've been having about her. So I figured he would have already said her name.
I see.
Okay. But now when he says her full name, that's when they oh, okay, well, we're not going to say anything about that.
I see. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll buy that. So after this look, Desmond says, I'm on that helicopter.
You don't want to tell me the truth. I'll find someone who will.
Yeah.
See, when that takes off, I'm on it.
Yeah, that's
only because we have room, buddy. Not because you're giving orders.
It's just weird to me. It's like he's. Yeah.
Here's a question: When is Claire going to get on the helicopter?
Oh, hair.
I want to say Claire and helicopter became hair. You know,
when is that going to happen?
I thought when this helicopter was going to take off, you know, I think this was the chance for the prophecy to come true.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't happen.
No,
and
not
they
at
had
all.
room. I mean, Naomi took up a space, but
Claire is nowhere near the place.
Dude, now they have to like land the helicopter back on the island again and like go. This is like the third helicopter landing. It's like that's enough helicopters.
No, there will be more helicopters.
Yeah.
Helicopters are everywhere.
Jeez.
They're legion, and they will not leave us alone. They insist upon themselves.
It's crazy, but anyway, so so he's on it.
He insists. Like, I'm gonna go on that boat and talk to people, and they'll also tell me what you're telling me. But, you know.
Yeah, why does he think he's gonna get more out of anybody else?
Yeah, it's really silly. Like, even if they know, like, why do you think they're gonna tell you?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's very weird. Like, I didn't really buy how mad he was, and I didn't buy. Like that, like I'm getting on that helicopter. Like it just, I don't know. It didn't play right to me. It seemed very.
The whole scene was weird.
It just seemed like it was pulled out of thin air. Like you know, just add water drama. Like
it was 0 to 60 way too fast. Because we jump into the scene with him already upset.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna ask you one last time.
Yeah,
know?
Exactly. Yeah, it was, and we didn't get to see like. I don't know. I didn't see enough justification for him acting like that, and why he wants to go on the helicopter and all that. But whatever, you know.
It's basically because I really don't think that Frank and Dan know why she has that picture. They may have heard of the name Widmore, but I really don't think they know anything, and I think they just need Desmond to be with Saeed when they go to the freighter.
Apparently, yeah. Someone posted on the forum that Desmond was on the helicopter, and like I forgot. It's such a tiny part of this episode, you know. It's like go get Desmond, and Desmond shows up, and you just see him, and then he gets this one scene, and then he's on the helicopter. But it's such a tiny part of this episode. Like I forgot it even happened. I was like, Desmond was on the helicopter, and like I look back, I'm like, oh yeah, I guess he was on the helicopter.
Yeah, and that that's what I was going to say, like, you know, that whole thing, well, I guess we're going to get to it with Jack not going on the helicopter, because in any other season, he would be on the helicopter.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
You know?
Jack's weird this season.
Yeah, it is. It's like he's okay not being in control, which is not Jack. You know?
Yeah, he's shooting Locke in the face, and he doesn't care about control. It's just not like... It's just not the Jack I used to know.
It seems like he would want to see this whole thing through. He did all this you know, to make the call, and then he got the people there, and he found everybody, and now they're at the helicopter. You'd think he would want to be the one who goes to the freighter to talk to, you know, Minkowski or whoever the captain is or whatever, and like get the rescue going.
And they have space too. They bring Naomi's dead body. They could have brought Jack instead, and they even decided in a previous episode not to bring Naomi's body.
Yeah,
and then it comes back up. You know, they were like, "Oh, she's dead weight. Like, you know, we gotta, you know, conserve or whatever. We don't have a lot of fuel." And you know, they'd already brushed off that idea, and they have the space. Like Jack could have gone, but I guess I don't know.
I think that actress who plays Naomi is tired of being in episodes dead. Like she's in like 3 episodes just dead. Like and I think that's really I think that's why they took Naomi, was to get her off. You know, either they were going to bury her there or they needed to get her off the island so we don't have to see her anymore. Yeah. You know, and I think that's really what that was about.
That is a shitty job. Just lay there and be dead.
All right, now be dead, you know.
Yeah, she gets guest star credit just for doing that. That's lame. That's really lame. Oh well, she had her time.
Yeah, she was good while she lasted.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm about to describe the scene we were just talking about. So Juliet notices that Saeed has returned. without Kate and Miles, but with Charlotte. Jack asks about Kate and says, "You cheated." No. Sorry, that's
you jumped a little bit.
yeah, I did. Sorry. Saeed says she decided to stay. We talked about that. Frank asked Saeed about Miles. Saeed says, "I traded him." Frank says, "You cheated. Lucky for you, that guy's a pain in my ass." And Dan sort of consoles Charlotte. Frank observes that they have room for one more. Charlotte says she should stay behind because she has work to do. And Dan agrees. He wants to stay there also. Dan warns Frank to stay on the bearing they came in on, sort of ominously. Frank agrees. Jack tells Saeed to be careful and wishes him good luck. Saeed makes sure Jack doesn't want to go. And Jack says, you got it, whatever.
Oh, this is so silly. I don't have to talk you out of coming. Like, shut up, As much as I like helicopter rides, I think you got this one under control. This is just bad. This is just bad. Oh man, that's just bad. That's bad. This is so weird to me. Jack would never, yes, Saeed, I think you got this one, bye. Like, what? He's leaving the island. He could potentially never come back. This could potentially be the only escape from the island ever. And you're just like, oh, you got this one under control. See you, man. Contact me on the sat phone as soon as you can, or no plan of action of what to do in case of what they might encounter. You know what I mean? Saeed, no matter what you do, find rescue. Saeed, no matter what you do, blah, blah, blah. Like, they don't have, the only plan is that Saeed is going to go. That's the only plan they have. There's no details.
Yeah.
And to me, that's just really I mean, I guess they just don't have time to talk about that or something. But it's just really, this is a momentous occasion. This is the first time a Lossie has, left the island, obviously since, Michael. But, but he doesn't count. He defected. But you know what I mean? That's crazy. And just to be like, all right, have fun. You got this one, buddy.
Yeah.
What is Jack going to do? Just sit around and just, twiddle his thumbs? He's got nothing to do now.
No, he's got shit to do.
And it
seems like he's just going to sit there and, have a picnic.
Yeah. And the only reason Desmond's going because of this whole Penny thing and, that seems tenuous at best. And
really tenuous. I'm assuming they're going to do something with him. He needs to be there for some reason.
Yeah, so he can die.
Yeah. I feel like he can't die until they do more with the Penny thing. He can die at some point, but I think we got to get a little more on that. He's got to at least I don't know, get some kind of closure he can die with.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, you got Jack's just blah, blah, whatever. So Saeed suggests that they bring Naomi's body with them, which they do. And so, finally, the helicopter carrying Desmond, Saeed, Frank, and Naomi's dead body takes off. And the helicopter gets up there and flies off the island and goes over the water, and it's all very, I don't know, it seems like a big deal.
Yeah.
It is a big deal. I mean, like you said, it's the first time they sort of legitimately are leaving the sphere of the island. To go to the real outside world.
Oh, okay. I remember two things I need to talk about after this scene. Okay, sorry.
So we'll see if they go to the future. I doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah, we'll see if they go to the future. Oh my God, that'd be funny.
They're just like, wow, you guys have been gone for 10 years.
Oh, man.
It's just so not going to happen. But, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's the...
Oh, wait. Here's a question. Is there any way this future thing could tie into the flash forwards? I mean, I don't want to believe that when you leave the island, you go to the future. But what if the difference between, where the timeline of the present and the future is made null by this anomaly?
And they'll come out and it'll be that time.
It'll be, or very, very close to it.
And they won't have to fill in that much.
Yeah.
Years and years of, yeah, they could totally do that.
Oh, wow. They could totally do that, and that way they don't have to deal with that. And it'll just be one continuous timeline. Wow. And they don't look any older.
No. No, not at all.
Wow, that's something to think about.
It is, yeah. That's a pretty, yeah, that's a possibility, I think. If they're going with it.
Wow, that's interesting. All right, well, stick that in your feathers, guys.
Yeah, everybody put it in your feather.
Yeah, put them in your feathers, and then put those feathers in your hats.
I like the idea of using a feather to store things. I never really thought of that particular usage of feather. Good. So many other things you do with feathers, but we're just gonna put theories in there.
Yeah.
Why not? Okay, so anything else about that scene? We're going into the final scene here.
Yeah. Let's get going.
You ready? Okay, so I'm just reading the transcript on this scene. I decided to just, we'll just do the whole thing here. A row of dog kennels is seen with dogs yipping and barking. Oh, wait.
The other thing, sorry. Do we need to talk about? I mean, it's not a big deal, as big, but just when Dan tells Frank to follow the path directly, the course directly. Do you think that has anything to do with the course that Ben gave Mike?
That was my first thought. Yeah, that seems like a good theory to me.
And do you? And I wonder. I mean, there's
325 or whatever it was.
Yeah, and it's like, all you could do is speculate now, but, what would happen if he didn't follow that course? Is that why the other helicopter crashed or something, And real quick, since we're talking about it, I was reminded of this the other day, that when Ben let Michael go, he said, follow this course and you'll find rescue. What if that led them directly to the freighter?
That's possible.
Yeah, because I was thinking, maybe they sort of, ran into the freighter or the freighter picked them up, but I forgot that he specifically said, follow this course, it will lead you to rescue, quote unquote rescue. But which to me might add to the, the specifics of that line might add to the Michael is the man in the boat theory.
Right. It's a possibility. I mean, it's weird to me to imagine that it was there back then. That was a while ago. But,
that was what, like a month ago or something?
Yeah. They could have been there a month ago. I don't know. I find that unlikely. Because I got the sense from Naomi that they sort of showed up and sent the helicopter. Like, it wasn't like they just hung around there for a month.
Well, they were trying.
Actually, it was more like a month and a half before Naomi showed up.
But they were trying to find the island for a while, right? And then it wasn't until
No, it wasn't. What am I saying? It was like half a month. It was like 2 weeks. Maybe a little more than that.
2 weeks from what? What happened?
From when Michael left and when Naomi dropped in. Naomi dropped in episode 17.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And that makes more sense.
So it's actually not that long. It probably is
considering
Michael.
that they were. Yeah, I mean, considering that they. Yeah, considering that they were trying. Michael's the man on the boat and the man in the coffin. He's everywhere.
Yeah. I'm pretty convinced it's Michael now. In my mind, just because of the real, the real world time between the seasons, it seems like it's been years. It almost has been years since Michael left.
Yeah.
But 2 years in May. But in Island Time in the show, like it would work. He could have left and gone to the freighter. It wasn't that long until Naomi showed up.
Yeah.
And she didn't even show up at the end of the season. She showed up in 17. So
yeah.
So that works. And I think it's Michael on the boat. That's that.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once I realized about that line of him saying, specifically telling him what course to take and saying, you'll find a rescue, I'm like, okay, that seems like, you're setting him up for something. If it was just like, take this course, I'll see you later, I would, and I was just suspect of Michael, or the freighter just finding them, but if he was sent directly to them, that would make sense.
Now, what we don't know is like how he's maintaining contact. Why is he working as a spy? I don't know. Where does Walt fit into all this? Like, it's there's a few questions there, but
you want a crazy answer?
All right.
What if both Michael and Walt are working with Ben, and the communication is Walt with his teleportation stuff?
That is a crazy answer.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. Walt using his little, what was it called? Remote viewing?
Remote viewing or whatever.
Yeah. Well, why not? They can do whatever they want.
Because he could just show up and give reports and teleport back, or
now they're gonna have a problem with Walt being older. I don't know how they're gonna deal with that.
It's the time differential.
Oh, it's the time differential. That's it.
There you go.
Oh, God, that would make it a big time differential if it's been weeks and he's aged 2 years.
Yeah.
That would make it pretty far off, but yeah, they could go with that if they want, if he's going to be around too. But I'm just surprised. Michael's just, he falls into this. He's willing to just be Ben's spy on a boat.
Obviously, there's got to be something. I mean, there's got to be some reason why he's doing it. Because I'm sure Ben, there could be a scene where Ben's like, well, I said I'd get you off the island. I didn't say I'd get you back, back home. For that, my friend, you're going to need to do one more thing for me.
Oh, Ben. Remember when he told Jack in Glass Ballerina, I will take you home. and at the time, I remember you had a theory that what he really meant was he'll just take him back to the camp. And it'll be like, this is home. That was his way out,
Yeah.
All I said was home. I didn't say
home.
The United States and Los Angeles.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's what it reminds me of. I just said,
Yeah, and that was the thing, when Jack called him on that, and Ben's like, well, I intend to take you home, I intend.
Yeah.
But will you really?
As far as I'm concerned, you're leaving really soon. That's all I know. Somebody else might know something else, but all I know is you're on that sub. Have fun.
I just hope no one blows it up.
Yeah. Oh God, fucking Ben, man, he won't quit.
He won't
quit. But yeah,
not a quitter.
I'm with the Michael's on the boat theory. I'm there. Sign me up.
He's really the best candidate.
Yeah.
And it makes sense for, how they can get him back on the show, too. So,
Yeah.
Now, the big question, of course, is why and how. And they're going to have to retcon, how Ben gave him the instructions to do all this.
Yeah.
Although I think the other night I came up with something. My theory was that because it doesn't seem like Ben had time to give him these instructions before Michael left.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking maybe after all the hubbub on the dock, the Paula Ferry dock, I can the farewell, bon voyage, Michael and Walt. I was thinking maybe I could totally see a scene where it's Michael and Walt are out out to sea, and they're sailing quite along. And all of a sudden, they hear a radio, and it's Ben on a walkie-talkie that he stashed there. And then that's when Ben tells him the second part of the plan. Yeah, I can see that happening.
They could do that. Ugh.
Mm-hmm. See how easy it is to be crappy?
Yep. Apparently. Yeah.
Very easy.
Oh, look, he left us a walkie-talkie. Because that's the thing. I feel like if Michael comes back, I feel like he'll get some kind of flashback where we'll kind of see what happened there.
Yeah.
And I could see a scene like that, Come in, Michael, like, you gotta blah, blah, blah. Because he had time. He wasn't, like, on screen. There was plenty of chance for him to do that in that period, after he left and after they took, the Jack Kate and Sawyer crew over to the Hydra.
Yeah.
He was just off, like, being a mastermind. Like, he could have been talking that whole time. So, God. If we see that scene, like, I don't know. You need to get a prize.
If we see that scene and it plays out like that, I need to get a job. We're writing for Lost.
Yeah. Okay, well, that can be your prize, I guess.
Yeah, that'll be a nice prize.
Yeah. Because that just seems so like the easiest way to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's that. I'm attaching my name to the Michaels on the boat.
Michaels on the boat. I will agree. I'll attach my name to Michaels on the boat, but Michael is Annie.
Yeah. Not Annie again. God.
Michael's Annie, and she forgot who she was and had a sex change. And
oh no! Wow, Annie.
Yeah, no. Okay, I'm kidding.
She had a sex change and a kid.
And like, yeah, she's all kinds of crazy.
She is all kinds of crazy. Wow. That's a good one. Why not? Okay, so you ready for the last scene?
All right, let's do it.
Here we go. It's a flash forward. A row of dog kennels is seen with dogs yipping and barking. Saeed enters through a set of double doors, cradling his arm. Saeed stands in a doorway, sweaty, out of breath, and in obvious pain. A man says, "Take your shirt off." Saeed removes his jacket. A procedure room is seen with a light trained on a table covered in paper. Saeed takes his shirt off and sits. A man walks past him and trains the light on Saeed's wounded shoulder. "Is she dead?" the man says. Saeed says, "Yes," crying. "Why didn't she kill you?" the man says. He sticks a needle in Saeed's wound. Saeed grimaces. Saeed says, "She was trying to get information from me." The man says, "What sort of information?" Saeed says, "She wanted to know who I worked for. She wanted to know about you." The man says, "Of course she did." And the man is Ben.
Dun, dun, dun.
And now Ben resumes his normal way of speaking.
I just love how it's really low and scary the whole time, and then it goes, crying.
Yeah.
He just does this like nasal like thing, and it's even normally that line would have been weird. Crying.
Mm-hmm.
It's just weird.
Yeah.
And he's got those fucking glasses.
He turns into like Superman. Like.
Yeah, and those like glasses with on the tip of his nose, and he keeps looking over them.
Yeah.
And like, oh man, it was so. I just wanted to strangle him. God, man, those glasses. he can't be who he is with that voice and have the glasses.
Mhm.
It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Yeah, I agree. It's quite over the top. So Ben says, "Why are you crying?"
I'm crying.
Because it hurts, or because you were stupid enough to care for her. These people don't deserve our sympathies. Need I remind you what they did the last time you thought with your heart instead of your gun?
Mm-hmm.
Saeed says, you used that to recruit me into killing for you. Ben says, do you want to protect your friends or not, Saeed? I have another name for you. Saeed says, but they know I'm after them now. And Ben says, good. And that's the end of the episode.
Is it me, or was the little noise after he says good and the noise that accompanies the the lost tag, did that sound like crappy?
Yeah, it was
sounded
different.
really like it was really flat.
It wasn't what they normally use.
Yeah, it just he was like good, and it was like rant lost, whatever.
Yeah. The normal sound they use is like a sort of crashing kind of sound, and this was more like.
Yeah, this is like. Yeah, it was just like da 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 da.
Yeah, exactly. That's perfect. Da da da. Like, and that's the show, folks.
Yes, yeah. Give a hand for
more devious schemes.
Yeah, the lost players. All right, so let's talk about some of these lines are very important, I think.
Totally. Yeah. And I have to say, just in general, like, I recognize his voice. I don't normally do that, but, like, we've just heard him too much. I know his voice too well.
He talks way too much.
And I could hear it. And I feel like if they wanted us to not know it was him, like, they needed to, like, have him not talk so much. Like, I just thought it gave him away. Like, if you're following the show, you know what he sounds like, and he's not doing enough to really, make you think it's not him.
Yeah.
Like, if you were doing some strange accent or something, like, maybe he could cover it up more, but then he'd have to explain why he was doing that.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because they're trying to, all they could do is really what they did, because they're trying to disguise his voice enough to where the average person wouldn't be able to tell it's him, but not enough to where it's just totally just someone else who's talking.
Yeah.
And right, I realized it was Ben a little before the reveal, like, because I was trying to think of who it was, and once I realized, like, they were intentionally not showing us who it was, I'm like, okay, who can this be? Then I started listening, and then I heard the Ben timbre in his voice.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, okay, it's Ben. And then when they reveal it, it's like, okay, yeah, whatever, it's Ben.
Yeah, and it's just weird how as soon as they reveal it, it's like, okay, now I'm free to speak normally.
Yeah, that was so weird. They should have done something more gradual, or just have Saeed talk more.
Yeah, because Ben just like doesn't talk like that normally. Like it just comes off strangely. It's very very manipulative. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
But, like they can't make me think it's not his voice unless I guess if they use somebody else, like that would do it.
Yeah.
But that would be really weird. They didn't want to go that far. But it just seems really like, it just seems like bullshit. Like he wouldn't talk like that.
Yeah, he wouldn't talk like that.
Like I just don't buy that. Like he's going to talk like this for most of the time, and then suddenly turn back into the Ben we know.
Yeah, it was crappy.
Yeah, I mean, the content of the scene is fine, but like the way it played out, I don't know. It was too easy, and I never do that. I'm the last person to like see through disguises and who people are and stuff like that. When they're trying to hide it, like I never know who it is. Give him a mustache, and I can't tell the difference. Like,
Clark Kent, Superman, no way.
Yeah, exactly. I just
would have never guessed.
It works on me, but if I saw it, like it just can't be that hard to tell.
Yeah.
So whatever. But okay.
I do want to say that I don't just because some people, or I don't know if anyone thinks this. I saw some people say it, but I just want to say on the record, I don't think Ben is a vet.
What?
I don't think that Ben works as a vet in his future timeline.
I don't either. Did people think that?
Somebody said something about it, and I don't know if anyone is just I don't know. I'm just saying it. They are at a veterinary clinic or whatever,
which is kind of odd, but
I think it's just because when Saeed walked in there hurt, I was like, okay, this is, you've seen this scene before.
Yeah.
Of, people who, you can't go to the hospital because of what you're doing,
Mm-hmm.
So you go somewhere else that has the kind of facility you need. So,
right.
And they have, the kind of drugs and stuff they would need there. So.
Right. And apparently Ben he can carry out this procedure.
Yeah, it was surprising that he had the sort of medical knowledge to do whatever he was doing, but it's Ben, so he wasn't doing anything too crazy, so.
Yeah, that's true. It's not spinal surgery, but
no.
But yeah, I don't know. That kind of surprised me. But I agree. I don't think he's a veterinarian.
Yeah.
I mean, Ben as a veterinarian is just not. I don't know. I can't imagine him being a veterinarian.
Mm-mm.
It just seems too weird. And clearly, if he is a veterinarian, he's doing other stuff. I mean,
I could just see a scene. He's working on a dog, and he's like, "Don't worry, dog. You're gonna get better real soon." Ha ha ha! I'm lying.
Oh no!
I could just see because he has to lie. I could just see him lying all the time to his little animal patients.
Oh.
Don't worry, ma'am. Your cat's going to be okay.
Oh, no. Yeah, no. That would be bad news. And it just seems like why would he do that? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Nothing we know about Ben would lead us to think he would have any interest in being a veterinarian.
Mm-hmm.
That's
what the polar bears were on the island for.
Oh.
Was to end the no. All right, let's talk about these lines.
Yeah. So the content is the crucial thing, but I had to talk about the presentation. Okay, so about the lines.
The first big one I think is I think most of them are self-explanatory. The first big one is, need I remind you the last time you thought? I guess it's supposed to be thought with your heart instead of your gun.
Yeah, it's messed up. I had to change it.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a direct reference to what's about to happen on the freighter. I hope it is.
I hope it is too, and it's not just there's that, and then there's this other thing that's a year later or whatever.
Now, this makes me question, okay, in what situation would Saeed be thinking with his heart instead of his gun? And the only other thing I can think of is if Nadia shows up.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any way Nadia's on the boat?
Oh, dear. Well, you did have that theory. I don't buy her being on the boat, but, I guess it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know.
The way they're doing things, I guess they could have her show up. I didn't get the sense from the times we've seen her that she's really, up to anything.
Yeah.
That would lead. I mean, I guess I don't really know what she was doing, but it seemed like she was just living, whatever. But I guess these other people were too. So I guess it's possible that. But if Nadia and Michael are on a boat, man, that's gonna be weird.
And then he says that you use that to recruit me into killing for you. So whatever mistake Saeed did, somehow Ben says, okay, now that you did that, you need to kill these people to get to reconcile this or something.
Yeah, I guess that's what's supposed to have happened.
And which is also helping to protect his friends.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'm trying to think of what could happen on this freighter that You know, and this is what I don't like, you know, and you know, you sort of brought it up in general with, you know, Ben being alive and, you know, in the future, and any time anyone threatens Ben's life from now on, we know he's not going to die.
Mhm.
You know, and now, you know, this line about, you know, what, you know, thought with your heart instead of your gun, like, when the situation arises and Saeed has to, you know, choose between his gun and his heart, you know, whether or not the next time we see something like that is this instance or not, we're going to be thinking, okay, well, he's going to choose his heart, you know, because with this flash forward stuff, it's, you know, it's setting up things, and so when we see the past, we expect them to be played out.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
know.
We won't have to wonder what he's going to do.
Yeah, which one is he going to choose? We're going to be like, well, it's probably going to be his heart, because we know in the future he does that at one point.
Yeah. We'll be on the lookout for a situation where he needs to make that choice too. It'll make it seem different, you know, the way it plays out. So
yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think I like the flash forwards, but that's the weakness of them, you know.
Yeah.
They give us a skewed perspective on the present story. So, you know, they're taking people out of the mix from dying and telling us stuff that's going to happen that we can look out for. So, yeah, that is the bad part. That is the bad part. But I am curious to see, you know, what this is all about, what he's going to get involved with, and how that's going to lead to him killing people for Ben and to protect his friends. Presumably the other oceanic people, I guess. Possibly the people on the island as well. I don't know.
I figure he's specifically talking about the people on the island, but I guess he could be talking about the other 6 or the other 5 or whatever.
Yeah, I guess I actually assumed he was talking about the other 6.
Oh, really?
The other 5. But just as I was thinking now, I was like, well, he could.
I guess they kind of are the other 6, but it's 5 of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
The other oceanic 6.
The other members of the oceanic 6.
Yeah.
Which I mean, it's not insignificant to just know for the record that, you know, the oceanic 6 just decreased by 1. You know, who we can add to it. You know, we talked. I mean, we could have brought this up a long time ago, but I wanted to mention it. You know, we got Hurley, right? We got Saeed as of this episode. We're pretty sure we got. Almost 100% sure we got Jack.
Yeah.
You know, the way since he mentions autographs, I'm pretty sure
Jack has to be. He has to be.
He's part of the 6 too. Kate is a definite possibility. She's certainly in the real world, so you know she very well could be. She's in a good position to be. So that's, you know, up to 4 slots filled, which only leaves 2, which isn't much. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
And
like,
I
it
think
can't be Sun and Jin and Claire anymore.
Yeah, last time we talked about, you know, who the 6 were, we didn't put Saeed high on the list.
No, I didn't think Saeed would make it. I was surprised.
Yeah, so that's, you know, and I kind of felt like he was lying every time he said that. I'm like, really, Saeed? You're one of the Oceanic 6? For real? You know, like, you sure you didn't, like, just get off the island some other way and you're claiming to be, like, one of the Oceanic 6? Like, but I don't believe him.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got, what, two spots left? Or
yeah.
Wait, so it's Jack,
2 spots
Hurley...
left, assuming Kate is one of them.
Oh, okay.
It seems 100% sure that we got Jack, Kate, and Saeed. Hurley.
Hurley, Curly. Jack, Hurley, Saeed are definite.
Yeah.
Potentially Kate.
Yeah, Kate. I feel like Kate's has a good chance. I mean, well, she was on the plane and she was in the flash forward, so it's, you know, so far all those characters have been Oceanic 6 people. Yeah, which if it's not her, then it does open up, I guess, 3 slots for Jen and Sun and Claire, who I feel like ought to get off. But I have a hard time imagining, you know, what they're gonna do with them. You know, So far, the flash forwards they've all had content,
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know. I can't imagine Sun and Jen or Claire getting like an interesting flash forward.
Yeah.
I feel like they would just be like living their lives. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Although this isn't the future I imagine for Saeed. Even if you told me he's one of the Oceanic Six, I wouldn't have pictured this story.
No.
So whatever. Maybe they'll give him something, or maybe it's not even them. Maybe it's other people.
Yeah.
I guess there's only so many people it can be. But
now here's the thing, man. If back to this time travel thing. If there's a way to where, which I don't like, but if where they leave the island and it's kind of like the future or whatever,
mm-hmm.
and if they go back to the island, so I'm thinking like maybe Sun doesn't have to be one of the six. If somehow when they come back, they can somehow make it where she won't die when she gives birth. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Like somehow they can come back before she gives birth or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the biggest thing is that's the only reason I think she should be, if she wasn't going to die giving birth, then I think, her and Jen living on the island, having a baby.
Oh,
The
dear.
conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
How many?
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Ugh. Like I was just saying, the whole thing about her dying, if she wouldn't die giving birth, then I can see her and Jen just having the baby on the island and being fine.
Mm-hmm.
Claire did it. It's not that hard.
How hard can it be, really?
How hard can it be? Claire's doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Mhm.
So, but anyway, so that's and I could even see Sun getting off and not Jen. I think that's not ideal, but
yeah,
it could happen.
It could happen,
especially if they come back.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do with Sun either. I mean, Sun and Jen or Sun, I just can't imagine a good flash forward for them, but or for just Sun. But hey, whatever. I guess they could do one, but it seems like they need to get off. So,
yeah.
I guess they could not give them a flash forward, but it seems like they're kind of ticking off the Oceanic Six and giving them each a flash forward.
Yeah, I feel like it needs to be someone who's going to have an interesting flash forward. That has to do with what's going on with Abaddon and all that stuff. So, but I don't know. Like I said, Lost is just going to do anything they want these days. So
I guess
who knows? I think it's fairly unpredictable, very unpredictable.
Yeah.
At this point. So before you could count on all the drama taking place on the island. You can't even count that anymore.
No.
Who knows how long we're going to be on the freighter?
Mm-hmm.
How important that's going to be. And it could just be whoever gets to the freighter by the time the freighter leaves is the Oceanic Six.
Yeah.
So it could be, Saeed stays aboard, and then, Frank goes back and maybe takes Desmond with him for whatever reason. Or Desmond stays and he's one of the six, who knows. But
I guess shouldn't be,
I don't think he should be.
Just mainly
because he wasn't on the plane. Yeah. So that's good because it didn't seem to work anyway. So so Desmond goes back on the helicopter, and they go back and then they pick up Jack and Hurley, and some other people. I mean, I don't know who else, but. And then they go back one more time to the freighter, and then the freighter leaves, and that's their rescue. Mm-hmm. Maybe. Or this freighter is not the rescue, and the Oceanic, and whatever rescues them we just haven't seen yet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a possibility. Now that I feel the scope of this story is season 4, I I do think the freighter is the source of the
source
rescue.
of the, but you know what I was just thinking, it just popped in my head. What if Penny, now that she knows something is going on, that Desmond is alive, and what if she is like, okay, well, I need to, get things going with trying to get a rescue out there, and so she, whether or not Whitmore's involved with what's going on or not, she somehow gets a ship out in the area, maybe even, as helped by the, tracking down how the freighter got there or something.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they blow up the freighter, or they deal with the freighter, or the freighter leaves, but the freighter isn't the rescue, but Penny's, when Penny comes, that's the rescue. That way, you can sort of control the rescue, because then Desmond can get off the island but not have to really return to civilization, because he can be with Penny or whatever, and then Kate can even just come back and not have to say that she's because if it's Penny and they all like each other, then they can all sort of agree on what the party line is.
Right.
So I could see something like that happening where the freighter is important to the rescue, but it's not really what gets them back.
Yeah. I could buy that. But I do think it's like it's gonna happen. I feel like it's not like this is gonna happen in like season 6 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of what I thought before. Like I really thought the scope of this story was like to the end of the show. I don't think that anymore.
No, I think they're gonna get back to the island soon.
Yeah, I guess so, which is really weird.
Yeah, it is really weird. Because the whole show is about getting off the island.
Yeah.
And then it quickly becomes, okay, we can get off, but we want to go back.
Yeah. That's a really abrupt shift in the basic goal of the show. And I don't know. It makes it a different kind of show, It turns it into something else. I don't know.
Yeah, as many people have said, this season feels weird, and I think this episode in particular feels weird.
Yeah.
But it's not bad.
No.
It's not bad. It's just different.
It's off kilter, but I'm enjoying it. Like to me, it's been kind of refreshing. I mean, I waited through season 3 before I watched this, and like compared to that, this stuff is like. It's.
This is an action extravaganza.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, every scene has something going on, and it's pretty much something interesting going on. There's no lollygagging.
Yeah, no bullfrogs. No bullfrogs. No ping pong tournaments, and just van fixing and hope finding and
that's the thing. I'm okay with the fact that they took their leisurely time with the first 3 seasons, with the idea of giving us a really solid foundation on who these characters are, and now that we know that they are, because I was watching Dave again, I'm like, we don't need to see this we don't need to get into this much into Hurley's backstory and all that stuff for what's really going on. But if Carlton and Damon ever said, not that I would believe them, but I would, but if they were like, we wanted to do it like this, and you get this great solid foundation of who these people are, and then we just put them in the middle of all this action stuff.
Yeah.
Now, because that's what's going on now. So, so I like that idea. I like that.
I agree.
That works for me.
It makes sense, and I think a lot of times novels work that way. They more character development in the early part, and then the action picks up, and you're invested in it because of the development. It makes you care about stuff. You really know what people are about and all that, and then they can go into all kinds of situations and you know where you stand with the people. So I'll buy that. It makes sense. I mean, I think part of it is their deal because they can end the show in 3 seasons. I think if they couldn't do that, I think they might still be taking a slower pace.
Yeah.
With the idea that they don't know when they can end the show, but I think in general, even if they knew from season 1, I think they would have taken their time more in the beginning. I think.
Yeah, I think so.
That's probably a good good way to do things. And season 3 wasn't awful. It was just very different. It was very I don't know. It was very character focused, and like
Mhm.
and kind of like mundane stuff focused. Like it didn't really try to get into big stuff very much. I mean, it touched on things, but it not like this season where they're bringing up like big topics, all the time.
Yeah. I mean, these 3 episodes have brought up a lot, more than half of any other season, almost.
Yeah.
They're getting into stuff, and they seem to be quicker, they're not dropping it either.
Right.
Last episode we heard Dan say, the light doesn't scatter well. In this episode he's doing a science experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully next episode he's got some sort of theory on the results.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just like we see the light in the hatch, and then 10 episodes later, Locke tells someone about it, and then 10 episodes later from that, we find out it was Desmond with the light. Like that's the old Lost. Like, tiny thing that seems like a great like revelation, and then they just sit on it for a long time. Like they're really, I don't know, they're bringing a lot of stuff to the forefront, and they're not necessarily answering everything, but they're addressing a lot of stuff.
Yeah. As long as it's they're talking about it, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. That was the thing. That was the frustration in the old days. They just sort of drop stuff for long periods of time.
Yeah.
People would be kidnapped, and it would seem like they just forgot. Like, oh, I got this other stuff to do. I got to go swimming and find this briefcase. And,
yeah. They had all those like excursions, like the briefcase and and the Hurley's food stash, and you're in charge of the food now, Hurley.
Oh God.
And oh no, man, like
I'm gonna blow it up. Why are you blowing up that food, Hurley? And,
Hurley, don't be blowing up that food. Oh, Hurley.
Yeah. Oh man, what episode was that? Everybody Loves Hurley or whatever.
Mhm. Everyone loves. Yeah.
When he like passed out the food at the end, and what was the thing with that? Like he.
Well, it was like not enough food for everybody or something.
Oh yeah. And it seemed
so
like he was just like, I'm just gonna pass it out, but then he actually was hoarding it. Like it was.
Yeah, it was weird. It was very strange.
Really weird.
It was like yay, everyone loves Hurley because he's got the food and he's giving it to everybody, but you sort of think he just used it all, but he didn't, and there was more, and yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, and eventually they just like destroy it. Remember that scene with Olivia? I guess you must have saw it. That was Dave, wasn't it? Where like where they like pour out all the food and just like scatter it on the ground.
Yeah, that was bad.
I always thought that was awful.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, guys. I don't know. Clearly their food supply is not a problem, but like it.
Yeah.
If I'm stranded on an island, I'd be really pissed if someone did that. Like, come on, guys. That's more food we have to find later.
Yeah, exactly. This whole thing about the payload and the differential, is making me think of the supply drop.
Mhm.
And how that even worked, and what.
Speaking of the supply drop, we don't have time to talk about it, I don't think, because it'll make the podcast too long. But there's this. Maybe we can talk about it later. I don't know. Whatever. There's this DVD extra on the Blu-ray. Season 3 DVD thing. It's called like All Access or Access Granted.
I think we should podcast about that thing. I think there's enough topics to where I think we could talk about it.
Yeah, it brings up so many things. I think if we talked about it now, it would go on forever. So we should. I think we should podcast about it at a certain point. But they bring up the supply drop in there. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't even mention what they say about it, but I was gonna. It reminded me. Well, all right, whatever. I'm just gonna say it. Basically, they insinuate that it's possible that the supply drop wasn't dropped.
Okay. So it's just a supply. It's not a supply drop. It's a supply.
Basically, they were like, just because there's a parachute doesn't mean it was dropped like from the air.
Oh yeah. We thought of that too.
Yeah.
Just the alternatives are ludicrous.
The alternatives are totally ludicrous. But they say something like, "Those Dharma people are crazy." So like, so based on them saying that, I want to speculate that that's a supply drop.
Okay. So it wasn't dropped. Fine. How did it get there?
Well, they didn't
Who
say
would
that.
have? Of course.
Our
did.
access wasn't granted that much.
So it wasn't all access.
No, no.
I see. It was some access.
It was partial restricted access. Definitely.
Yeah. A little access. Access light.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, who would have put it there? I mean, unless it. And see, the fact that they say Dharma means, to me, basically it makes me feel like it was some sort of automated thing.
Yeah.
Because there's no Dharma people left to put it there.
Right.
It's not an others thing, because they wouldn't even do that.
No.
So unless there's some sort of contraption that, like some underground, like, storage facility, and then, like, every so often, maybe correlated with the lockdown, some sort of hydraulic system and some sort of Scooby-Doo-esque thing where, like, some doors open and, like, out pops, the supplies, and then it just sits there on the ground like it's like that's just silly. And they're right. Dharma must be crazy if they did that,
Yeah.
And what's the point if it's not? See, that's the thing. They also say that the pressing the button wasn't an experiment. You know.
They do.
So it's like, well, what was the point of this whole supply drop thing? Because without, sans the guise of an experiment, I don't even understand the whole lockdown thing or anything like that. It doesn't even make any sense to me. If they didn't want to kind of control what people were thinking about stuff. I don't know. Unless that food was there, like, for, like, 20 years. I mean, that's weird.
No, they just saw it, right? Didn't, like...
They just stumbled upon it, though.
Yeah, they just saw the beacon. I guess it could have been... Oh, God, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It could, why not? It should have had some growth, or it should have been a little, like, dirtier or something.
Yeah,
But it could have been. It could be just like the van, just like.
And I just don't understand, how could it have gotten there? It isn't. First of all, we talked about this at length. It doesn't even make any sense why it's even there. If it was supposed to be for the people on the Swan Hatch, like, how far you'd have to trek all that stuff back and forth.
Yeah.
And, like, you don't have any transportation. And I guess Dharma had vans. Really, I guess they were supposed to be using those vans.
Yeah. Is that what they just, like, park them outside the Swan and, like,
I guess
go drive wherever they want?
Well, this is, of course, before the sickness.
Yeah.
Whatever that is about.
Right.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to do with that.
I
don't know if we're supposed to believe that it was just there for a long time, and maybe the parachute, like, kept it from getting dirty. I don't know. I don't know. It didn't look like it was there for 20 years, because it definitely would have been, grown over with plants and trees and stuff.
Yeah.
But the light scatters so strangely on the island that
Here we go.
that the plant growth isn't what you would normally find, So maybe that's the difference.
I'd expect the food to be stale too, like,
Yeah, like that oatmeal they kept eating. Like,
yeah,
I guess that kind of stuff lasts, but.
The sort of, like, crackers or cookies or whatever, like, this should not have been good. This should have been really nasty. And they were just eating them like they were the best thing ever. Yeah. It was I don't know.
They are on a deserted island. Well, not really deserted, but they are something. Something.
Yeah. They are something. I agree. Something island.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. You can count on that. There's something on something island. Okay, so have we finished talking about the episode?
Yeah. We got to the end of the scene. Is there anything else you wanted to say about Ben? And I mean, it's once again, one of those things that, I mean, you can speculate wildly, but there isn't that much to go on. So it's hard to really nail down like a theory based on evidence from the show. About what exactly they're doing and all that. So I don't know. Do you have more thoughts about that?
Well, I think just as a guess that we're going to see that maybe the next person on Saeed's list is Abaddon.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
I want to because I think they need to bring him into whatever more stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
So maybe he'd be involved. I would also like to know how many people Saeed's already killed. Like how many, it seems like it doesn't seem like a finite list, and that makes it seem like an infinite list. But I mean, it's not. It doesn't seem like Ben made a list of the 20 people that will ever be involved and need to be killed. It seems like he can add to the list at will.
Yeah. It's a potentially it's sort of an the list.
It's a dynamic list.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, which sort of I think gives a little bit of clues about what's going on there. It seems like he's finding out step by step who is involved. He doesn't really know all the answers.
Right.
And know who's all involved, but
yeah, when he says I have another name for you, it makes me think he didn't necessarily always have it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like he was just sitting on it, and just handing him out, whenever he feels.
And that when Saeed says like, your boss's name was on a list, it's like, was it really on a list, or did Ben just tell you who to get?
Yeah.
Like, because now that we see that Ben, or did Ben literally write it down? And is it a list if it's just one name? I guess. Or was it multiple names? You go grocery shopping, you make a list, but you only want one thing. I guess it's a list of one thing.
But why not?
Yeah.
You could. I guess it makes me think Ben is like working from some list. Like maybe Saeed doesn't see it, but he knows there is one, and that's where Ben's like.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
So Saeed's the new Pickett.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, no.
Never thought it'd come to that.
Yeah, no. If he starts saying like, yeah, Abaddon wasn't even on the list, like, it's over. He is Pickett. But yeah, that's my best guess. Like maybe he's seen a list. Maybe Ben showed him a list at a certain point. I don't know. I don't know. He said list. I don't know why he said that.
I get the sense that Saeed hasn't seen a list. That he's being told step by step. Maybe there is a list. I don't think Saeed's seen it.
Okay, I'll buy that.
I don't know. And just how has Ben finding these people and why and do these people really mean them harm? Is Ben just misguided? That's what I want to know at the end at episode, the series finale. I want to know if Ben has just been this misguided like insane guy, or if he's really onto something. You know what I mean? Because sanity's relative. And it's just like it's weird because he's very ruthless and he's just unabashedly so. And I just hope now that Saeed is involved with him, I just I feel bad.
Yeah.
And it seems like Saeed. I don't know. I got this. Did you get the sense in that scene like Saeed just is like, God, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Like. Maybe I didn't make the right choice.
Yeah, I did. Well, when he says you used that to recruit me into killing for you, like, it's to me that says he has reservations about it. Like, he felt like sort of almost forced into doing it.
Yeah.
you know. But he doesn't necessarily think it's good to do, and he kind of wishes he didn't have to do it or something like that. I do get the sense he doesn't want to be working for Ben.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Saeed ever wanting to work for Ben, even if Ben's a good guy.
Yeah, that's true. It would signify that he sold his soul.
Exactly. And we can't have Saeed selling his soul.
No. The price would be too high.
That's right.
Well, good episode, good podcast.
Definitely, yeah. It's another
6 hours.
Why not?
You know what? And I think this is indicative of the season being so packed with stuff. You know, these episodes are way more packed with interesting stuff than the average Lost episode was.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, in the old days, they could have done an episode where the only interesting thing was the little science experiment that Dan does.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that could have been the big thing in the episode in the old days.
Yeah.
You know, now that's just a part of a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, they're going to have Dan doing stuff. You know, Charlotte's going to be doing stuff. You got whatever Locke's going to be doing. You got, you know, and you got Saeed on the freighter. I mean, they're going to have, like, all these storylines going on at once, you know. They got a lot to juggle here.
They really do, yeah. It's going to be weird. I don't know. It's I guess we're going to get on that freighter. I
got to get on that freighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess next stop freighter. Maybe the name of the freighter is Eggtown.
Oh no. No. Welcome to the
Eggtown.
Oh God. Yeah, it's just like I don't know. It's just like the Elizabeth, but it's Eggtown.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know why anyone would name their boat Eggtown.
Eggtown. They'll explain it.
It's so awful.
Eggtown.
That name is silly. I don't know what they're going to do with that, but I can't. As soon as I read that name, I thought, like, that's got to be, like, they're not serious. This has to be a mistake or a working title. Like, if there's an episode called Eggtown, like, that just, I don't know. But you brought up the idea that it's all about, like, fertility or whatever, like, that kind of thing. Like, whatever, okay, all right.
Yeah, it could be, like, Eggtown could be, you know, the place at the like some place where they store the records of the women's fertility or something, or, you know, some nickname for something that has to do with that, or you know, where they keep the egg samples or something, or you know, who knows what. It'll be something that we really can't guess because it'll just be dependent on whatever they want to tell us, you know.
Yeah. But it just sounds too silly. I mean, I don't know.
It sounds and like, it sounds silly, and even if it is relevant to the episode, which obviously it will be, but like, why name the episode that?
Yeah. I mean, maybe that question will. Maybe it'll make sense.
Maybe that question will hatch itself the next episode.
Yeah.
The answer will hatch next episode.
Oh God, yeah, that's oh no. Hopefully we'll get a nice big barrage of egg puns.
Yeah, I want a lot of egg and
chicken related.
And bird related euphemisms, please. Don't go flying away, little birdie. This ain't Eggtown. Man.
You just stay in your coop, little lady.
Exactly. Don't get your feathers all riled up there. See, they need Sawyer around. He'd be great for that.
He would, yeah. It's always him talking about Eggtown. No one else. I don't think anyone else can pull off saying that without it being completely ridiculous.
Yeah, no one else can do it.
Oh, man. If Sawyer says Eggtown, you should get 2 prizes.
I'll take them. I'll take 2 prizes.
Well, okay, and the other thing, you don't get 2 prizes just for Sawyer's thing.
Oh. Yeah. No, that's what I assumed you meant. What was the other thing? Oh, the scene about the walkie-talkie, like some sort of walkie-talkie on Michael's raft.
Yeah, exactly.
The boat.
Yeah, a scene where he's like, yeah, come in, Michael, I got a job for you, blah, blah, blah. And
yeah.
if that happens, yeah, that's your other prize.
All right, I'll take that.
To be determined.
I shall take it.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
All right. So, well, we can't beat season 2 again. So we gotta
Yeah.
Luckily last week we just didn't make it longer.
Yeah.
Within
just under
2 minutes. It was really close.
Yeah.
So, because if we just start beating it every episode, it really.
Yeah, it's really sad, and I don't know what that means for the show or for us if we just can beat our second longest podcast ever consistently.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It seems it somehow undermines the goodness of.
Yeah, it's not as special anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, all right, guys. Well, we will be back this weekend, and I think let's see the next episode. Let's see. So yeah, what's today? Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay. So just a couple more days before Lost comes back on.
Yeah.
So,
get ready for Eggtown.
Get ready for Eggtown. I'm hatching with excitement.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Never heard that expression, but all right.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm ready to break out of my shell. I don't know. All right, just enough.
Don't cluck around. I don't know.
Don't cluck around like this is Eggtown.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't wait to see where Eggtown comes into play. I can't wait. Can't wait. That's going to be the best part of the episode, I think. I don't care what else happens. I just want to see how Eggtown fits in.
Yeah, I agree. I don't need anything else.
Yeah. I want the show to start, someone to say Eggtown, and then go Lost.
That's it. Thank you. Oh, man. Wow.
Thank you and good night.
Yeah, that would be quite a podcast.
Yeah.
That's Eggtown.
Lost. Yeah.
Next week on Lost.
Next week on Lost, the rest of the episode.
Yeah, exactly. What do you mean, Eggtown?
What do you mean, Eggtown? Yeah.
I don't care what Jack says. I'm going to Eggtown.
Okay, you stay here. I'm going to go to Eggtown. Okay, Jack. Kate, I thought I told you not to come to Eggtown.
Oh, God.
Desmond shows up. Is Penny here at Eggtown? And Claire shows up. I heard my baby's hungry. I heard there's food in Eggtown. Oh man, it's just like
everybody's trying to go there.
Everyone wants to say it. Everyone just wants to say Eggtown.
They do.
I think everyone should have an opportunity to say Eggtown.
Everybody just, why not? Just Mikhail shows up. Hey, heard there was a party in Eggtown.
Yeah. Locke is like, Walt told me I need to find Eggtown.
And they're just all there.
Ben's like, there's no such thing as Eggtown.
Yeah. Of course.
You know him. I've never heard of Eggtown. Oh God, what if Eggtown is like the temple or something? That'd be weird.
No way the temple's called Eggtown.
It's the Eggtown Temple. You never heard of that?
No, I have not. I'm afraid I think that doesn't exist. You never heard of Eggtown?
Eggtown Temple.
What kind of statement is that? Oh, God.
I just did a search for Eggtown Temple, and here's someone else talking about Lost, thinking that we're going to see the temple in Eggtown.
All right. Well, they say independent innovation is just something that always happens. I guess somebody else had to think of it.
Yeah.
Why not? It's Eggtown.
I can't wait to see Eggtown. Eggtown. Oh, God, I just read a spoiler.
Man, stop reading shit.
And I think I know why it's called Eggtown now.
No!
Yeah.
You can't say.
I mean,
you can't tell me.
I'm not going to tell you, and I don't really... What I saw is a tenuous reference to why it could be called Eggtown. It doesn't really make sense, but it might just be all they're trying to do. And, okay, I'm going to stop now.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Fucking spoilers.
Fucking spoilers. I don't know why that's my fault for looking it up. I was just wondering, I was trying to see if there's other references to Eggtown in other, like, literature or anywhere else, like, what Eggtown could be besides the Lost thing.
Yeah.
And then I was looking at something talking about Eggtown, and I realized they were talking about Lost.
Mm-hmm.
And it said spoiler, and I'm like, okay, well.
There shouldn't be much non-Lost discussion of Eggtown, in my opinion.
Yeah. There shouldn't be.
Like, it's... Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of such a thing.
I'm telling you, man, Eggtown Temple.
Maybe I don't know. I really don't think we're going to see the others. I think the others are out of commission for a while. I think... Maybe not even this season. Maybe they'll come back next season or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we could see them with whatever Locke is gonna do. I mean, because what else does he have to do?
Yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't even know what to do.
I mean, I feel like this would be a good time to intersect with whatever he's doing with what happened to the others. You know, because I don't know. We'll see though.
I just got the sense, like, I watched that thing and Ben tells Richard to take him to the temple, like, I don't know, it just struck me as being similar to Michael leaving and
yeah, like a big farewell thing and yeah, it could be
like here's a place for you to be and where you can be and not be involved in what's going to happen.
Yeah, and nobody knows where it is, so no one's like,
yeah.
Well, they might run into the others there.
Yeah. So that's I don't know. I have a feeling we won't see them this season, but it's possible. I mean, I don't know what they're doing. So
is it egg possible?
God.
Whatever that means.
Is it egg possible? Why not? I guess it's egg possible. It's not egg probable, though.
Oh, okay. I'll buy that. I'll egg buy that. This town. All right, let's end this. It's already 6:20.
Yeah, it's clearly, like, gone to bullshit time. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can end it at any point now.
All right, guys. Thanks and namaste.
All right, namaste. Good luck.